Get ready to start jumping up and down like idiots.
Greetings, brohams! What the dealio?
It's Madamus of the Back Library, streaming throughout every week, now with brand new time slots. Special enhanced time. Sparkle. Retro and modern game stream. Watch him fail. Yapping stream. He'll call you pretty. Cozy reading stream. Because he loves you. Bonus afternoon delight streams.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight.
New schedule posted weekly on X and YouTube. Go read it. All times scheduled in Eastern Standard Time. God's favorite time zone. Always streaming horizontal, never vertical. Just the way you like it. Follow, subscribe, like, watch, do the thing, have the fun.
You don't think anyone will misinterpret this ad, do you?
Madamus of the Back Library.
Greetings, brohams! What the dealio? Welcome to the Back Library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned Archive Curator. Welcome in Omegs. Welcome in Fruit Punch Bicycle. Downfall Parody Central. Hampton the Pirate. Joel Miller. Arriving Flight Productions. Nutter Butter Girly. Dizzy Mizzy. Pomni Tunes. Anyone else? No one that I can see. Anyone else, though, who's watching? Welcome in if you are lurking. Welcome in if you are VOD watching. Welcome in. Thank you for watching the VOD. For those of you who are new to the channel, Wednesdays are usually the more chill, well, I call them chill, chat stream days, unless I do things like karaoke. They're the things that usually aren't gaming. So if you're new to the channel, today admittedly might be one of the more boring days. That's okay. You know, not every stream flows perfectly for everyone. Yeah. Man, I was running late for the stream today too. So a couple things going on. First of all, for some strange reason, my microphone wasn't showing up. So I had to get down in little tight space, unplug and reconnect it. It seemed to be the connector going into the PC, not the one going into the mic. I don't know. Yeah, so that was last second deal. And then before that, I got wrapped up. I'm trying to install some software for something I want to play on stream chat. So, and it's something I'm thinking about for my birthday week. Are y'all familiar with the game Star Trek Judgment Rights? We did Star Trek last night. We did Star Trek Armada, which was a bit slow for a stream. But if y'all are familiar... losing my ability to speak. Star Trek Judgment Rights is a point-and-click adventure game with a few action sequences, but it's generally considered to be one of the better Star Trek games that was made. That said, the version that you get... anytime I lose my ability to speak, I just seem to automatically do that when I get tongue-tied, dizzy mizzy. So Judgment Rights, if you get it off of Steam or you get it off of GOG, it's the collector's CD-ROM version that was on PC. The problem with that version is, yes, it has the voices of the original cast, but it's a buggy mess. It's missing like half of the cutscenes that were in the floppy disk version with the expanded floppy disk version. There's a couple lines of dialogue that play out a sequence. I want to say there's an area which is bugged and it's kind of soft locked where it's almost impossible to get 100% on the level if you're trying to 100% it. It's just flawed junk. So over the past few days, I dropped a little coin. I ordered myself a copy of the floppy disk version so that maybe we could play that, even though it doesn't have the cast member voices. But then I decided, what about the Macintosh CD version? So the Mac version of Judgment Rights is on CD, and it's like the DOS PC version. I hope we get PS5 Star Trek games. I hope they release some at some point. I don't have a PS5, so but for people who own one, I definitely hope that they do get released. As far as Judgment rights, though, the Macintosh CD-ROM version seems to be, from everything I've researched, the version we should have gotten on PC. It has all of the cutscenes. It has all of the original cast dialogue. It's the polished version. So the PC users, we basically got the bugged version, and they got the final version. Well, I went ahead and ordered the Mac CD version. I don't have a Mac, so now I'm trying to figure out how the heck to emulate the thing. So I was spending, before I came on stream tonight, I was starting to toy around with that, and hopefully I could get set up in the next day or two, and we could play that on an upcoming stream. Hooray! Anything else coming up? Before we get into the normal chat session, is there anything else into the Exploring the Back Library session? Is there anything else I should mention as far as housekeeping? Yes, Friday, I am playing Undertale for the very first time. I have not watched any streams of Undertale. I know it's a thing. I know lots of people have streamed it. I have never watched any of those streams. If I did, they were in passing, so I never paid enough attention to know anything about it. Only thing I know about Undertale is a lot of it is passive instead of, or excuse, not passive, pacifist, instead of, run around and commit genocide. So we'll see if I play it correctly or if I just wind up genociding everything. Oh dear. So I'm looking forward to that. And I hope you are too. I hope that'll be a banger stream, and that it will do well enough to warrant the continuing it. Hey Matt, can I adopt Minnie? Matty reminds me of my late. I'm very sorry to. I'm very sorry to hear that, Joel. My sympathies. The Matt Chibi. I've got a working Chibi model. I need to tweak it a little more, and at some point, I am going to use the Chibi model on stream. Maybe I could get that. I don't know if I could get that ready for the Undertale stream. Maybe my birthday week, a couple weeks, I could probably have it ready, but I just haven't spent much time with it. I threw the thing together, and it works well for, it's worked well for thumbnails and schedule. Speaking of schedule, let me just quickly mention, after Undertale on Saturday, we will be playing Disney's DuckTales on the NES, and I will have a power, or not a power guide, a strategy guide ready to go, so we can knock that out in one stream. Well, there's no game saving on it, so we'll definitely have to knock it out in one stream. Excuse me. I just finished eating too, so my mouth is just a dry mess. Hydration break real quick. If you've got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. I don't know about next week yet. I know Undertale will probably still be there next Friday. Next Wednesday, tomorrow is my 27th birthday. Well, since I won't be streaming tomorrow, happy early birthday, Arriving Flight Productions, or in the words of Aqua Teen Hunger Force, happy Spirit Journey Formation Anniversary. Not anniversary. Anniversary. Where the heck did I pull that one from? Anniversary. Happy early birthday. There. I'll just leave it at that so I don't get tongue-tied anymore. What is wrong with me today? It's been all week. Even yesterday when we did Star Trek Armada, I was getting really just... I'm not sure what it is. By the way, I do have 2 shorts up. One's just an advertisement for the Undertale stream. The other one, there is a new short for Torrens Passage where I got all ragey. I don't have the link on me, but if you want to watch it, appreciate it. The more views, the better. Let's go ahead and take this into the browsing room, shall we? Okay. Oh, before we start perusing the back library, I did want to mention something. So I had said for my birthday week I was going to try out Fortnite. And that was originally assuming I was going to get a soundboard in time. The soundboards I've gotten have been junk because I don't want to spend a lot since the only thing I need it to do is to split my mic between two PCs. Those of you who don't know, I've talked about in other streams for streaming purposes. I use a dual PC system, which I don't know. I guess a few VTubers do it. I don't think a lot do. Most people don't do it because they think it's more expensive. The truth is, a dual PC system, and again, I've talked about this ad nauseum before too, you can get away with a lot less in terms of hardware specs because you're not overloading anything. So just a word of advice to people who are would-be VTubers, who are would-be streamers, consider doing a dual PC setup. Now, it takes there's a bit of work going into it, especially in terms of audio sync. I struggled with audio sync. If you the better quality sound card you get, the less problems you'll have with audio sync. I got a cheapy internal graphics card. Did I say sound card? I meant video capture card. The cheapy capture card I'm using doesn't necessarily play nice with streaming software, so the audio sync was a bit of an issue, but it's all workable, and you can get away with so much, in my opinion, better quality for less money. But I digress. So for the Fortnite thing, I'm going to see if I can still do it. I'm going to see if the headphone jack on my mic for listening to what's going in, because I don't use it on that. I'm just hooked directly into my desktop to my streaming PC for listening back, and I don't listen to my own mic. I watch the levels and hope everything's okay, which they don't usually peak. Yeah, they're not peaking right now. No. I'm going to see if I can hook that into the gaming PC and run audio from my mic from it. Run the audio to the gaming PC from the headphone jack on my mic, which is probably a very bad idea just for Fortnite. We'll see if that works. Okay, yeah. Before we get into... So, for those of you who, again, are new to the channel, I started out by going through all the Blu-rays that are currently in the back library. That's things that are currently in my library. We finished those and moved on to the DVD section. Oh, someone joined. Who do we get? Twin Opinion just subscribed. Thank you for subscribing, Twin Opinion. Charles Bronson thanks you too. At least, I mean, I like to think that he's thanking you. The truth is he was pointing his finger like a gun at some thugs in an airport because that was from Death Wish. But that's not what I was doing. Thank you for subscribing, Twin Opinion. Appreciate it. We do a lot of gaming streams, a little chatting. Well, we do a lot of chatting, but only on specific days. And anyone who's here and getting bored with this already, I promise you, we don't do this every Wednesday. I'll be doing more karaokes. We'll be doing some other stuff. I'm going to go back to doing some live readings soon, too. If you've seen my live reading of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, I am going to start doing more of those because I still think that that's an idea that I can work. It didn't quite go over the way I expected. I still think it's workable. And in fact, we might even do another Oz book. There are so many Oz books that are in public domain. Why the heck not? So we started going through the DVDs, but I do have a few new additions to the Blu-ray section. So let me go ahead and mention those. Before I, one of them's in C. Before I get too much into mentioning those new ones, I do want to mention again, because I mentioned it last time we did one of these streams. The Hammer Films limited edition. It's overpriced. Okay, well, it's overpriced. It's expensive. It's pricey. But the limited edition of Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter, which is a 4K Blu-ray combo pack, this could wind up being the Blu-ray of the year. This thing is so stacked and packed, not only in terms of, special features, in terms of physical features, and the quality. The quality, the box isn't too thin. It's good chipboard. And it's got 3 different transfers of the movie. It's got, 3 different aspect ratios. The way it was shown in the US, the way it was shown in the UK, and an open matte version that was used for home video presentations. It's fantastic transfer. In terms of sound, it's got the original mono, and it's got Dolby Atmos and Dolby 5.1 remixes. So, all bases covered. And did I mention loads of extras? I know I did. Plus, it's got introductions to each version by, I think, producers and actors. I know Carolyn Monroe does one introduction, so that's nifty. I'm getting distracted already, aren't I? Okay, so the new additions. New additions to the Blu-ray section of the Black Library, which my movie group gets a lot of obscure 4Ks from Vinegar Syndrome. Captain Kronos looks right up their alley. Yeah. I'm trying to think who's... Well, right now, the big fancy 4K is being released by Hammer Films themselves. It's an import, but it's not. It's being sold on Amazon. Technically, it's not an import edition, though it doesn't seem, because Barnes & Noble is carrying it too, and at least Blu-ray.com doesn't list it as being just a UK release. So even though it's got the age ratings for UK editions on parts of the packaging, it's not an import edition. Previously, the older copy right here, the original Blu-ray, that was released through Shout Factory. So it was Shout Factory's. Now Hammer's doing it themselves. Yeah, Vinegar Syndrome, it would be up their alley. I don't have enough Vinegar Syndrome releases. I've only got a handful of Vinegar Syndromes. Yeah, but it's a good movie. It's rated... it's one of those horror movies, though it's rated R. It could just as easily pass as PG-13. It's not really horror. It's from the later period of Hammer when they started putting a bunch of nudity in, but it doesn't have any of that. So really, it could pass as my opinion. It's the horror film that you can show to the kiddies. Well, probably not 3-year-olds, but whatever. Okay, the new additions I did want to just mention that I hadn't covered before. Chuck Norris, Code of Silence. Hamilton Books. If you've never shopped at hamiltonbook.com, you should check them out. They get some incredible prices on stuff. And Code of Silence right now they have for, I want to say, like around the $5-6 mark. So, and it's worth a pickup. It's a Chuck Norris vehicle. The interesting thing about Code of Silence, if you Cannibal Holocaust, I never saw it, but I bet kids who saw it has PSTD. I've heard of Cannibal Holocaust. Yeah, hard pass on that one. I've heard that name. That's definitely a hard pass for me, Fruit Punch Bicycle. The truth is, I get really squeamy. It's almost the opposite. The older I get, the more squeamish I get, which is weird. Usually, you'd think it would be the opposite. We just watched that only a few months ago. Oh, Cannibal Holocaust. Ugh. Yeah, I can't. Like I said, the older I get, the more movies with people dying badly. I don't know. It really gets to me. Maybe it's a feeling of my own mortality or something. Code of Silence, though, the one thing just to mention about it, which is interesting, it was originally written to be either the 4th or 5th Dirty Harry movie. But from what I understand, Clint Eastwood said no because he thought it painted the police force in too negative a light, showing them like fabricating evidence and stuff just to cover for themselves, and the idea of code of silence, the idea that you just keep quiet and let it happen. And I get that because you look at the Dirty Harry movies, and really, if anything, they framed, in my opinion, they framed the bureaucracy as being one of the bigger villains, not the police department themselves, except maybe a little bit Magnum Force, because you had the vigilante. If you've never seen it, sort of vigilantes out there trying to put the courts out of business, for lack of a better way to put it. And so maybe that's the problem too, is Code of Silence in some ways is a similar theme to that. So yeah. It works. It's one of the more interesting Chuck Norris movies. It's one of those Chuck Norris movies that's not just mindless action. There, guess that's a good way to put it. What else? What were the other ones that I just added? Let me see, so that I don't forget. I had them on a list because I didn't want to mess up. Okay. Oh. All right, the other ones that I just added, this one hasn't shown up yet. It was also from Hamilton book, but it's on its way, so I went ahead and just added it. It's something called The Golden Triangle. I don't know much about this, except it's, well, obviously, it's a martial arts action-adventure movie. And from what I understand, the Blu-ray itself is restored from the only known surviving 35mm print. Now, it's in English dubbed. There is no original Cantonese or Mandarin with subtitles. But, I mean, beggars can't be choosers. Apparently, it's the only surviving print, and it's the uncut version. So, that's kind of a win. Well, I mean, I say uncut, and yet it's missing the original dialogue, but you get what I mean. Other Blu-ray editions were, gosh, I can't find my other list. Golden Triangle. Okay. Other recent Blu-ray editions, 4K editions to the back library are. Haven't heard of Golden Triangle. Sounds interesting. Yeah, I don't really know anything about it. It was one of those ones that just looked good, and Hamilton Book had it for $11.95. And when I read that it said it was the only surviving print, I just thought, well, I figured, might as well add it for posterity's sake, if nothing else, because this is the type of thing where once the Blu-ray's out of print, it's probably going to go the way of the dodo. I don't know if it ever wind up in any streaming services outside of, people putting on Internet Archive at some point far in the future. So entering black market, gray market territory someday, I guess. Other editions, I did finally bite the bullet on the 4K Blu-ray combo of Once Upon a Time in the West, even though I've got the older edition from Paramount. I talked about this at length before. The new edition has better color, not seen with this screenshot, but better color than the existing Blu-ray, but there's still questions about it being a complete version, and I guess it's been over cleaned at certain points, so a little bit of waxiness. Thank you, Paramount. And the 4K disc, the Blu-ray I guess is okay, but the 4K disc here in the States is over-compressed. I want to say the reviews I read were that the Italian 4K disc is a larger disc, so it does look better, but Paramount, even though the original edition they pushed as a limited edition with posters and whatnot, fancy packaging, Paramount wouldn't spring for the triple layered 4K disc. They just used a dual layered disc, so didn't give the movie enough space to breathe. Because if you've ever seen if you're not familiar with it, if you've never seen it, Once Upon a Time in the West is a long movie. It is, how long is it? Does it say? 166 minutes, so it's just shy of 3 hours. It's over 2.5 hours, and it really needed more disc space. Only seen on VHS. Nice. Oh, well, hey, my first nothing wrong with that. The first time I saw it was a teacher of mine, and it was a Laserdisc copy. So yeah, and I think at the time it was the uncut Laserdisc that he'd like imported from somewhere. I don't think it was a U.S. release. Well, it might have been a U.S. release though, because it was the English. It was the English audio. It wasn't any Italian and subbed. But yeah, other editions. This is going to fall into the blind buy category, but I again, Hamilton book, I pulled the trigger on Riding Bean. I don't know much about it, except it's an anime from the same people who did Bubblegum Crisis and Megazone 23. And I've never watched Megazone, or I've never watched Bubblegum Crisis. I have watched Megazone 23, which is, parts of it were good. I think the third part of it kind of lost its footing, but what can you do? This is from, the only thing important to mention about this is the Blu-rays from Animago. Animago was recently bought by Media OCD. Media OCD is the company that works with Discotech. So they do, I'm not going to say every time because I could think of one or two instances, but 9 out of 10 times they are banger quality, and they are masters of compression. But yeah, if you've never been to HamiltonBook.com, worth your time checking out. It's worth your time checking out. They do charge for shipping. It's like a flat fee, I think, of $4. But they get some good stuff, good prices, including, I want to say, some Vinegar Syndrome stuff, although those I think still sell at a premium. I don't think those ever wind up discounted. And their customer service when you get bad discs is really good, because they don't have you, at least in my instances, they never had me send anything back. They just, anytime you tell them something's damaged, they just, we'll send you out another one. Feel free to dispose of the damaged one. So, you know, if it's just a broken cover, give it to a family member or whatever. A family member who doesn't care, or who you don't really like. Well, if you don't really like them, why would you give them a copy anyway? And last edition, just to mention, is I did pull the trigger on this from Hamilton Book 2, Wayne's World 1 and 2 on Blu-ray. Only reason I did is because it was like $5.95. $5.95 for both Wayne's Worlds. I'd been sitting on them forever on DVD and never upgraded, so there you go. Let's move to the DVD section of the library now. Those are the only additions to the Blu-ray section. There we go, DVD. And I don't remember what page I was on. I'll remember when I get there. Okay, I wasn't there. I was not at the L's. I was not at the K's, or, okay, I'm going back to page 6. Okay, I remember some of this, because I remember we did the God Thumb. We talked about Gone with the Wind. We talked about Goodfellas. We went to H. I remember we got to Howard the Duck. Nothing really special to mention about The Howling. Yeah, I think Howard the Duck was where we finished last time, maybe. The Howling. Yeah, nothing to mention about that. There are better. Good to know Vinegar Syndrome has good customer service too. Do they? Okay. I don't think I've ever ordered from... Have I ever ordered from them directly? No. I've never ordered from... Well, wait. Now you got me thinking. No, I didn't order from them. It was MVD who I did when they were doing some of the Ronin Pictures stuff before they got picked up by, I think before they got funneled into Kino. Yeah, I don't think I've ever ordered from them directly before. I know that they do some good sales for people who are members of their like club thing or whatever, because I seem to remember reading about some of their sales they have going on around Black Friday and maybe mid-year or something. But good to know. I'll have to give them a closer look when Next time, yeah, we do the club thing. Gotcha. Okay. I'll have to give them a closer look as far as ordering directly from them. I don't know how much I'd be ordering from them because I know they've got a few things that I've had interest in and a few things I bought over the years. Very few, but so much of their stuff is even more niche than I usually buy, unfortunately. I know they've got something. Well, no, I'm trying to think. Did they do the... Yeah, it was. Okay, they did the 4K release of Death Wish 2. I think that's a great 4K. Because that included the TV version, which really made me happy. I think that's one of the few Vinegar Syndrome releases I have is Death Wish 2. Death Wish 2 and maybe Beastmaster, because that was a Vinegar Syndrome, unless I'm wrong. Because some of these I sometimes confuse Vinegar Syndrome with Severin. I always kind of lump those two together for some reason. I mean, I know they're totally different companies, but I always sort of think of them in the same light because they both sell things themselves through their own websites, and they both cater to a lot more niche stuff in a lot of cases. But good to know. I will give them a closer look. Did we finish the H? No. Okay. So yeah, we didn't finish the H's. The Howling, nothing special to say there. There's better Blu-rays out there. That reminds me, I think I have a Death Wish ripoff I haven't seen yet. Can't remember the name, but they found some guy that looks like him. Really? Ooh, that could either be very terrible or very interesting. Nice. I'm not familiar with it. The only Death Wish ripoff I know of is one called... I know there were several of them. The only one that comes to mind that I've seen, though, that I could think of right off was one called Vigilante with Robert Forster and Fred Williamson, which I guess has quite a bit of a fan base, but I don't remember it. In fact, I'm sure we're going to come to it at some point because I've got it still in the at least my DVD libraries, but I don't remember anything about it. Hudson Hawk Special Edition. I'm not going to... This, yeah. Hudson Hawk, you either love or you hate. And I guess it's hard to say that when I was about to say, and I don't know which one I am. I have thought Hudson Hawk was okay. I have also hated Hudson Hawk. But both times I felt passionate about it. I never felt like just middle ground. Both times I felt really passionate about the way I felt, and I'm not going to pop it in again, but it's there. Ice Pirates. I know this is out on Blu-ray. It's Warner Archive, I think. It was like a... This is a difficult one. If you've never seen Ice Pirates, this is a difficult one because on the one hand, it's a Star Wars ripoff and a half starring Robert Urich. On the other hand, it wants to be a comedy. It wants to be a science fiction parody. It wants to be Spaceballs. But it's not funny. Not really. And when it gets to the ending, which has to do, if I remember, the climax has to do with all this sort of time travel stuff, it feels anything but trying to be a comedy. It feels like it's just a serious sci-fi thing. So it's a really uneven movie. I mean, you could see the IMDb rating right there is 5.8 stars out of 10, so definitely middle ground. Worth seeing once, I guess. Toho Collection, all of these are out on Blu-ray now. This was a set that was released by Sony of the H-Man, Battle in Outer Space, and Mothra. Well, all three are interested. The Blu-rays were released by Mill Creek, licensed through Sony. But this is interesting because unlike their Godzilla movies where a lot of their rights have lapsed and gone back to Toho and they never renewed them, Sony pretty much through their Columbia Pictures, Columbia pretty much has perpetual rights to all three of these movies, the H-Man, Mothra, and Battle in Outer Space. They have perpetual United States rights. I don't know what the deal is, but it wasn't just a simple license. And I'm going to say that's a good thing, because I've talked about this at length in other streams. Godzilla on Blu-ray has not had the best time. And part of the reason for that is Toho has become really stingy about allowing the alternate American theatrical cuts to be released and different English dubs to be released. It's nonsensical in some points, because in some points they won't even allow their own English dubs to be released, but then in other cases they will. The Criterion Godzilla Blu-ray set the Criterion Godzilla Blu-ray set is sort of all over the map, with half of them having English dubs and half of them having not. Now, that's not to say I always support having the original version, first, but I think I repeat myself on this on a lot of occasion. I think those historical versions, they matter. These classic dubs matter. They're a snapshot in time. These alternate English theatrical cuts, they are a snapshot in time. In some cases, they're more fun to watch because of the retro factor. Because maybe they're treated with a little less seriousness. And in some cases, that's bad. I mean, it's a little bit both ways. I love the crappy versions too. They must be preserved. Exactly. Crappy, and in a few cases, there's a few cases where you can argue the crappy version is better. From what I understand, the argument has been for a while that Ghidorah, however you want to pronounce it, the three-headed monsters, is that the English theatrical cut is better than the Japanese cut just because it's more tightly edited. And that's sort of been a general consensus, maybe not the dubbing itself, but the edit of it. Always keep the bad movies. Sometimes a bad movie made with love is better than a good movie made to make money. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Hercules in New York. Yeah. Holy crap. Did I miss that? Was that missing? Because that is. I'm glad you said that. Just in New York. That is part of the back library, because I know I have it for a fact. And I don't know why that's missing. I'm going to have to go through this list again, too. I had this happen a few weeks ago where I was missing a few Blu-rays. Apparently that happened with... Apparently it's happened with DVDs too, because Hercules in New York, I'll mention that just real quick and then we'll go back to the page we were on. If you've never seen it, this was Arnold Schwarzenegger. Outside of the Pumping Iron documentary, this was Arnold Schwarzenegger's first movie. He is billed in the movie. It is god-awful. He is billed as Arnold Strong. So it's actually, you pop in, it's Arnold Strong as Hercules in New York. And you'll note, great movie, reminds me, I haven't seen Lou Ferrigno's. The Lou Ferrigno's Hercules movies are both of them are worth your time. And the second one, okay, I'm going to come back to that. I've talked about it before in a previous one, but I've got to come back to that because that is one of my favorite stories I ever heard about a movie is Hercules 2, the Hercules sequel that shouldn't be there. But let me just say real quick, Hercules in New York, billed as Arnold Strong. You might notice right here, it says featuring Arnold's original audio track. This movie, they decided that Arnold Schwarzenegger's voice was unintelligible, so they went back and dubbed Arnold Schwarzenegger. And this thing has both versions. So you've got the dub where he is Father Zeus, I must go down to the earth. And I mean, it's just one of these over embellished, awful dubs. And then you've got the Arnold Schwarzenegger track, which is just Father Zeus, I must go down to the earth. You almost need subtitles for the Schwarzenegger track. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. Okay, so real quickly, going back to Blu-ray. You brought this up, Twin Opinion, and I've talked about it before, but I'm going to talk about this one. That was a great impression. I don't know. I thought it was awful, but thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. The Adventures of Hercules 2. A short version. Canon Films, now I need to see both. Yeah, I don't know. Your mileage may vary with it, Omegs. But, yeah. Once you see him fighting the person in the bear suit too, that's supposed to be an escaped bear. Oh my gosh, it's wonderful. But okay, the Luffy. I'm getting myself off on too many tangents. Okay, so short version of this: Hercules 2 with Lou Ferrigno. Hercules' contract with Canon Films was a 2-picture deal. One of those films had to be a Hercules movie because he insisted on it. Lou Ferrigno. His idol was Steve Reeves, who had done the original 60s Hercules movies, the ones that actually were Hercules and not just Machiste. And so he wanted to do Hercules. So they did the Hercules movie. And then the other movie they were doing, I don't know what it was called. It was called like Magnificent Gladiators or something. Well, it turned out it sucked. And the director knew it sucked, and the producers knew it sucked, and they came to him, and the director was basically telling Golan and Globus, Canon Films, I can't make this better. It's awful. There's nothing I could do. So they said, well, couldn't we just trash it and make another Hercules movie? And the answer was, well, no, we can't do that because we would have to sign a new contract, and we would have to pay Lou Ferrigno his full amount. And then someone said, well, what if we didn't tell him we were making it? We have Lou Ferrigno for like 3 weeks of reshoots where we can just pay him scale. We don't have to pay him anything because he's already been paid. He just has to be paid for time. Yeah. So they basically said, what if we tell Lou Ferrigno that we're doing a bunch of reshoots for this Gladiator movie, and then we'll just shoot other people. We'll never tell him he's Hercules. We'll never call him that on screen. And then we'll just have the other actors record scenes where they're separately referring to him as Hercules. And then we'll put it all together and edit and make it into Hercules 2. And that's what they did. They brought him back for reshoots. They shot a bunch of fantasy scenes with him. Then they'd shoot other characters off screen talking about Hercules. Oh, yeah. And it was probably illegal, Omegs, because they still released it, B-movie shenanigans, and then some. Well, and then you get to the ending. They ran out of time with Lou Ferrigno, and they didn't have an ending. So then the answer was, well, why don't we take the end? What if we have this fight of a constellation? You know, Hercules is a constellation. What if we have him fighting the constellation of the evil king? So they took the ending of the first Hercules movie and they rotoscope animated it to just look like constellations battling as line art. But it's the exact same fight scene. It is the exact same finale fight scene, shot for shot, as the first movie, except they went back and animated it, rotoscope animated it. This movie's amazing. And I think that's part of the reason that it has a title thing too, because you'll notice here it's titled The Adventures of Hercules 2. That wasn't the title. It was released some places as Hercules 2, and it was released other places as Adventures of Hercules. I think it was released as The Adventures of Hercules, like in the US, to cover up for the fact that it was a sequel, so that maybe, you know, Lou Ferrigno's lawyers wouldn't notice. Because I can just imagine, you know, Lou Ferrigno walking down the the streets in California past one of the theaters and seeing Lou Ferrigno in Hercules 2 and saying, when the hell did I make this crap? So yeah, that happened. And both movies are really fun. This one's not as fun. Hercules 2, the truth, Hercules 2 kind of sucks, but it becomes so much better once you know the history. Then it's just amazing. Yes, very illegal. That's like Alexander Salkind production stuff and what they did with the Musketeers movies. Okay, so where was I? We were on the H's. Oh, the I's. The Illusionist. Not much to say about The Illusionist. Wrestling DVD, TNA. So I like my I was a WCW guy. I've said that on other streams. When it comes to pro wrestling, I was a WCW guy. Sting. Oh, hold on just a moment. I am getting a phone call. I am going to have to be right back. Give me a few moments. Okay, sorry about that, chat. I hate it when that seems to be happening more and more and more all the time when I'm streaming. No one calls me during, and he's a wrestling fan. Knew I should subscribe. Literally only sub because you played a lot of good games. Oh, well, thank you. But you keep showing off your great nerd taste. I don't watch much modern pro wrestling. I mean, I'll be the first one to admit I kind of ducked out of it, but I love my classic stuff. I love the WCW. I love the Monday Night Wars era. All the stuff from the Monday Night Wars. But yeah, this I hold on to this just because I think it's interesting. Sting, before he did that really brief stint in WWE, he jumped over to TNA. I don't even know. I guess TNA's. A lot of people quit after WCW. It was a sad, dark time. I kept going. The truth is, well, a few. Oh boy. IRL. Part of my problem was I was moving a lot at the time too. So it was like the year after WCW folded, I kept watching for a while. I didn't like the way WWE handled it. I really thought they could have done more with the WCW brand other than just, in my opinion, crush it. It really was like they bought it just to crush it, which, whatever. But the invasion was a wasted opportunity. I remember, I was young at the time. So I don't remember all of it, but I know I remember thinking, what a wasted opportunity. And now reflecting back on it even more so, you got me thinking. I don't want to think about it. Really wasted opportunity. Yeah, so TNA Sting went to that. But yeah, after I was moving at the time and then tried to jumped back into it a little bit. I kept falling in and out of it. Eventually, without going way too deep in the weeds, I got to a point where I was just watching, not like ordering them, but through other sources. I was watching just the major pay-per-views, just like the Royal Rumble and your WrestleManias. And I really sort of, Sting is sort of where it ended for me. The WrestleMania where they brought Sting in just to have him lose to Triple H. What was the point? Triple H didn't need to be put over. You had Sting, you brought him into WWE to finally say you had Sting, just so that you could beat him at WrestleMania. That was stupid. That was stupid, and that was the point where I just kind of thought, well, you know, it's my time with it's done. I can just I don't mind rewatch when they put out a DVD or a Blu-ray of some classic stuff I want. I'm fine picking that up and just watching on occasion. You know, one of those things that if I ever have kids someday, oh look, this is what this was the junk your nerd father used to watch. Yeah. So I hold on to that just because TNA was not that great. I didn't even watch that much TNA. I thought their hexagonal or octagonal or whatever design it was, ring was kind of wonky. But yeah, I don't even remember where I picked that up. I know I picked it up for $5 somewhere. In Like Flint, not much to mention about this. It's the sequel to Our Man Flint. It was a spy parody that came, a 60s spy parody with James Coburn. James Coburn was awesome. The Flint movies they're hit or miss, but they're fun. There was a Blu-ray release. It was through Twilight Time. It was limited edition. I don't think I've got a single thing through Twilight Time. Not much to mention here. We talked about the death of the Incredible Hulk, because that's way back here under D for death. Which was the last of the made-for-TV reunion movies of the Incredible Hulk, which actually wasn't supposed to be the death. It was the death, but it was meant to be the kickoff for a follow-up called The Revenge of the Incredible Hulk, which we never got. This is the pilot episode to the TV series, plus one additional episode called Married. And this is the first two of the reunion movies. The Incredible Hulk Returns, featuring a version of Thor. And The Trial of the Incredible Hulk, featuring a version of Daredevil. I say that because, especially in the case of Thor, that wasn't Thor. But this is one I'm glad I've still got. I got this Blu-ray and I have kept this in good shape. This is something that must have picked up when I was, this was something that was picked up on DVD. I said Blu-ray. This is a DVD that was picked up when I was really young, and it's still in near perfect shape other than some minor wear. It was an old Digipack case. It was double disc because it had a big documentary also about Lou Ferrigno bodybuilding. It's an old Anchor Bay release. That's about all I could say about that. Indiana Jones. These are so earlier, a couple weeks ago when I started the DVDs, I do have the first box set of the Indiana Jones trilogy on DVD. I also picked up these reissues. The reason I remember picking them up was because they had some additional alternate special features than were in the box set, and I used to be a super completist with things like Indiana Jones until Disney. It wasn't even, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull I wasn't a big fan of, but Disney just, you know, that was the nail in that coffin, at least for me. I am so glad that Disney does not own the home video rights to the original Indiana Jones trilogy. I am so happy that those are still handled by Paramount and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, because at least they don't get stuck because if they're... The day that they put out a box set with all quote unquote 5 movies, including the Dial of Density Disney, whatever, that last thing, that's just gonna make me cringe, because it's a lot easier to ignore it when it's from a separate company and isn't in any of the sets. Invasion of Astro Monster, aka Godzilla vs. Monster Zero, is not black and white. I've talked about these before. These were Classic Media put out some Godzilla sets before they allowed the rights to lapse. This includes both the US theatrical cut of the movie with the dub and the Japanese uncut version. Although I want to say the US theatrical cut is sourced from two prints and they didn't use one that was in scope for everything, so the aspect ratio shifts, which is unfortunate because I know there's scope print out there. It's been used before with some earlier VHS releases. Huh. Okay, I don't know much about this one. I remember picking this up. I've never watched it. A double feature of Invasion of the Neptune Men and Prince of Space. I guess these were a character called Prince of Space. I think these were both used in some Mystery Science Theater episodes at some point. Early Japanese superhero fare. Before we had the wonders of Ultraman and Super Sentai and the Metal Heroes, etc. and so forth. Yeah, I don't think I've ever watched that. I've watched the Mystery Science Theater cuts. Island at the Top of the World. This is one of those Disney movies that Disney wants to forget. Unfortunately, we never got a Blu-ray of it through the Disney Movie Club. It was one of the ones that I think a lot of people, myself included, thought... Well, I know. A lot of people like myself expected it to be released as an exclusive through the Disney Movie Club. We never got that, so this is the best edition you can get physically. Best way to describe it is it's a lot like a Jules Verne, H.G. Wells. It's a lot like A Journey to the Center of the Earth. Except looking for like it's searching for a long lost son. It's like searching for a lost continent type thing. It might have even been Atlantis. I don't remember. It's not Disney's finest hour. The characters, if I remember, are really unlikable, but DVD's good enough. And it's one of those Disney movies that I don't know. I like Disney's cult stuff. All the stuff Disney doesn't like is the stuff that I seem to enjoy. John Wayne Island in the Sky. Not much to say about this. This is kind of like the John Wayne movie, The High and the Mighty. For some reason, we have not gotten a Blu-ray release. It's one of those movies that, as far as I know, it's owned directly by the John Wayne estate, I think. And that's made it difficult to release, which I've never quite understood. I don't understand the dynamic there. I understand them protecting the John Wayne movies that they have the control over, just especially after everything that's happened with the Alamo over the years. But yeah, Island in the Sky, though, I'm gonna level with you. It's not a fun movie. It's a disaster movie. It's a lot like Flight of the Phoenix, except it's in a cold setting. Airplane crashes in snowy mountains. How will we ever survive? That type of thing. And I don't know, those type of things get under my skin. Whoops, I bumped the desk. My apologies. Came from Beneath the Sea. Nothing much to say about this. It's Ray Harryhausen. Ray Harryhausen, stop motion classic. This is the original Columbia release that was black and white. They went back and released a colorized version, supervised by Harryhausen before he died. I do think there was a Blu-ray release. Let me see. I think there was a Blu-ray release through... Yeah, there was. Oh, I wish I would have been able to pick that up. There was a Blu-ray release through... Yeah, it came from Beneath... Yeah. It was through Columbia. Oh, I regret not picking that thing up. Okay. Because I'm sure it's expensive now. Let's just see. How much is it? How much will it say? $40 used? I wouldn't want to buy a used. Yeah, that's unfortunate. And that has the colorized version on that too. I'm not big on colorization, but sometimes I think it's interesting. And I think when the colorization is supervised by the people behind the feature, I'm more interested in seeing it, if that makes any sense. Terry Gilliam's Jabberwocky. I know that this has had Blu-ray releases. I'm not going to mention it. It's not my favorite Terry Gilliam movie. It's one of those movies that you look at it and it makes a point of, from the co-director of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. You look at a movie like Jabberwocky and you assume it's going to be like Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and it's not. Terry Gilliam and, Terry Gilliam's sense of humor wasn't necessarily the same as Terry Jones, who co-directed Holy Grail. James Bond story, not much to say about that. The only thing I do want to say, I've got this in an even though it shows it here with the purple cover, there was an alternate red cover. That's the cover I've got. As far as I know, they're identical editions. This is one of those things I used to, when I was a special feature hooer, I guess would be the right term. I used to pick up any and every special feature disc I could to go along with major titles. I picked it up just to go with my Bond movies. I don't think I've ever even watched the thing, but it only covers like the Bonds up through Pierce Brosnan. So, which is fine with me because I'm not a big fan of the Daniel Craig era. If you're a fan of the Daniel Craig era, that's cool. Not my cup of tea. The Jerk, nothing to say about it except there is a better edition on Blu-ray from Shout Factory. Assault on Precinct 13. John Carpenter, early Carpenter movie. I think it's his first movie he made after doing whatever that space combat. I miss Bond being a tongue-in-cheek affair. You know, I like some of the serious ones, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because I like the Roger Moore era. I like the serious ones when they still felt fun, if that makes sense. Like I'm an outlier because my favorite Bond is Timothy Dalton, which I know a lot of people don't like Timothy Dalton. I thought I liked Dalton. I thought, and I know Dalton's movies were more serious, especially License to Kill. But even though they were serious, they were still fun. I can't say that about the Daniel Craig era. The Daniel Craig era just wasn't fun. And it's weird because at first I wasn't big on even the period. Because, I mean, I was younger when I was watching them, but I started pretty much at the beginning. And once I got to Pierce Brosnan, even those originally, I wasn't as big of a fan of. Now, you know, in hindsight, I enjoy them, especially after the Daniel Craig movies. But, yeah. Yeah, the Daniel Craig movies are too deadly serious that it's not fun. And really, I think the character has just become unlikable. In my opinion. I agree the Craig films are good, but they don't feel like Bond. Yeah, might as well be Tom Cruise movies. Yeah, they you could also substitute them. The Daniel Craig Bond movies, to me, they're right there with the Matt Damon Bourne Identity movies, which I have mixed feelings about those too after seeing the other non-Matt Damon Bourne. There was a I think it was the 80s, but where is it? It's one of the early pages. I'll pull it up just for fun. There was another Bourne Identity, which a lot of people, it's gotten really overlooked. There was a Bourne Identity made for TV movie with, it was a 2-part miniseries with Richard Chamberlain. And it is such a different vibe. It feels, it's less action and less gritty and more, it feels more like classic espionage stuff. But yeah, this is new to me. Yeah, I tell you, I wish that this was on I keep wishing that Warner Archive would reissue this on Blu-ray. The DVD is compromised a little. It's been matted to widescreen. It shouldn't be widescreen. It should be open matte full screen because TV in the when was it made? 1988. Yeah, this is one of those things that I stumbled upon, and I am so happy I did. It's fun. It's fun. I mean, it's got the TV limitations, but I think also, I've never read the books, but I seem to remember reading somewhere that it is much more accurate to the book of The Bourne Identity than the Matt Damon movie is. And if that's the case, then that was a completely different story, because if you put the two things, yeah, I love finding stuff like this. So do I. There's nothing that makes me happier than stumbling upon stuff like this. If you put this next to the Matt Damon one, it's not just the case of, oh, one's theatrical and it has more action. Even the story, so much is different about the story. And about their potentially, like, at the end of it, alluding to there being two different Jason Bournes, that there's one who's actually a contract killer and he's going to be coming after this Jason Bourne, because they were setting it up, I guess, for the sequels in the TV. I guess it didn't do well enough on TV because they never did any follow-up TV miniseries, which is too bad because I think it's really good. Yeah, worth your time. You'd have to stream. Worth your time. You'd have to stream it, obviously, but I'm sure you can find it somewhere to stream. Because it is out of print, unfortunately, on DVD, which stinks. And John Carpenter, Sultan it's on Blu-ray, better copy. Okay, what's in these two John Waynes? I don't even know what's in them. I gotta open this up because I don't even know what's in. So a lot of the things in my library, and I've mentioned this on previous streams, for you, Twin Opinion, and for anyone else who's currently lurking. If you're lurking, thank you. If you're VOD watching, thank you. If you're new to my streams, I've mentioned this before, that some of these movies, especially some of the John Waynes and some of the musicals, were inherited. My parents pretty much downsized. They don't really hold on to their physical media, so I took it because I'm the physical media buff. I mean, better than, selling it or donating it, or at least if it's going to be sold, I'll take care of it. And so the John Waynes have been sort of one of those things, with a few exceptions of some on Blu-ray. In fact, pretty much with the exception of all the ones on Blu-ray that I have, the DVDs of John Wayne were all stuff I inherited. And I'm glad I did, but unfortunately I forget what's on a lot of them. The American Icon Collection. Okay, it's Seven Sinners, Shepherd of the Hills, Pittsburgh, The Conqueror, and Jet Pilot. I know a couple of those are on Blu-ray. The Conqueror is coming to Blu-ray soon from Kino. The Conqueror is worth mentioning because The Conqueror is a movie that unwittingly killed a lot of people, and it might have even contributed to John Wayne's death. It was shot in, I believe, Nevada deserts, where they had been doing nuclear testing. And this is before people knew the full dangers of radiation exposure over time. So, unless I'm mistaken, like half of the crew or a third of the crew wound up dying years later from cancer-related issues. So The Conqueror, yeah. And now, taking that out of it, The Conqueror also, if you've never heard of it, it's an odd movie. It's an odd casting choice. It's a historical epic with John Wayne playing Genghis Khan. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but when I think of Genghis Khan, I don't, or at least I didn't picture John Wayne. Now I picture John Wayne all the time. I wish Genghis Khan was actually John Wayne. But yeah, so The Conqueror, John Wayne as Genghis Khan. A lot of people died eventually. The Screen Legends. Oh, okay. A lot of these are on Blu-ray too. In fact, one of them, I've got the War Wagon on Blu-ray. Reap the Wild Wind, Rooster Cogburn, which is actually Rooster Cogburn and the Lady, Hellfighters, War Wagon, the spoilers. Only one of these that I want to make mention of real quick. Rooster Cogburn and the Lady is the sequel, pseudo-sequel to True Grit. True Grit made... True Grit, of course, did well, so they wanted to capitalize on that. They almost made a Steven Seagal Genghis Khan movie. I'm really sad they did. I am sad too because I would have paid to have I would have paid to have seen that. And B, that'd be one of the few Steven Seagal things anymore where I'd be willing to pay, because the more I have learned over the years about Steven Seagal and his skeevy history, I mean, it's one of those things that's like, wow, why did anyone ever give this guy money? But I would have paid to have seen that. That is something oh my God. That would have been amazing. That would have been amazing. Oh, I'm really sad they didn't make that. I'm really sad they didn't make that. Wow. Okay, John Wayne Adventure. The world could have used that crap. Man, yes. Oh my gosh, that would have been... Well, I just hope it... I guess my thing is I say that, but I just hope it actually would have been crappy and not turned out to have just been mediocre or even decent. It needed to be really crappy. If that would have come out and been totally crappy, oh my gosh, that would have been amazing. See, The Conqueror with John Wayne, the truth is it's not a bad movie. I want to say it's a John Ford production even. So it was either Howard Hawks or John Ford. So it was it's not a, you don't picture John Wayne's not the right pick for Genghis Khan, but it's not a bad movie. But yeah, that would have been amazing with Steven Seagal. I'm just wondering how he would have ruined it too. He probably would have had something in his contract that, you know, his character can never be killed off or anything. So it probably would have severely deviated from history at certain points, I'm guessing. Genghis Khan just single-handedly out there beating an army with slow motion martial arts. Well, not that slow motion. He didn't used to. He flung his hands around kind of fast. The John Wayne Adventure 3-pack. I don't remember In Harm's Way every woman would volunteer to sleep. That would have been it. That would have been his script. I seem to remember there was something where it was said, one of the stories, I remember hearing about this on a podcast or something somewhere. I guess one of the stories when he was making, I don't remember if it was The Glimmer Man or what, when he was making one of the movies with, I guess it was Damon Wayans, I think. And the story was he showed up late one day and apparently said, sorry I'm late. I just got finished reading the most amazing script. It was brilliant. And, oh, who is it by? Oh, well, it's by me. Dude, go away. The John Wayne Adventure 3-pack. Okay, I don't remember In Harm's Way at all. I know Donovan's Reef is coming to 4K and Blu-ray, and Hatari is on 4K and Blu-ray, and just got a nice remaster by Kino. I want to mention those two movies in particular, whether you're a fan of John Wayne or not. Hatari is interesting. It was his last movie, I think, he made with John Ford. I like Hatari. I like Hatari, too. I know that was his last thing he did with John Ford. And Donovan's Reef took me by surprise. I just recently watched, probably within the last couple years, finally watched that. Donovan's Reef, if anyone else, too, has never seen it, it's practically a romantic comedy with John Wayne, and it's really, I don't know. It's one of those movies that you can watch on a lazy Saturday afternoon. Still need to see that one. It's good. Donovan's Reef surprised me. Donovan's Reef surprised me. It was just a good, comfy, cozy movie. Type of thing you can watch on a rainy day afternoon. I mean, I guess I'd lump it into the Goonies category, but it's not like the Goonies. It's not a searching for treasure or anything, but it's just cozy. If that makes sense. Journey to the Center of the Earth, the 1959 one. Nothing much to say there. Kentucky Fried Movie. I really should upgrade on that and get that on Blu-ray. If you've never seen the Kentucky Fried Movie, holy crap. It's all over the place, and I love it. Yeah, Kentucky Fried Movie is awesome. So quotable, and yet I know there's so many parts I can't quote. John Woo's The Killer. You know, I picked up this DVD. This is a Dragon Dynasty reissue. I picked this up probably about a year ago at a dollar store, and I haven't gotten around to watching it yet. I need to. I know, well, I mean, 4-star. I know it's one that it's supposed to be very good. I need to get around to watching this before it comes out on Blu-ray, and it's probably going to be coming to Blu-ray pretty soon. The Killer is getting a 35 mil. Okay, yeah, I thought I had read that it was getting a new scan at some. Yeah, okay. Well, good. I'm glad. That and Hard Boiled. I know Hard Boiled could use a good remaster. I want to say I just read too that Shout Factory has cut some deal with the Hong Kong or Chinese company that owns all of these, so we should be getting some reissues stateside from Shout Factory. Killer Clan. This is basically all those movies are getting remastered. I'm super excited. Yeah, I like I said, I never saw The Killer, but I definitely saw Hard Boiled. In fact, okay, don't tell me it was missing too. I gotta check that now. I know I've got Hard Boiled on the DVD section. I didn't ever pick up the Blu-ray, but I did. Was it missing? No, it was there. Okay, I swear, I keep thinking this site's lost half of my stuff. Okay, wrong page. Go back. Back one. Killer Clan, only thing to mention about this, this has been reissued on Blu-ray now through, I think, through Shout Factory. Shout Factory's got a bunch of this is Shaw Brothers. Shout Factory's got a bunch of Shaw Brothers sets. I've been picking up the Shaw Brothers sets, oh sweet mercy. The Shaw Brothers sets, from Arrow on Blu-ray. I haven't picked up any of the Shout Factory ones just because I get more worried about Shout Factory with scratch discs. Just I've had bad luck with them, and so when it's a set that's like 12 discs, I'm just thinking, oh boy, I'm just asking for pain. But I know that in a lot of cases, and this might be one of them, for some reason the Blu-ray versions we're getting from Shout Factory, some of the ones where we had English dub tracks on DVD, the Blu-rays are missing the English dub track, and that just seems odd. I don't know what it couldn't be. I can't imagine it in something like that with Shaw Brothers being a legal restriction thing. So it's got to be, hate to say it, it's got to just be sloppiness, in my opinion. If I'm wrong on that, you know, if someone works at Shout Factory and wants to correct me, go ahead. But that being said, the DVD release of Killer Clans, I always thought a lot of these Dragon Dynasty releases, they look decent. A lot of people, you know, they knock DVD. Think I like the audio options. Yeah, I like having both. That's the thing. I like if a dub exists, I want it. I don't mind. Sometimes, and I get in different moods. Sometimes I'm in the mood to watch it subtitled with the original. If it's late at night and I might fall or my vision's blurred, I'd rather watch it dubbed. I'm all for making sure it's all preserved. The older and more obscure the dub, the better. Yes. If it's an AIP dub, please, yes. But even this, the Dragon Dynasty DVD, it doesn't look bad upscale. When you know, there's always such a negative connotation, like you can't watch DVDs today on high def or 4K TVs. You can. Do they look softer? Yes. As long as you've got a player that upscales well, though, yeah, it's gonna look soft. It's never gonna look high def or 4K, but a lot of cases it looks fine. And if it's a good master to begin with, a good master, a good DVD to begin with, it looks fine. Killer Tomatoes Eat France. Actually, I should go forward to Killer Tomatoes Strike Back. Okay, so Killer Tomatoes Strike Back was the third Killer Tomatoes movie after Return of the Killer Tomatoes. The good thing about it, I remember, is it had some decent animatronic tomato or puppetry tomato character effects, which was nice, but I thought it was a step down from Return of the Killer Tomatoes. I think Return of the Killer Tomatoes is brilliant. Killer Tomatoes Strike Back just didn't land with me. And the weird thing is, too, I guess it wasn't supposed to be the third one, because Return of the Killer Tomatoes, it teases Killer Tomatoes Eat France at the end of it, and then that didn't happen. Then we got, I skipped Strike Back. It's okay. I mean, it's worth seeing. It's just, it's the lesser. I say it's the lesser, but the truth is I don't like the original Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. I find it, I think the first like half hour of it is good, but I feel like it loses steam. Return of the Killer Tomatoes I loved, and then Killer Tomatoes Eat France I really, really, really liked too. Killer Tomatoes Eat France is billed as part 4 of the Killer Tomatoes trilogy, which I think is brilliant promotion there. The bad thing about both these Blu-rays is they are both, Blu-rays. The bad thing about both these DVDs is, and maybe it's not bad, since they were designed to be direct to video, even though I think they were also shot with a widescreen aspect ratio in mind, the DVDs are open matte 4:3 full screen. It's okay. That's the way they were originally released for rental markets. I can live with that. It would have been nice to have had them matted also if that was the original intention. It's hard to tell. And I say it's hard to tell because when you look at the DVDs, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes was also open matte full screen. Return of the Killer Tomatoes was open matte full screen. Both of these are open matte full screen, but then you come to the Blu-rays and they Attack and Return are both matted to widescreen, which is the way they were shown in theaters, or at least the way Return was. I don't know about Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Okay, I'm getting too much into the weeds. The King and I, one of the musicals that I do like. I like the Rodgers and Hammers, except for Carousel. I like a lot of the classic Rodgers and Hammerstein's musicals, you know, Sound of Music, South Pacific especially. King and I really like. I hold on to, I've got the Blu-ray of it, but I hold on to the DVD of it in part because of what you see here. So for some reason, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Let me see if there's a comparison. The website I'm going to right now is called Capsaholic. They have a lot of screen captures if you want to do comparisons. Not all. It's not fully comprehensive, but sometimes you can get lucky. The King and I, for some reason, half of the scenes on the Blu-ray have a blue hue that shouldn't be there. And so you got a problem. The Blu-ray clearly has better detail. The DVD has better color. I hate when that happens. But just to show you a comparison, let's open it up. Let's scroll it down. Well, there, I don't have to do any more. Okay, that's the Blu-ray, and that's the DVD. This color seems far more accurate to me than that. This just has a weird bluish filter. And like I said, the weird thing is it's not every scene. I don't know if they've got any other examples where it's normal on here, but there are some scenes that, yeah, there are some scenes where they don't seem to be as affected by the blue, like this one. If anything, the DVD then looks bad because it looks too yellow. So, you know, looking like that, it's almost like maybe they looked at the print and thought some scenes were too yellow, so they applied a blue filter, but they didn't go scene by scene. I hate how often this seems to happen. Oh, yeah. It's one of the reasons I did not pick up the Blu-ray exclusive from Disney Movie Club when they were closing of Darby O'Gill and the Little People, because I'd read the color on it, I guess, was just completely desaturated for no apparent reason. King Solomon's Mines, the 1985 version. I've got this on Blu-ray. The Blu-ray's 10 times better. I don't know why I keep the DVD of this except memories. When I was a little kid, and the DVD of King Solomon's Mines is non-anamorphic. It's not 16:9 enhanced. It's 4:3 letterbox, which kind of sucks. This is one of those things that I still need to see this one. It's not good. It's not, okay, it's not a great movie by any stretch of the imagination, but there's something fun about it. When I was a little kid, just like Raiders of the Lost Ark, I could watch this over and over and over again, and I never got bored. And I don't want to call it a hot take because I hate that phrase, hot take, but I think that the soundtrack by Jerry Goldsmith to this is better than the John Williams soundtrack score to Raiders of the Lost Ark. And I know that's blasphemy to be saying that, but I really think Jerry Goldsmith's march from King Solomon's Mines, it's just, yeah, well, I love both. But there's just something about, maybe it's because I haven't heard this one as much. The Indiana Jones one, you know, it's everywhere. The Raiders March, it's everywhere. You hear it in trailers, you hear it in commercials, you hear it in games, whereas this one you don't. So maybe it is the fact that it's something that's more obscure. But I think just in general, for me, I've always, when it came to scores, I think I've always been more of Jerry Goldsmith over John Williams. And that's not to say I don't love John Williams, because to me, the Superman the movie score is, I mean, that's S tier. Well, all of them, Star Wars, etc. Yo, Matt, I'm late today. Welcome in, Luciano. Welcome in. You're never late. Never late at all. We're just doing the yapping. Everything's cool. I don't think you missed anything really groundbreaking other than us talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger as Hercules in New York, which is awful. But yeah, King Solomon's Mine's not a great movie. It is worth your time. I will say the sequel, Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold, which I have the DVD of also, and I hold on to that for a different reason, which I'll mention here. The sequel is really, really bad. It was made when Canon Films was going out of business. They had no money left, and it shows. The ending seems like it was sort of figured out in the editing room and doesn't make a lot of sense. The reason I hold on to it, this isn't even a color difference thing. So the Blu-ray in the United States of Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold, which is probably on page 1 for the DVD, better late than never. Greetings. Welcome in, Super Shops. Welcome in. Hey, you're never late. You're never late. As long as the stream is still going, you are never late. And if you are late, we have the VODs too. Yay! Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold. What I was saying is the Blu-ray of it was released by Olive Films, and they botched it. They released it in mono, and it was shown theatrically in stereo. The old VHS copies, from what I know, were stereo. The DVD from MGM seen here was stereo. But the Blu-ray is mono because they screwed it up and they never corrected it. So that's something that I've been waiting for. I keep hoping Kino will pick it up. I keep hoping Kino or Shout Factory or Vinegar Syndrome, which you mentioned in Twin Opinion. I'd love to see them pick it up. Okay, what page were we? Were on page 8. Not moving very quick. Slow again. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I don't remember much about this except I really liked it. It kind of reminded me of LA Confidential. Crime, dark humor. The best yap. Yeah. Treat this as an ASMR stream if you need to. Feel free to take a nap. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Yeah, hopefully. It's a good crime, and like I said, dark humor. It's a good crime movie. It's got an LA Confidential vibe. I mean, not as good as LA Confidential, but LA Confidential vibe. Kiss of Death. Okay, this is a Shaw Brothers movie that I don't remember too much about. It hasn't been reissued on Blu-ray as far as I know. Maybe it will be at some point. It's sort of a revenge story. A girl gets raped by a bunch of guys, and she goes seeking revenge. She learns to fight and goes seeking revenge, that sort of thing. And once you get past the grapiness, it's good. That being said, the DVD isn't great. There's some problem with the frame rate, so it looks like it's in soap opera mode. Everything looks sped up, and it might be sped up. It might be a botched... I know I'm getting into the weeds now, but it might be a botched PAL to NTSC conversion. I'm not sure. Good movie. Not a great DVD. Picked this one up at a dollar store, so what can you do? Kiss the Girls, which we talked about the other one of these. Along Came a Spider. This was the first one. It was... Gosh, who was the character? Oh, come on. I gotta check this just to find out the name of the character. I can't remember the name of the character. Ay, there's gotta be something here. Kiss the Girls again, hopefully. It's a good, it's a crime thriller. Alex Cross. Okay, I always forget the name of the character. There was a literary character, Alex Cross, played by Morgan Freeman in both as like an FBI psychologist investigator in both Kiss the Girls and in Along Came the Spider. Kiss the Girls was Ashley Judd, victim of a kidnapper, and them trying to track him down before any other girls are kidnapped and killed. That sort of thing. Knight Errant, not much to say here. Jimmy Wong Yu. It's a Jimmy Wong Yu vehicle. Martial arts movie. He used to do a lot of one-armed movies. The one-armed boxer, the one-armed swordsman. Krull. Okay, Krull. So, we've talked about this before. In the Blu-ray. Krull is on Blu-ray from Mill Creek. It is completely bare bones on Blu-ray from Mill Creek. Krull, what year was it? 1983. Krull was a big budget, like Conan meets Star Wars meets Marvel Comics superheroes type of movie. It's like a sci-fi fantasy semi-barbarian thing, and it's really a heck of a lot of fun. And my understanding is Columbia promoted the crap out of this thing. There was even an Atari 2600 game. There's a Marvel Comics adaptation. They pushed it big. It was, like I said, it was big budget. It had big sets. I think they kind of ran out of money with one part towards some of the beginning sequences look a little cheaper than the rest, but this was a big thing. I don't think it did very well. It's a cult classic now, but I don't think it did very well originally. Now, the DVD of this was released during the golden age of special editions. So, whereas the Blu-ray is sadly completely bare bones, if you love this movie, you can find it on DVD very cheap, and you can supplement that with everything that's on this. Audio commentary with the director, actors, and editor. Another behind-the-scenes commentary. It's got a on-disc video adaptation of the Marvel Comics adaptation. Original featurette, gallery trailers, etc., and so forth. Sony and Columbia went all out with this DVD. This is one of those ones back when, companies really cared, when the studios really cared. Like I said, the golden age of DVD special editions. If only it was still that way. Call the Conqueror. So it's from the same guy who wrote, I can't think of his name offhand. The guy who wrote Conan the Barbarian, the original novels, I can't think of his name. I don't know why, and Red Sonja and everything. He wrote the original book, Call the Conqueror, and they made a movie of it with Kevin Sorbo. And the movie, this was while he was still, when Kevin Sorbo was still synonymous with Hercules. So they basically put him in another movie that was Hercules again, but not. Talk about being typecast. I don't remember much about this, except I didn't think it was that great. And apparently other people didn't, because I just noticed there when that popped up, it said it was IMDb 5.2 stars. Yeah, Cull's not that great. And I know there's a Blu-ray of it out, but the Blu-ray, I want to say the Blu-ray is Mill Creek. Are they both Mill Creek? Is this Mill Creek too? Okay, now you got me. I gotta check. No, okay. Interesting. So there's a Blu-ray that is Universal, and it looks like there's a Mill Creek Blu-ray too. I think, yeah, part of their retro VHS collection. Oh darn it. Unfortunately, it's not the greatest transfer, so I've never picked up. And I said I didn't like the movie. Why? I mean, I don't... Chat, I'm getting lost in my own head. I don't dislike the movie, but it's just kind of bland. It's just kind of there. It's one of those things where if you're watching a bunch of barbarian fantasy movies and you finish the Conans and you finish Red Sonja and you finish Krull and you finish Beastmaster and you finish, I guess, Legend, if you want to throw that in there, then you do Cull the Conqueror just because you want to do more. Yeah. That'll work. Kung Fu Hustle. Kung Fu Hustle is awesome. You're probably wondering, if I say it's awesome, why don't I have it on Blu-ray? Krull, Cull, yeah, there are too much of it. Yeah. Kung Fu Hustle, I say, is great, so why don't I have it on Blu-ray? Well, I'll tell you, there's a reason. Unless I'm mistaken, and if anyone knows this and knows I'm mistaken in chat, feel free to correct me, but so when Kung Fu Hustle went to US theaters, when it came to America, it was digitally edited. I guess to get like a PG-13 rating or something, they like digitally removed what little blood there was and a few other little things. And as far as I know, that version, which is also this DVD right here, which is also, well, not which is also, as far as I know, that version, which is also this DVD here, is also the version. Yeah, the Stephen Chow movies always get the original versions. Yeah. As far as I know, the Blu-ray is the edited version. DVD fared a little better, because after they released this edition, they did their double dipping cash grab, and in 2004 they released this, which was the axe kicking edition, which was the uncut version, still included the both the Cantonese and the English dub, and it also had a bunch of all new special features. So fully loaded special edition, plus it was the uncut version. And sadly, that is not the version that's on Blu-ray, even though Blu-rays had like reissues and steelbooks and everything else. It'd be nice if another company other than Sony got their hands on it. They did the same with Kung Fu Soccer. Yeah, and I've got the DVD of it, which had both versions on it. I know the dubbed version is the shorter one, and then it's got the uncut Cantonese version. In this case, both versions are dubbed, because in this case, I don't even know if it was a difference in the length, because let me see, 100 minutes versus 100 minutes. Yeah, in the case of Kung Fu Hustle, it wasn't even a case of a different length. They just went through and digitally photoshopped some stuff to mess it up, which I don't get it. I don't get it. Kung Pao Enter the Fist. I do want to mention this real quick. Kung Pao Enter the Fist, or as I like to call it, Masterpiece. I love Kung Pao Enter the Fist. I think Kung Pao Enter the Fist is brilliant. I think Steve Odekirk, the idea he had to take an old Jimmy Wong Yu martial arts movie, I think it was called Tiger and Crane Fist, for him to thank you. I think for him to take that movie and to digitally insert himself into it and to redub all the actors and then shoot additional scenes and have everyone speak gibberish so that they could be then redubbed and look like they were all out of sync. There's nothing about this does it have high points and low points? Sure. It's a movie. But it's brilliant. And I can't believe, yes. I love that. I love that he voiced her himself. That was that's a lot of nuts. Yes. Oh my gosh, I love, and the deleted scenes too. It's sad that the deleted scenes weren't in the movie, because they had there was this whole subplot of him being tortured with electrodes attached to his junk by some guy riding a bicycle. I forget what it was. It has to do with removing a tattoo from his face. There was this whole subplot that was cut that looked pretty kind of awesome. I think it's a shame, and I don't know why. Maybe there's something where it's stuck in legal hell. I don't know why this hasn't gotten a Blu-ray release. I would have thought 20th Century Fox, even though they're owned by Disney now, what can you do? But I would have thought Shout Factory, they've done 20th Century Fox stuff. Kino has done Fox stuff. Criterion, you never know. I'm not going to say, who knows? Criterion, sometimes they do, everything will be artsy fartsy, and then suddenly here comes something random. I'm amazed this hasn't gotten a Blu-ray. It's been released. I know there's a high definition version because it has been on streaming, and it has been on HD TV channels at some point. Yeah, I'm surprised we never got a Blu-ray of this. I remember when there were some people who tried to tell me that this movie sucked, and I just think they are nuts. Kung Pao is the greatest kung fu movie ever made. It's right up there at the top. You know what? I'm probably gonna say top 5. I wish we got the sequel, but he said the ideas never got as good as the original, so he never did Kung Pao 2. Is that why? That's too bad. That's too bad. I would have thought, I guess my thought is there's plenty other movies out. I kind of can see that, because I can see where after a time you're sort of the joke of inserting yourself into the movie. At some point, it becomes the same joke. I can honestly respect that too, because I'm thinking at some point I wish it would have happened. I think I would have had a lot of fun with it, but I think we would be saying, oh, well, but it wasn't as good as the original. Well, to talk about his movies, we've mentioned before, and we haven't gotten to the last ones, he also did these thumb cinema things on DVD. They're like 30-minute shorts with these talking thumbs, and we've talked about a few of them so far, like the Blair Thumb Project, Bat Thumb, Franken Thumb, and the God Thumb. And the thing is, there were 6 of them total, and it did seem, even with those, like after the third one, which was the Blair Thumb, because it was Thumb Wars, which was Star Wars, Thumbtanic, and then the Blair Thumb. It seemed like after that, so dumb, but I respect the hustle. Yeah. The thumb things they started strong, but then once you got to the third one, it felt like, well, we're just having, other than some of the jokes that are in it, it's the same thing. And it kind of, it ran out of steam. Yeah, sort of like going back to Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Ran out of steam after 30 minutes. Wait, he's the same guy that did the Yes, Steve Odekirk did the Thumb series. Thumb Wars was too good. Thumb Wars is great. I thought Thumbtanic was great, especially the intro to Thumbtanic too, with him and Thummy explaining how the volume works on your volume control as if it's a DVD special feature. Hey, tell him about the volume. Oh yeah, if you turn it up, it gets really loud, but if you turn it down, it gets really quiet. I thought that was brilliant. But then once they got to Blair Thumb, it started tapering off, and the others were forgettable. It was such a product of its time. Yeah, you can't that's true, because you look at it now, and now it's like, well, so what? Anyone making a meme can do this. Anyone with a copy of, DaVinci or the right editing software and some Photoshop and etc., you can do this stuff. But then it's like Annoying Orange. It is Annoying Orange. At the time, Annoying Orange was annoying, but it was fresh. Now, sometimes you just can't go home, for lack of a better way to put it. But Kung Pao, I am going to say Kung Pao, I think that's timeless. It was just about to... You were? Were you? Yeah, well, they are. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're so similar. Real quick hydration break. If you've got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Excuse me. Labyrinth on Superbit. I've said this before. So I've got, when we went over the Blu-rays, I've got a hydration break, but not orange juice. So yeah, no annoying oranges today. Just carbonated water. And it's one I'm never going to buy again. I'll go ahead and, so it's LaCroix or LaCroix. I don't know how they pronounce it. I'm not going to be hoity-toity about it. It's Beach Plum. I mean, all sparkling water is basically the same, but, yeah, I don't know. Just not my fave. It's okay. It's not the worst, but it's just not my fave. So Labyrinth on Superbit. I've talked before. I do have Labyrinth on the Blu-ray releases, the Digibook, which I chose the Digibook Blu-ray over the 4K. And that's something I'll give my 4K opinion, which you might really disagree with, twin opinion, but I'll go ahead and get it out there momentarily. Labyrinth, I hold on to this just because it's Superbit. I think the Superbit DVDs, which was this, it was this whole line of discs that were supposed to have superior bit rate, trying to make things look better on the for the upcoming high definition TVs by giving things a maxed out bit rate. I just think they're collectible. So they're just, any Superbit titles I have, I just hold on to just because I just think it's neat. So my position on 4K, I've said this on other streams, whenever I buy something on, with a very few exceptions, when I buy something and it comes down to buying a Blu-ray or 4K, 9 times out of 10, if it's the combo pack, 9 times out of 10, I'll buy the 4K Blu-ray combo pack. With some exceptions, if I have to choose between the 4K and the Blu-ray, I will usually go for the Blu-ray. And that's just because compatibility across the board. And the other reason is it's something that, and maybe it's not true and it just stuck with me. When 4K discs first became the norm, I remember Kino was still releasing a lot of things as being a 2K master. And everyone was asking, well, why aren't you releasing it 4K? Why aren't you releasing it 4K? And at the time, a statement came out that the reason we're not releasing these 4K is because the natural resolution of 35 millimeter is roughly equivalent to 2K. So 4K is actually a blow up. And the natural colorimetry of film is closer to, I guess it's the BT709, the color codecs of high definition, than it is to the HDR of 4K discs. And I always thought that was, and that stuck with me. Now that may not be true. I love 4K, and I think 4K is infinitely beneficial, especially when it comes to the preservation of things, because even if it's a blow up, it's better to scan things into a blow up, because if you're scanning them into a blow up, you're giving yourself that much more data to work with when it comes restoration time. Just like now when we see things, when they say they're scanned in 8K with certain movies for all the restoration purposes. But when it comes to the output, that's always stuck with me, that like, well, maybe Blu-ray, maybe HD is closer to the theatrical experience. So I don't know. And maybe I'm completely wrong about that, but I do remember that was said at one point, and that's always stuck with me. So if I have now offended all the 4K enthusiasts, my apologies. I love 4K, I buy 4K. I love 4K and I buy 4K. When it comes to, I'm a videographer on the side, I prefer 2K on my project. I just like the look. Okay. Well, and maybe that's partially even why. Maybe it's because 2K, if what I said is accurate, and I'm assuming it is, because I've heard some people come back and say, nuh-uh, that's not true, but they've never really shown me anything to the contrary. Maybe that's because 2K is a lot closer to the 35 millimeter that we're used to in general. Excluding your big fancy Todd AO 70 millimeter epic Oklahoma productions and whatnot. Okay. Yeah, so when it's come to, I buy things the best version there is, but a lot of times, unless there's a specific reason for me to get the 4K, unless there's, if it's a very obvious upgrade because there's something wrong with the Blu-ray, I'll stick with the Blu-ray. And what we mentioned earlier, that's I still like you like 8mm too. Nothing wrong with that. One of my favorite bootleg copies of Star Wars was sourced from 8mm at one point. I think it was missing part of a reel, but I always loved the look of it. It always had a nice grindhouse feel. Yeah, I like 16mm. I like 8mm. They all have everything's got its unique look. It's just like I love Laserdisc for the audio. My Laserdisc player is busted too, which eats away at me, but I love the audio of Laserdisc. I gotta move on. Okay. Frank Sinatra, Lady in Cement. This is a sequel. Probably can't see it, but it says Tony Rome. They're all fun. I even like my few VCD. Oh my gosh, someone else who knows about VCDs. I hear you. I've only got I really only have one VCD that I consider worth. How should I put? Okay. I've really only got one VCD that I consider part of my library, and that is I've got a VCD copy of Star Wars: The Phantom Menace. And the only reason I picked it up, I remember I was just a little madamus at the time, and DVD was already out, but episode 1 was only on VHS, at least here in the States. And so I was online and I read about VCDs and them being like DVDs, and I basically convinced my parents, hey, order this on VCD, because why should you buy it on VHS when you can get it on a CD? That's going to be a step up. And yeah, I still have that. But that said, I wish, if I knew that VCDs were going to disappear the way that they just seem to have evaporated, man, I would have found a way to just buy up and build a little collection of them just because I think they're cool. They don't look great, but there's something cool about VCDs. But yeah, my only real one is Star Wars: The Phantom Menace. I tried to buy, I bought a copy of Star Trek: The Motion Picture on one, but I don't keep it in my library because the cover said it was the theatrical cut and it was the director's edition, and the discs arrived all scratched. All mine are Cantonese, I think. Nice. I think mine, I think the Star Wars copy, it's fully in English, but I think it was Indonesian. I want to say it's an Indonesian. It's a lot easier to find Cantonese films on VCD. I think even today there are a few places you could probably get them, like oh gosh, I keep thinking of, there's a site I used to go to, I don't know if it was Play Asia. I can't remember. But yeah, I think mine was Indonesian. Well, I'd accept a movie in Spanish. Hey, that's fine. Sadly, VCDs, I don't think they ever had them in Spain or Mexico. So for anyone who's unfamiliar, who's joining, wow, we went off on a tangent. VCD, or video CD, was a format that was pushed mostly in Asian countries as an alternative to VHS. And this was before before DVD became a thing. It was movies on CD, regular CD, in standard definition, or in lower than standard definition. It was like 352 by 240. They were in MPEG. I don't know if it was MPEG 2 or just MPEG 1. They might have just been in MPEG 1 video. But they were the type of movies, they were on CD, they looked fine on a CRT, but you try watching them on an LCD or a high definition TV, and oh, look at all that block noise. But yeah, it was just, they were super compressed. Each disc could only hold about an hour. So movies would be split between, usually every movie was like 2 discs a piece. But it was a format that was pushed overseas, and it never even showed up on US shores except when people started importing them. I think it was big with the karaoke audience too, because a lot of karaoke players have built-in, they have VCD functionality listed. So I think it was a big format, popular format for karaoke systems, I'm guessing. Overseas more so. Well, and by overseas I mean not the USA. Lady in Cement. Tony Rome. Okay, this is a sequel to something called Tony Rome. Frank Sinatra did these 2 Private Eye movies they're very 60s. They're almost, you could almost call, they almost fall into the James Bond sort of type. Not really, no, that's not fair. They're very much a product of their time. But he did these 2 parts are even tongue-in-cheek, but not really. They're meant to be how do you describe it? They're very 60s, but also film noir. Private detective movies starring Frank Sinatra as a character called Tony Rome, operating out of Miami. So they were all shot in Florida. And it's always interesting watching a movie that takes place in Florida where almost everyone is wearing 3-piece suits because of the time period. Because, man, I can't imagine walking around, in a suit in Florida and not just getting drenched in sweat. nothing to say really to see here. The two Lara Croft Tomb Raider movies with Angelina Jolie, I should pick those up on Blu-ray someday. I never thought they were the greatest, but I thought they were okay, but they're not my favorite. I always liken these, even though Tomb Raider isn't really an Indiana Jones ripoff, I always liken these to Indiana Jones ripoffs or poor man's Indiana Jones movies. And from that perspective, they're not my favorite of that genre. They're okay, but they're not my favorite. A three-piece suit in Florida, you must not have sweat glands. Yeah, and yet it doesn't look like he sweated. They must have been keeping Frank Sinatra very dry, although Madamus doesn't seem to be wearing a t-shirt. No. Yeah, that's true. I have given away that I live in Florida. I also run the AC 24/7, and I try to avoid touching grass. Barry Gordy's The Last Dragon. This is on Blu-ray, and I think it might even be on 4K now. Let's take a look. Yes, it is. It's on 4K and it's on Blu-ray. Barry Gordy was the founder of Motown, and he wanted to make a martial arts movie that was... I almost was going to use the word blaxploitation, but it's not really. It's not really, but it's very much a 80s Motown martial arts movie. It's with the Shogun named Sho'nuff. Am I the baddest? Sho'nuff! I'm lucky with this DVD too, because my copy is in widescreen. One of the problems with The Last Dragon, and actually I think mine might be in a different cover, I'm not sure. One of the problems with the Last Dragon is it was originally released as a double-sided DVD, with side A being widescreen and side B being the cropped full-screen version. Later on, they cut it down to save money to a single-sided DVD, and left it as just the full screen cropped version only. God only knows why. But they left the covers saying widescreen and full screen. So yeah, I'm lucky enough that mine's both. Latitude Zero. Okay, I'll mention this one just brief. This is it still? Apparently... I can't open my Amazon because it might show my name. Will it show my name? No. Oh, it's not even... Well, they list it as available on Amazon, but apparently it's not. So that isn't even right with the price. Latitude Zero is a Toho movie. It's not the typical Toho giant monsters movie. It's more like a Journey to the Center of Earth, or the one we mentioned earlier, Island at the Top of the World movie. It's a group of... I don't know how to even describe it. It doesn't have a journalist is saved by a giant submarine captained by a 200-year-old man who takes him to an underwater paradise city where no one ages. That's when monsters and mutants sent by the captain's rival, a 200-year-old scientist, attack. Only thing to say about this is that time is not completely right. The DVD was released by Media Blasters and Tokyo Shock. Latitude Zero, now that I've distracted myself so much. Latitude Zero, Tokyo Shock release, Media Blasters. Back when Toho used to let companies do some stuff. It's a 2-disc set. It includes both the Japanese version, which is 105 minutes, or the US the international English version, which is 145 minutes. And it has a Japanese version, which is closer to 90 minutes. So the Japanese version was shorter. I don't know why. Thank you very much, those Super Shofts, for pointing that out. Ugh. I think you can edit out parts of the body. Yeah, you can. The problem, Luciano, and the reason why I said private it initially, but I'm not going to because I'd rather just keep it good with the algorithm. The problem is you have to wait like 48 hours for it to be processed. Waiting on YouTube to process something. It's amazing because you can live stream and you're fine, but then afterwards they have to process the video into the VOD, and best of luck with that editing. It should be fine. In fact, I'm making a note 10. Yeah, moving on to the movies. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to wait. I probably won't be able to do it for 24 to 48 hours, but that's okay. So yeah, 2 different versions, out of print. Too bad. Wish it was in print. Not the greatest Toho movie, but it is interesting. Lawrence of Arabia, this is the old limited edition DVD, not the big gift set edition, but the limited edition. I've got this on Blu-ray. I keep the DVD just because it's a really nice package. This, you can kind of see on screen the texture. It's a digibook package, or a digipack. No, I think it's a full digibook, but it's got this really, it's a cloth case. Or no, it might be paper with just a cloth texture, but it's really nice. Sag, I miss the self-doxing. No, Omega, please don't. Yeah, well, hopefully I can get it. Yeah. I need to rewatch this one, only seen on VHS. Yeah, do you need a hug now, Matt? No, I'm good, Super Shops, but thank you. And thank you seriously for pointing that out. Yeah, Omegs, I pulled a Sarah Casera. If you're not familiar with Sarah Casera, she's a friend of ours. She is with Lucid Multimedia. She streams a lot. She's insanely talented. And she has a bad habit of doxing herself on stream. Astra Raid, not really, but hey, Matt. Oh, well, that's okay. It's the thought that counts. Welcome in, Jay. Welcome in. You know, that's a good point. Does Astra know he can raid? Because I've never seen him raid into people. I know because he can raid, you know, once you get to 1K subs, you can start raiding into people. I don't know if he has started doing that. Well, Astra, if you could read my mind, you could start raiding people once you hit 1K, which you have well passed. Well, welcome, Jay. Welcome. We talked about it. Did you? Okay. 2-disc limited edition. Yeah, you only seen it on VHS. Gotcha. I never... Well, this was the first edition I ever saw it. I never saw a full screen copy of it. Is there anything else to say about this? Yeah, nothing much to say about this one except I keep it because I really like the cover. I think he does. Okay, good. Because sometimes I sometimes wonder, because there's certain VTubers I watch who never do any raids, and I wonder, is it just that they're choosing not to, or is it that they don't know that they can? Because I know that was one of the things I wanted to make sure, you know, when I hit 1K, it was like, okay, YouTube, open this up for me. Lawrence of Arabia, you know, it's weird. Even though I've got this on Blu-ray and I've got this extra copy on DVD, I'm not a huge fan of the movie. It's one of those movies that I appreciate. It's sort of like Citizen Kane. It's like Citizen Kane in that it's a movie I appreciate, and I get why it's such a big deal, but it's just something I can't bring myself back to watch again. I feel like it's such a long slog, and it is. I mean, 226 minutes, that's almost it's almost a 4-hour movie, chat. I say that, and yet I know if Star Trek the Motion Picture was 4 hours, I could still watch it. Jackie Chan, Legend of Drunken Master, aka Drunken Master 2. This is the, there are 2 different English versions. There's the international English version, and there is the US theatrical version released through, I think, Miramax. This is the US theatrical version. So good. It's a fun movie, and it's something I really regret. This version was on Blu-ray, and I never picked it up. And then Warner Brothers, through Warner Archive, reissued it with the international version, but they weren't able to get the permission to release the Miramax version. And it's one of those things where I'd really like to have both of them on Blu-ray, so I've never picked up the other one, which maybe that's stupid on my part. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see if another company makes a deal and options it or something. Yeah, it's a fun movie. And so much different than the original, like, whatever, 1980s or maybe even late 70s Drunken Master with Jackie Chan. Very different vibe. Okay. Well, excuse me, princess. It's The Legend of Zelda, the complete animated series. You can still get this on DVD, but it's now from different companies. This is the original Shout Factory release when Shout Factory just started. At least on DVD, when they were first making a name for themselves. And it's the version that it has some, but not all, of the the live-action bridging segments from the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, which you can watch either with it or you can skip them and just watch the animated series. So, Zelda, the animated series. It's nothing like the games. But it's where the meme came from of, excuse me, princess. If you were wondering where that came from, this is the wellspring. Hydration break again. Wearing out my throat. But we gotta get through this. Not much to say about this. Legend of Zorro. It's the sequel to The Mask of Zorro. With Antonio Banderas. I like The Mask of Zorro, which also had Anthony Hopkins. There was a time when I wasn't sure if my memories of this show were correct. Turns out they were. Oh, really? Which memories? The Mario part or the excuse me, princess part? There's so many shows that, yeah. Captain N, the Game Master, was one with me where little things I remembered and turned out they were right. About Simon Belmont being basically a douche. And Mega Man being a dwarf. All of it, all those old video game shows were terrible. You know what? I give Captain N, the Game Master, a pass, and I give it a pass because it got me interested in a lot of the old Nintendo games, even though it was not accurate to them at all. I think it had a great concept of, you know, player fighting through video game land type thing. I mean, it's stupid, but I think it works. And it did get me interested in a lot of the 8-bit stuff. So I'll give Captain N a special pass with that. I forgive it for some of that. Can't argue with that. It got us kids to buy more. Yeah, it did. And then wonder why the game wasn't anything like what we saw in the show. Legend of Zorro. I like The Mask of Zorro. I didn't think The Legend of Zorro was that great. In fact, it just felt dumbed down. I don't know how else to put it. Okay, Lethal Weapon. So I've got the Lethal Weapons on Blu-ray. I hold on to Lethal Weapon 1, 2, and 3 on DVD because they were released as, and I'm going to put this in air quotes, director's cuts. They are not director's cuts. As far as I know, the versions of Lethal Weapons 1, 2, and 3 that went to theaters are the director's cut. They are the director's cut. But these are editions where Warner Brothers found deleted scenes and decided to put them back in, and I guess Richard Donner, the director, must have given his blessing So they're just extended versions of the Lethal Weapons 1, 2, and 3. The first one, I don't remember how many extra minutes it is. It might be like 10 minutes. Let's take a look. And I know it's missing one scene on this one too. Okay, this one has because it doesn't have an audio commentary, so I don't think Richard Donner actually, it's not his true director's cut. 7 minutes. So this one had an additional 7 minutes, and they were diminishing returns with each of them. Lethal Weapon 2, I want to say it's like arbitrary extended cut. Yeah, and back in that period where if it's extended, it must be a director's cut. When they would just call everything a director's cut. Anchor Bay was notorious for this. Supergirl is something I've talked about before with the Blu-ray, and I'll probably talk about with the DVD. There's a super extended version, which was basically it was an unreleased television cut that they called the director's cut. It's not the director's cut because it's missing 2 jokes that were cut for swear words, and the director's on the audio commentary laughing about both of them. Hello, Matt and chat. Welcome in, Kimmy. Welcome in. It's just doing the yapping today. Just yapping about movies again. I used to fall for extended cuts. I appreciate alternate versions. Supergirl once remarked, "No human could break her grip." Was that in the new TV show, or was that in the comic books, Jay? I've never watched any of the new TV show. I still like extended cuts, but I don't like them in place of a true director's cut or a true theatrical cut or even a true producer's cut. Possible exception to The Lord of the Rings, which I consider a director's cut. I prefer the extended ones on that. All the time. Comics, I believe. I just don't want to be misled. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A good example of that, which is not in the back library because like an idiot, I sold my copy years ago. The original Dawn of the Dead from 1978. So there's several versions, but there's like 3 principal versions. The US theatrical cut, which is the director's cut. The European cut, which is the producer's cut. And the Cannes Film Festival cut, which is just an extended version, pre-release version. The Cannes Film Festival cut used to be marketed as the director's cut. It wasn't the director's cut. It was not the George Romero director's cut. I can't even remember which versions I have at this point. Well, the one I used to hate myself for, was Anchor Bay had this, it was a 4-disc Ultimate Edition on DVD that had those 3 versions. It had the theatrical cut, director's cut, the European cut, and the Cannes Film Festival cut. And if I knew then what I know now, that movie was going to be stuck in legal hell with home video and Blu-ray going forward, oh, I would have held on to it, or I would have held on to it and sold it for more. Because I remember selling that. I was so happy. I resold that on eBay for $100, thinking this is going to be out on Blu-ray. I sold it for $100, thinking this is going to be out on Blu-ray within the next 4 or 5 years. I can sit it out. That was a while ago. What can you do? So back to Lethal Weapon 2. This version is... how many? This one has 4 extra minutes is all. My buddy did that same thing, I think. Yeah, I've done it with some games too. I regret games, I think, more than movies. Just because the retro game market is nuts. Oh, and I might as well go ahead and say right now, a Lethal Decision worth $100. Yeah, I mean, the good news is it was more than I paid. The original DVD, I could tell you at the time I bought it was probably like $30. So I made a heck of a profit. LOL, did you use that money to buy more movies? It was later in life, so I'm sure it did eventually go into buy more movies, but it just went into my bank account. Like most of the stuff, the few things I sell on eBay now. under a user handle no one will ever guess, so don't attempt doxing me with that. Even though I already doxed myself tonight. I pulled a Kimmy already knows, Jay, I think he already knows, Omegs definitely knows, Super Shops pointed it out. I pulled a Sarah. I doxed myself. Lethal Weapon 3. I think it only added a little tiny bit back in. It doesn't even say, 3 minutes was all. Yeah, so I gotta go back and edit the VOD after it's processed, but I'm not gonna private it beforehand. What can you do before? Did I say beforehand? Yeah, I'm not gonna private it in my forehead. What's wrong with me? Beforehand. Pro likes to edge. No. Honestly, it was just. I opened up Amazon not knowing I was still logged into it on this PC because it's my gaming PC. I opened up Amazon and of course it, shows details at the top of the page. So, what can you do? And now I just told people where to find the doxing. I'm an idiot. When you stream too much and your speaking is all messed up. Oh yeah. Well, I have cut. Oh no, Omegs, no. You're so good. Well, I learned from the best. We've already established that from the queen of it. Omegs would like to give you a hug, IRL. No, and I'm just gonna say the information you see at the top with that was doxed may not be accurate. It may not the especially anything locale that I wouldn't put money on. I would not put money on it. Sending flowers to your location today. Legal advice. Shut up. I know. Oh, I'm getting worse. I better call Saul. Oh man. I have cut back my days of streaming. I don't do 7 days a week anymore, so at least I'm probably my brain's gonna catch up to my mouth eventually. The movies, yes. Lethal Weapon 3 is only 3 minutes longer, but that's why I hold on to those. Before we go to Little Shop of Horrors, I'll just go ahead and say the Bond ones. I say this every time, I'll say it again. All of the old MGM special editions of the Bond movies, License to Kill, Live and Let Die, Living Daylights, I hold on to just because their special editions on DVD were so cool. The menus are so awesome. If you've never seen the menus on not the Ultimate editions, but the older special editions, they're worth your time. Matt, are you sure? Did you do it on purpose to receive Omegs Flock? No. Oh gosh, no. No, I didn't. No, it was. I didn't even think he was here anymore. I miss menus being cool. Me too, to an opinion. And a lot of these Blu-rays where it's just like gray text at the bottom where they don't even bother with a menu anymore. It's just, ugh. He's been sending hints all this time. No! Oh, sweet mercy, Little Shop of Matt's Brain. Pretty much, are you going to cry on stream? No, not for this. If I have to play Torrens Passage again, that might happen. Little Shop of Horrors. Okay, this isn't the musical. This is the Roger Corman movie. Haha, Omegs, don't forget to send him a love card. No! Bro is shy for real. Oh, it just keeps getting worse. Little Shop of Horrors. Little Shop of... Thank you, Super Shops. Little Shop of Horrors. So this isn't the... It always says featuring Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson's in it for like a minute. This is the Roger Corman version of Little Shop of Horrors, which was long before the musical and the 80s movie, the one that everyone loves. It's a release from Legend because the movie's in public domain, so it's got the black and white version and the colorized version. So what's interesting to me, I do want to say just real quick about this movie. It's not necessarily interesting about the Blu-ray, but it's interesting about the movie. I love how every early Jack Nicholson appearance gets first billing. Yeah, to me, what makes this movie is about the history of it. It is not a good movie. I'm sure there's someone out there who loves it. Good for you. It's not a good movie. The remake's great. It's just not good. Oh, Megs makes sure Matt eats to send him pizzas every now and then. Stop! Oh, sweet mercy. So the history of this movie is it came as a bet. Roger Corman was bet by somebody that he could not make a movie within 3 days. So he made a movie in 3 days, sending him the key to my house. Bro. Oh, what have I done? So yes, it was just it was a bet. Roger Corman was bet by someone, hey, because he used to make all sorts of cheap movies and he'd make them quick, and he was bet, I bet you couldn't make a movie in 3 days, and he took the bet and he won. Roger Corman made Little Shop of Horrors in 3 days. Now, I think that was just shooting. It might have just been shooting, or it might have been everything but the edit. I don't know how much, but it was something where he was bet he couldn't complete it in 3, and he did. And that's the original Little Shop of Horrors, the movie that's led to the remake in the 80s that everyone, most people know, and the stage musicals, and it would suddenly see more. It all started as a vanity bet. Yep. And like I said, it's not that good. It's a 3-day movie. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, unrated director's cut. I'm going to be honest, I don't even remember this movie. I don't remember Lock, Stock at all. So I should probably rewatch that someday. Lonesome Dove. Lonesome Dove was a made-for-TV Western miniseries. It's a really good miniseries. It's long. Lonesome Dove is long. Lonesome Dove is, yeah, 300. It's 4 movies. It's basically 4 90-minute movies. The reason I've still got the DVD does not look that good. It's an older video-based transfer. Lonesome Dove is on Blu-ray, but I stick with the DVD because this thing was originally shown on TV in 4:3. The Blu-ray has been cropped and matted to widescreen, and I think it might have been opened up a little on the sides, but the framing's different. And so I've kind of been holding out for a Blu-ray that has both versions. Hydration break again. Looney Tunes. So excluding this one, the movie collection, which I'll come back to because this is kind of a weird situation. Warner Brothers with Looney Tunes on DVD, they did 2 things. First, they released a set called the Golden Collection, which were these big 4-disc collector's sets. Tons of cartoons. And then they released smaller spotlight collections for people who just wanted more of a best of, who weren't the avid fans. That's what these are just the spotlight collections. I like Looney Tunes as much as the next person, just not enough to, go all out with the Golden Collections, right or wrong. Volumes 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8. Well, wait a second, where's volume 3? Okay, so that's the crux of it. That's the weird one. So when the Golden Collection Volume 3 came out, the third Golden Collection of Looney Tunes was a set of World War II cartoons. And Warner Brothers decided these little spotlight collections are more designed for the casual consumer. We're not going to put the World War II cartoons for the casual consumer. So they never labeled it as Volume 3. I wish they would have. Instead, they released in place of Volume 3 this Looney Tunes movie collection, which is 2 of the theatrical Looney Tunes movies. Which ones are they? I forget. It's movie number 1 and movie number 3. I know that. It's it's the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner movie and Bugs Bunny's third movie, 1001 Rabbit Tales. Now, going back to what my voice broke there. Going back to something I mentioned on a previous stream. The Looney Tune movies in theaters weren't real movies. They weren't real movies. What they did is they would take a bunch of Looney Tunes shorts that they thought they could make a narrative out of, and they would animate little bridging segments, like in this case, 1001 Rabbit Tales. They created a bridging segments of Bugs Bunny telling to an Arabian king these different tales, and they put in there different Arabian Nights themed Looney Tunes cartoons. So they weren't really movies. They would take the old Looney Tunes shorts and they'd recut them and force them to be a movie. And then they'd release it to theaters, rated G, as a cash grab. And it worked. It worked. If it didn't work, they wouldn't have kept doing it. They kept doing it. You know, you know, you can be like Disney, and you can actually, during this period, back in the late 70s, early 80s, you could be like Disney, and you could be like other studios, and you can, you know, be creative and edit and animate a new movie, you know, make a real movie, or you could just put other stuff into a theater and get little drooling kids to go watch it. That's what Warner did. Cash grab, and it worked. Which also comes to this one, the Bugs Bunny, the Looney Bugs Bunny movie. That's Bugs Bunny's second movie. So this is 1 and 3. Number 2 was released separately, and then there's a few of the other ones we've talked about before. Lord of the Rings. This is the original animated Lord of the Rings from Ralph Bakshi. It is on Blu-ray. I keep the DVD because the DVD has the original 2.0 sound mix. And I also keep the DVD because there's something I like about the old snap case. The old paper snap case on it. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but I dig it. What time is it? It's 10:40. We're going to keep going a little longer. So if any of you get tired, you know, don't feel bad ducking out. Lost in La Mancha is a documentary from 2002. Okay, so this, gosh, I'm talking about each of these. So let me just say, for anyone who's joining us, by the way, welcome in. If you're watching in the background, welcome in. If you're lurking, thank you. If you're VOD watching, thank you. Just don't watch the doxing part, which will be gone probably by the time you're watching this. Yeah, so, when I started doing these streams, I originally thought I'd just be talking about a couple of them. Instead, I seem to talk about every single thing. Lost in La Mancha is a documentary. I don't buy that many documentaries. This one I thought was interesting. So Terry Gilliam, and it was released a few years ago. There's a movie Terry Gilliam did. What do you mean doxing? You didn't dox yourself. Absolutely. Glad you keep bringing it up for everyone who missed it. You really want me? Darn it, I am so stupid. Pro streamer. Okay. Terry Gilliam, haha, well now at Jaber and Megs will forever pester you until the end of stream. I'm just, I don't deserve nice things and having fun. Lost in La Mancha. Lost in La Mancha, he want them flowers and chocolates. No, if this isn't the biggest hint, I don't know what it is. No, I meant it as just a joke when I was referencing people coming in to make them say, wait, what? And then I don't think about what I say. It just pops out there. Anyway, again, need a hug. No, Lost in La Mancha. So, maybe you guys saw it, maybe you didn't. Just a couple years ago, there was a movie from Terry Gilliam with Adam Driver called The Man Who Killed Don Quixote. The Man Who Killed Don Quixote originally wasn't with Adam Driver. It was with Johnny Depp. And it was kind of sort of partially shot, and it just turned into a nightmare. It's a film nightmare. So, how do I explain this? So it started around like the year 2000. That movie that just came out probably like 5 years ago, started around the year 2000. And it was being shot with Johnny Depp. And Omegsy's hinting at you, and Denny's the hint. So it'll look like he isn't actually hitting yet. No, hell no. Welcome in, Melody. Welcome in. We are just, this is just one of the yapping streams. So we are just yapping about different things that are in the actual physical media part of the back library. Madamus is starting to lose himself. Yeah, it's been a long night. Lost in La Mancha. Okay, so the man who killed Don Quixote came out, Adam Driver. Before that, it was being shot with Johnny Depp. And there was a film crew there who were supposed to be just recording the making of this movie. And it turned out to be a disaster. Sets were destroyed by weather. It was, rains from heaven. It was biblical. You had, I just dropped by for a few minutes because a lot's going on right now. That's okay. Well, I hope everything's okay, Melody. I hope everything's okay for you, IRL. Thank you for stopping by, though. Appreciate it. Lost in the back library, yeah. Yeah, hope everything's okay. So there were weather problems where they couldn't shoot because of the weather. There were problems getting permission in the country they were shooting in. I want to say it was a French territory. The French actor who was originally playing Don Quixote started getting sick, and they had to cancel shooting because he was sick. And it wound up, by the end of it, Terry Gilliam had probably shot after, like, I want to say a year. He had shot like maybe 5 minutes of usable footage. And so the movie never got made until just a few years ago, when he finally went back and made it on a shoestring budget. And even at this time, when it was originally being made, it was going to be a low budget, but probably not as low. 5 minutes for a user. Yeah, that's probably about it. All of which is in this documentary. And it's like some footage of, all you got is a little bit of like a few people riding horses and Johnny Depp grabbing some fish. Because of everything that went wrong. It was every disaster possible. So the documentary on this, and that's the reason this is one of the only documentaries I bought. The documentary is incredible. I mean, the unmaking of this movie is just jaw-dropping entertainment in itself. And sad, though, because we'll never get to see, obviously we'll never get to see the movie as it was supposed to be. The version we got, I don't know if it's anything like the real one was supposed to be. I didn't like the new one. Matt just needs the censor beep every time he says things he's going to regret later. Yeah, I do need that censor beep. Yeah. I pull it out occasionally with my VODs. I should have snuck it in fake into the short. Not with my VODs, with my some of my shorts. I should put it into that short. Speaking of which, there are 2 new shorts. I don't have the links, so I'm not gonna post them right now. I should, but I'm pro streamer. One of them is just an ad for the Undertale stream that will be happening on Friday. First time playing Undertale, completely blind, know hardly anything about it. And the other one is a short of me raging and screaming at Torrens Passage. Two new shorts, eat them. Yeah. And I hope the Torrens Passage one gets viewed by a good 10 people at least. That'd be nice. I don't have much luck with the only shorts I really have luck with are the ones that I add a paid promotion to. And I just don't want to keep dropping 10s on them. Kimmy or Megs post them. Yeah, if you guys have them, I'd appreciate that. Specifically the new Torrens Passage one. But Lost in La Mancha, yeah, it's actually here. I could probably get it. Let me see. Let me see if I can just get it real quick. Okay, link copied. Here we go. I got it. I got it. So we'll go ahead and pin. I'll go ahead and pin that. That's the latest short. That's the good short. Feel free to give it a watch and a like. Helps with the algorithm, etc., etc. Lost in La Mancha, yeah. So the final movie of Don Quixote, it's not The Man Who Killed Don Quixote. I'm sure some people like it. I thought it sucked. But the documentary's great. Okay, The Love Bug, which is the first Herbie movie. I've got this on Blu-ray. I've talked about this when I talked about the Blu-ray. I do have this on Blu-ray as a Disney Movie Club exclusive. The Disney Movie Club exclusive is 100% bare bones. There isn't a special feature on it. The DVD release was one of Disney's Vault Disney VAULT releases. But after they dropped the Vault Disney title, it was a fully loaded 2-disc set with tons and tons and tons of special features, and even had the original cartoon short that ran before the movie when it was shown theatrically. Nice set. I really wish Disney would have gone all out on the Blu-ray set the way they did on this DVD. But this was the golden age of DVDs still. The golden age of DVD special editions, which we get some good Blu-ray collector's editions, but nothing like nothing like the world used to get. I shouldn't keep saying we because it makes me sound like a boomer. I'm not a boomer. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink, etc. and so forth. Lupin the Third, The Secret of Momo. The Secret of Momo, aka The Mystery of Momo. This is the first Lupin the Third theatrical animated movie. Cheers. Cheers, Jay. Why do I keep this edition? So this is on Blu-ray now, and it's a really good Blu-ray from Discotek with like 4 different dub tracks or something like that, or 4 different audio tracks, the Japanese original, and like 3 different English dubs, plus some other like surround sound remixes. I hold on to this one, the old Pioneer edition, just because something about it feels special, and it came with a little Lupin the Third keychain. Which, I don't know what it is. I always keep swag like that, but I never use it. Anytime swag comes with a Blu-ray or a DVD, I can never bring myself to use it because it's like I'm breaking the package. Lupin the Third Strange Psychokinetic Strategy. This baby's definitely out of print. $72.95 for a used copy. This was a live-action Lupin the Third movie. They tried to... The best comparison is going to be the 60s Batman TV series, because this is very camp, it is very over the top, it is very silly. It is very, we're making a movie based on the comic book, we're based on the manga, or the animated series. We're making a live action manga. So, yeah, that's what they did. Me personally, I don't think it's that great. It's out of print now. I say I don't think it's that great, and I would probably pick it up in a heartbeat on Blu-ray. Also, Lupin the Third, The Fuma Conspiracy. This one has not been released to Blu-ray at all, and it is out of print. Holy crap! $414 for a new copy. I'm not selling mine. From what I understand, this is stuck sort of in rights hell right now. I think Discotek has wanted to release it on Blu-ray and they can't. This was an OVA movie of OVA, only video animation, direct to video, Lupin the Third. That never I need to check something real quick. Hold on here. Yeah. 414 sounds like a great price. Jeez. You know, I tell you, when I see prices like that, Megs. Later, Jay. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Jay. Appreciate it. Formerly $20, now might as well go F yourself. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Jay. Yeah, I think it's stuck in rights hell. I want to say it falls into the Toho sort of Toho saying no-ho thing to everything people want to release. But it's 73 minutes. I know the Blu-ray's got, or the DVD's got an English dub track. What's interesting is the English dub is from the point when there was a legal battle over the name Lupin. I don't know if how many people are familiar with this, but there was a period where Lupin was not being allowed. They weren't allowed to use the name Lupin because the owners of the original estate for the Lupin the Gentleman Thief were like suing for a rights violation, which was eventually worked out. But so there's this whole period where they weren't allowed to say it, so they started calling him Rupon. And the dubs were handled in different ways. Castle of Cagliostro, he's never called by anything but the Wolf or Boss. They never call him Lupin or Rupon. And in this one, they just called him Rupon. So, whatever. I don't like that. I mean, it's an important piece of history. I'm glad it's preserved, but there's a part of me that's like, oh, I'd like it to see it redubbed or just digitally tweaked. Because it does take you out of it a little. Major League, nothing to say about that. It's Major League, great movie. Well, good movie, good sports comedy. Double feature Major League 2 and Major League Back to the Minors. The only things I'll say about this are Major League 2 is a big disappointment. It's just not as good as the first Major League. It just feels... It's sort of like Smokey and the Bandit 2. It's... I don't know. It's like they made it just to make... I don't know. And then Major League Back to the Minors has, as far as I could tell, has absolutely nothing to do with the first two Major League movies. It's just a baseball comedy starring Scott Bakula that they decided to strap the name Major League to try to capitalize on people who remembered the first two Major League movies. Because I think there were some different... Yeah, 4 years later. It's not that many years. Yeah, but that's... Yeah, Back to the Minors had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all that I can think of. I don't remember it being that funny either. Ooh, okay, so this is a case where Majormus of the Backley, Majormus of the Backley. Yeah, yeah. This is interesting because this is on Blu-ray and it's botched and it's not available individually. So this is The Man Called Flintstone. In 1966, they made a Scott Dracula. Does he turn into a baseball bat? Nice, nice. Welcome in, Jonathan Prince. Welcome in. No, Scott Bakula. He's the guy who he did Star Trek. He did Enterprise and Quantum Leap. The Man Called Flintstone. Yeah, so this was Hanna-Barbera made a theatrical Flintstones movie, which I'm going to have to watch again because this is reminding me of something. So there is a song, and it's on some of these like Hanna-Barbera, because I've got a Hanna-Barbera CD and it was on. There is a song of The Man Called Flintstone. I don't remember the song being in the movie. And it was a really cool, like Pink Panther sounding, jazzy, dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I don't remember it too well, but I remember, I don't think it was even in the movie. Hello, and that Flintstone movie takes me back. Holy crap, I feel... 1966, I can safely say I didn't see it in its theatrical release. The only... but if you did, that's cool. Lucky. Oh, there is a Blu-ray release, but it's screwed up. So Warner Brothers, they recently released a complete series set of the Flintstones. Complete on Blu-ray, and it's all high definition except for The Man Called Flintstone. For whatever reason, the Blu-ray set of the complete Flintstones series on Blu-ray, the copy of The Man Called Flintstone on it is it's in standard definition, but it's, I don't know, they didn't get the standard definition on Blu-ray quite as well as a company like Discotech does it. So from what I understand, the Blu-ray of it looks very subpar to the DVD. The Man Called Flintstone, the best copy of it you can get right now is the DVD. Yeah, I remember seeing it when I remember originally watching it, Jonathan Prince, when I was a little kid. And then I don't remember when I got the DVD. The DVD, 2008. I'd probably seen it before then on Cartoon Network, and yeah, wow. Okay, next page. Let's see, how many pages can we get to? I think I have the DVD in a box somewhere. Yeah, well, I've got it. It's still on my shelf. What we're going through right now, these are the DVDs that are officially in the back library. The stuff, some of it's boxed up, but some of it I still keep on a shelf. So this is my own physical media library. And there are some things that are boxed up that I don't count because I'm just trying to get rid of them. All right, I'm going to try to get through a little bit more chat. 11 o'clock. We have been going for 3 hours. I'm going to try to go. I'd like to knock out this page. I'd like to get these knocked out because I'd like to move on from DVDs. We spent about 5 weeks, I think, going through the Blu-rays. So, and this is week 3 of the DVDs. Holy Hannah. The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, not much to say about it. This is on Blu-ray, and there's a 4K release of it. I know the 4K release of The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. It's John Wayne and Jimmy Stewart. The 4K release has some issues with the grain, where I guess there's problems with the pattern of the grain where they like reintroduced it or they were cleaning it or something. It goes in these swirly patterns. I don't know. I've been okay with even though it's very dated transfer, okay with it. Man with the Golden Gun. I mean, we've already been over this. I love the special edition menus of the James Bond special edition menus are amazing. Manhunter. Okay, so I already talked about Manhunter before with the Blu-ray. Manhunter is the first Hannibal Lecter movie. Excuse me, I need a drink again. Hydration break again. If you got a drink, take a drink, etc. and so forth. Manhunter is the first Hannibal Lecter movie. Before there was Silence of the Lambs, Manhunter was made. Manhunter is based on the book Red Dragon. So Red Dragon is a remake. Just got back. Love me some Manhunter. Yes, Manhunter. Love that movie. I've talked about this before with the Blu-ray. So I have the Shout Factory Blu-ray, which has the theatrical cut. Well, a version of the theatrical cut because Michael Mann wanted the opening credits changed to look like video for the Blu-ray. I don't know. And his latest revised director's cut. I'm not a fan of the Michael Mann director's cut. I think it loses one really important piece of dialogue and it doesn't really add anything. I prefer the true theatrical cut. This version is neither the true theatrical cut nor Michael Mann's real director's cut. So this is interesting. This is an old Anchor Bay edition. This is one of their limited editions, and I hold on to it just because it is interesting. It claims on the back to have the theatrical cut and the director's cut. What it has is like an alternate director's cut. It's a version, not director's cut, let me back up. It has an alternate theatrical cut, which I don't know if it was ever shown in theaters or if it just wound up in a vault somewhere and they grabbed the wrong reels. But it adds in some footage that is in Michael Mann's director's cut, and it also cuts one really important piece of dialogue, which Michael Mann also cuts from his director's cuts. So it's this weird, yeah, this is the Anchor Bay Oops We Screwed Up DVD. THX Mastered, Oops We Screwed Up DVD. And only half of it is THX Mastered. That's the fake theatrical cut. Now, the version that it's got that it claims to have as the director's cut is a television version that aired on either Cinemax or Showtime. It is in widescreen. I don't know. I want to say someone said, I didn't ever notice, but I want to say someone said it had some swear words cut, but I didn't ever notice that. It is a video master, so it doesn't look good. And apparently, even though it's widescreen, it's been misframed. So it's got too much, it's almost like what happened a long time ago with the Back to the Future DVDs, which were a botched job, but not to the same extent. There's a little bit too much room at the top and a little bit too much cropping at the bottom or something like that. I'm not sure, but I know that the version it has that it claims is a director's cut is actually like a TV version, which was shown, I think, on TV on a cable channel as a like director's series version. And it's about a minute longer than Michael Mann's current director's cut. Because when he went back and supervised the director's cut we've got now, there was like one additional scene that's in this version in the director's cut of this, the so-called director's cut edition on disc on this, that he didn't want in the final cut. And I forget what it was, but it was something that wasn't necessary. But then again, like I said, I'm not a big fan of his director's cut. I love the theatrical cut. Sounds like more than an oops. Anchor Bay was an interesting company. Anchor Bay did some really good releases. There were also certain things that Anchor Bay rushed and botched, and some of their things they rushed and botched were their bigger releases, like this would have been. I knew someone who knew a guy. And I say knew because we had a major falling out. I knew someone who knew a guy who worked with Anchor Bay. And apparently he had been told that someone who had become one of the new managers there around the time period that this was made, and around the time period, because it started with Army of Darkness, around the time period that they put out their director's cut, which didn't look so great, of Army of Darkness, he was someone who was in charge who didn't care about remastering stuff. His attitude was, people don't care. People just want to see the movie. We just need to get these things out, and we just need to get them on the shelves. Don't waste any more time and money remastering things. People just want to watch the movie, which is stupid. You're selling things that are advertised as like THX remastered. Why the heck aren't you remastering? So I don't know. Just tossing that out there. Yeah. Yeah. So if you've ever wondered why Army of Darkness, if you ever saw the Anchor Bay director's cut and you wondered why parts, I mean, they used a bunch of different sources because they weren't allowed access to the master that MGM had from De Laurentiis. But if you're ever wondering why some parts, if you ever thought, hey, this could have been mastered a little better, there's a reason why. From what I understand, if that's true, put that in the rumor mill category. I almost forgot about that Anchor Bay version. Yeah, I still have it. That's one of those things I hold on to, because when I was just a little bitty madamus, I had fallen in love with that movie, and Thankfully, my parents didn't think it was rated really qualified as rated R, so they were okay with it. I swear, the higher the corporate ladder you climb, the more brain cells you lose. Must be the lack of oxygen. Yep, probably. And it still goes on to this day. There's so many Blu-rays and 4Ks probably that I can point to. Well, to start, I can hammer I love the original 6 Star Trek movies. Even the current 4Ks, I can hammer those. The motion picture, because they tried to make an edit to the theatrical cut, and then when they did a remaster with the TV cut, they didn't fix that scene back, even though everyone complained about it. Star Trek 6, they left the extended cut off of the director's cut off of the Blu-ray inexplicably, even though it's advertised on the package of the box set. And there's a scene where they were supposed to apply a color filter and they failed to do it. So there's one scene that's supposed to have a purplish hue and does on the DVD, but the Blu-ray and the 4K are missing it. The current Blu-ray, I mean. And of course, Star Trek V, which no matter what people say about wanting a director's cut, and no matter what William Shatner says about wanting to do a director's cut, they just laugh him out of the office. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Okay, these, I don't know why I even keep them. I must have picked these up for $1 a piece and never... Yeah, you can get the whole series of Married with Children now on DVD, but these are just 2 best of collections, like with 7 or 8 episodes apiece. Most Outrageous Episodes, Volume 1 and 2. I don't know why I even keep that. Mask of Zorro Super Bit Deluxe. I've said before I love I've said before I like Super Bit releases. I just find them collectible. I like the Mask of Zorro. It is on Blu-ray. Would doubtless be better. I'd be holding on to this anyway, though, because it's a Super Bit release, and Super Bit's cool. The thing about Super Bit Deluxe releases, so Super Bit releases, part of their selling point was, well, they considered it a selling point, was they don't have any special features. Everything on the disc is devoted to maximum video and audio quality. They were some of the few DVDs to have DTS tracks. Okay, well, some people started making the choice of, well, I'd rather have a special edition that has special features than the Super Bit. So Sony started putting out these Super Bit Deluxe editions, which had just the movie alone on disc 1, and then they'd have a second disc to catch all the special features. Smart. Hydration break again. My throat's going. And my carbonated water's gone too, so opening up the regular water. And we'll try to plow through these, at least get through this page. Master and Commander, The Far Side of the World. Nothing to say here. There were 2 releases, though, of this on DVD. One was this, which was bare bones, and they did put out a special, like a collector's edition with a bunch of special features. For whatever reason, Fox decided to make that special edition really cost prohibitive. It was really overpriced. So when it came down, a choice between this for $10 or $35 for the collector's edition, Master and Commander's fine as a movie, but it's not the type of movie I watch over and over again. So, yeah. Master of the Flying Guillotine. I keep both editions of this because of the audio commentary. This is the Ultimate Edition. It's actually not that ultimate because they followed it up. Ooh, my light just flickered. I hope I don't lose power. That could mean a brownout's coming. Oh, good. Says the Ultimate Edition. I hate when they call things ultimate that aren't ultimate, because they followed it up with the Anniversary Edition. Anniversary Deluxe Edition. Master of the Flying Guillotine, aka one-armed boxer versus the Flying Guillotine. Great movie starring Jimmy Wong Yu. The original edition here, the Ultimate Edition. It has the uncut, I think, Mandarin. I don't think it's Cantonese. Maybe it's Cantonese. Version. Restored from like one of the only surviving prints. It also has the English dub, but it is incomplete. Yeah, the weather looks to be turning nasty. My power might go out too. Ugh, I hope mine doesn't. I hope yours doesn't too, for your sake. Master of the Flying Guillotine Ultimate Edition, it does have an English dub, but because it's incomplete and they put it on the same disc, it goes in and out. So if you watch it in English dubbed, it'll switch between subtitled in Cantonese or Mandarin, I don't know which, and the English dub, which is kind of annoying. I'd rather just have the shorter version in English. It's got an audio commentary as a special feature, and it is non-anamorphic 4:3 letterbox. So it's not enhanced for widescreen TVs. It plays window box, which kind of stinks. They reissued it like a year later as this Anniversary Deluxe Edition. I don't know what anniversary it is. They didn't specify, so it probably wasn't even an anniversary. This edition was a 2-disc set. It's got a different audio commentary track, although I think with the exact same people. That doesn't make much sense. I don't think it had any special features, really. But it's got the movies separated now. So disc 1 is the uncut Chinese version. Well, I think it was made in Thailand. Well, no, or Taiwan. I'm not sure. Okay. The Cantonese or Mandarin version, uncut and subtitled. And then the other disc, it has the English edit. And when I say English edit, it's the longest they could make it and still have it just English only. So it's not the true US theatrical cut. That's okay. I'll live with it. The bad thing about this edition, and this is a caution for anyone out there, this is not on Blu-ray, and it's probably not going to be. And we'll come back to that. But caution to anyone who buys this. There was a run of bad discs, and the English version, I think halfway through the movie would lock up. And I don't know how many discs were affected, but I think it was a lot. And they never did a recall. They just let people return it until it got fixed. And that's not a good thing. So yeah. Why won't this be coming to Blu-ray? About half... No, that's not fair. It's more than that. Probably about 80% of the music came from a German electronic rock, progressive rock group called New, spelled N-E-U. And it came specifically from their album New 2. Why do I know this? Because I bought the album because of this movie, because I wanted the theme to Master of the Flying Guillotine. Apparently, from what I have read, the German group New doesn't want their music used for anything capitalistic or something. They don't want it used for anything outside of their music. They don't want to be... I forget I'm losing my words here, but you know what I'm trying to say. They don't want it used in any movies, commercials, anything like that. And I guess they don't like it being associated with this movie instead of just associated with them because everyone knows the music because of this movie. Well, I would think that's a good thing because at least people know the music now. Apparently they don't think so, and so it's sort of at a point now where the movie, because of copyright issues, can't get released. If what I have read is true. And that sucks, because this movie is fun. One-armed boxer versus the flying guillotine. One-armed boxer versus a flying guillotine. What more do you need in life? Matango, aka Attack of the Mushroom People. This is a Toho movie. It's more of a Toho horror movie. I think it was originally written by Seafull Casting Crew. Come on, I gotta find the writer on this. Oh, it doesn't say it. It wasn't H.G. Wells. I forget who wrote it. It was someone. It might have been Ray Bradbury. Oh my god, I didn't know anyone knew this movie. Oh, which one? Matango? Yeah. Yeah, was it written by Ray Bradbury? I forget. But in any case, this is, Matango is You know, I bought this because I saw Attack of the Mushroom People and I thought it was going to be like a Godzilla thing. Y'all, if you've never seen Attack of the Mushroom People, Matango, it ain't like that. This is a straight up horror movie about like finding an island with mushrooms that transform you as you eat them into more fungus things, creatures or whatever. This movie's awesome. If you ever get the chance to see Matango, make it a Halloween, okay? Watch it for Halloween. You're welcome. And don't worry, Twin Opinion, you're probably the only other person I've talked to who knows about it also. So there we go. I don't think I've ever met anyone but outside of my family. I don't think I've met anyone who knows this movie. My mother loves this movie. Of course, like I said before, I've basically inherited the physical library now, so that means all your bases are belong to us, or something. That didn't make sense. Whatever. Mount Helm Lounge. Okay, mention this real quick. I wish this was on Blu-ray. I hope these come to Blu-ray someday. Just like your spy parodies, your James Bond type things in like Flint, Dean Martin, they made 4 movies with him as the character Matt Helm. The Silencers, Murderers Row, The Ambushers, and The Wrecking Crew. The Wrecking Crew is of note because if you've ever seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the Quentin Tarantino movie, that's the movie in it. That The Wrecking Crew is the one that oh gosh, the one that what's her name was in that before she was killed by the Manson family. Let me see. Once Upon, I'm forgetting the name, so if anyone in chat wants to help me remember, if you can remember. Oh gosh. Where's the full cast and crew? I'll get it. Okay. No. Oh, well, of course it's not going to show me that. In case the woman who I can't, Sandra Tate? I can't remember. Okay. Forget it. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm from the Balls ad. Oh. Say, everybody, have you seen? I better not before I get copyright struck. Well, it's my signature jam now, so what can I do, Elite? I need to turn that into, you know, the truth is, Sharon Tate, thank you, Twin Opinion. Yeah, so Matt Helm, the Sharon Tate's last movie, the one that she goes and watches in the theater in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, that is The Wrecking Crew. Welcome in, Elite, though. Welcome in. Yeah, I need to... I really should just take that. If I should promote that as a short on YouTube, I really should, Elite. I should just put sink a tenner behind it. But yeah, Wrecking Crew, that's the movie, the one she goes and sees. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, doing just fine. Thank you. You too, Elite. Hope you are well. Hope you're getting enough rest too. But yeah, the Matt Helm movies are a lot of fun. In my opinion, The Wrecking Crew's the weakest of them, but they are really worth... you should promote sus ads. The only ones... I've promoted a few of them. Well, all 3 of oh boy. All 3 of the hype ads that I've done. The original hype one, the one which I still run at the beginning of streams, and the hype train one, and the hype rocket. All of those I did sink money into, and that's the reason why I jumped to so many subs. They work for that. And then it just, you know, stops the moment the ad ends. You did, but only one reached hype train. Yeah, I haven't looked at the analytics on those. I'll have to look at them again. I know they both got a few hundred... They got me a few hundred subs, so that's nice. But yeah, I should do the balls. The balls video, the balls thing, I should promote. I think I promoted, though, also the original Balls short I did from the video game Glaylancer. Wow, we really went off on a tangent. Played a game Glaylancer, started shouting Balls a lot, cut it into a short, and I think I did promote it. Never mind, everything reached the hype. Did it? Okay. I should have sunk some money behind the capybara, because the capybara video started to make some on its own. You love Glaylancer? Glaylancer was fun. I played through that on one of my earlier streams, and was shouting that a lot. Since they killed off James Bond, I want to see a new James Bond Jr. reboot where his nephew is fresh out of school and takes his uncle's place, and it has hot Bond girls in a harem comedy. You know, at this point, I wouldn't. The truth is, I wouldn't put anything past. And now that Bond is owned by Amazon, and Amazon's going to be making all the James Bond stuff going forward, I don't know what to expect. You should promote the Balls. It was funny. I probably will. I'll probably recut that into something that'll work better for a short. I know shorts are longer now. Yeah, I might do that later tonight, because I did a Torrens Passage one, but it's just me screaming in rage. I'm really getting lost. Maverick, nothing much to say. Maverick was a TV series starring James Garner before it was a movie. If anything, the movie is supposed to be based on the son of the real Maverick. So there you go. What you said about the woman who was killed by Sharon Tate, the name? Yes. And Twin Opinion got that too. Yes, it was Sharon Tate. But yeah, I kept thinking it was Tate. I knew it was Tate. Thank you, Super Shops. But yeah, that's the movie. That was the movie in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and that was the movie. The last thing she did was Wrecking Crew. So sad. McClintock, one of my favorite James Bonds. One of my favorite James Bonds. Holy Hannah. One of my favorite John Waynes. Longer shorts, I don't know if those reach more people than normal. No, they aren't. That's what I'm afraid of, Elite, because with the song, I definitely have to cut it down. Because I can tell you with my shorts, because most of my shorts, I have a problem even with them going. I can tell you, look at my. I know we're going off the rails. Sorry, everyone who's listening in for going off the rails. Looking at my shorts, because most of my shorts go at least 30 seconds. And even with those, when I look at the average viewership, people tune out after like 35%. So even the ones that are gaining me subs, they're not watching them all the way through. And unfortunately, sometimes, though, some of these things I just can't cut shorter than... I mean, the Torin one tonight's probably one of my shorter ones, because it's about 40 seconds, I'd guess. Yeah, longer shorts just don't seem to do too well. And I can't say I blame it. I understand. Because they're more, I hate to put it this way, they're more designed for the brain rot. They're designed for the people who just want to see the cat, jump into the refrigerator and don't want anything else to go with it. Or, you know what I mean. McClintock, it's a Western/romantic comedy. John Wayne, this one's kind of an interesting thing because this one was it's on Blu-ray also, and I should pick it up sometime. I just keep hoping it'll get a new remaster. No worries about everything. We'll get on track. You're consistently streaming. Yeah. I mean, I've been changing my schedule a little bit, but I'm still trying to stay consistent. So thank you. I appreciate it. Shorts are the hardest part for me. So unfortunately, my shorts are few and far between. Is that the one where he spanks the lady? Yes. Jonathan Prince? Yes, it is. This one's sort of an what makes it interesting to me, this DVD and the Blu-ray, is where they say from John Wayne's Batjack product, where they say restored and remastered, and I think they also said restored and authorized. I think there were copies that said official authorized. I haven't watched it in years yet. I like this one. I haven't watched it in years either. I just know I liked this one. I know it was listed as restored and authorized because something happened with the registration in the movie, and McClintock wound up in public domain. So there are tons of copies on DVD, especially. A few, well, not really on Blu-ray, mostly just DVD that are on really, really bad standard definition quality. And it was the same with VHS as far as I know. And there weren't a lot of good, and the only good looking ones are the ones that were authorized. And so this is one of the, so this was authorized. I mean, don't know how else to put it. The one from Paramount is officially authorized and looks great. And there is a Blu-ray. It probably looks great too. I haven't checked it out. John Wayne is McHugh. Towards the end of his career, John Wayne made 2 cop movies. John Wayne only made 2 police movies. As far as I know, he only made 2 cop movies, both of which feel like they were trying to be Dirty Harry. They were John Wayne trying to be Dirty Harry without being Dirty Harry. That's the only way that I can think to put it. One was, I think, called, it was with a B. I'll have to check the Blu-rays. One of them, which isn't that great, starts with a B. I know it's a B. If it's not a B, I'm going to get really, really upset. Yes, Brannigan. Brannigan, which is a Chicago cop, goes to London. And, you know, shenanigans ensue. And the other one's McHugh. I don't remember anything about McHugh, except that the title is McHugh. So there you go, chat. The title is McHugh. The Melancholy of Haruhi-chan, Suzumiya, and Nihon-kun, Nihon Chiruya-san Complete Collection. These were a set of Haruhi Suzumiya shorts. This isn't the actual Melancholy. Ever watch Mad Monster Party? That's the one where MC hits a woman. They end up together like that's all she needed was a man to beat her up. Yes, I have Mad Monster Party on Blu-ray. Yep, I know it well. Well, I don't know it super well, but I know it. Yes, I've got Mad Monster Party on Blu-ray. The stop-motion Rankin Bass Halloween movie, which is a very odd duck. I don't remember that about him hitting the woman. I'll have to watch that again. I don't remember that part at all. I just remember the theme song and being stop motion. I remember the ending was really dark compared to the rest of the movie. Oh, it's just a small slap because she was hysterical. Gotcha. Well, we do not condone that here. Legal obligations met. Fun fact, there's a math problem based on Haruhi Suzumiya. Is there? Is there a math problem based on Haruhi Suzumiya? I didn't know anything about that. I'll have to look that up later. Huh. Interesting. Well, this, the only thing to say about this, it's Funimation, who's owned by Crunchyroll now. I don't really care for these shorts. They're almost like a Looney Tunes style. It's almost like Haruhi in a Looney Tunes style thing. To me, it's just not. I just don't really care. It's one of those things I have just because I love the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, the real Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. I would have this on Blu-ray. It was only released on Blu-ray as part of a giant deluxe collector set that was long out of print by the time I ever discovered Haruhi Suzumiya. I didn't discover Haruhi Suzumiya until just about 5 years ago. And by that point, that Blu-ray had already sailed. So what can you do? I'll have to look that up, Luciano, though. I have never heard about that. Jet Li Meltdown. I don't remember much about it. Martial arts movie, Jet Li. I think because the anime came out with the chapters out of order. Yeah. Okay, I know that. Someone tried to calculate how many ways you could watch the anime. Really? That's interesting. I know that the Blu-ray set, it's got it in the 2009 rebroadcast order, so everything's in continuity order, which is the way I personally prefer to watch it. But I know that inside the cover, and they realized the math was way more complex than it seemed. Really nice. I know that the cover, when you open it up for the Blu-ray, it's got, it has listed like 4 different episode guides for like, at least like 3 or 4 different episode guides for 3 or 4 different ways to watch it. I think based on how it was, whoops, I bumped the table, sorry, how it was broadcast in Japan. At least I'm guessing. But I didn't know that. That's interesting, Luciano. Wow. Well, I just watch it the one way. I like it just in order. Oh, Meltdown, I think it is only English dubbed. Let me see. Yeah, it's only English dubbed. What collection is this? This is, welcome in, Red, welcome in. These are the DVD parts. We finished the Blu-ray, so we've been making our way through the DVDs of the back library. Going through, yeah, so this is all just the, excuse me, the DVDs I still consider part, the ones that I haven't retired. There are a lot of DVDs I have retired. Either because I've upgraded them or some of them. I used to, especially with DVD, I was stupid. Is your DVD even larger? Yes and no. Okay, how do I answer that? The part that I am showing that I consider to be the official back library is smaller. But if you were to count all the things that I've retired because they've been upgraded, or because they were picked up just because they were cheap and I have no intention to watching them again and just want to get rid of them, then it would be larger. But as far as what I officially count, which is what you're seeing, it's smaller. If that makes any sense. Hydration break. And then I'll come back to Meltdown. And speaking of cheap, the Jet Li Meltdown, that was something I picked up on like for a $5 at some point. It's not the best Jet Li movie. It kind of feels like a Die Hard ripoff. The only reason I really dug it is because it makes a bit of fun of Game of Death. You've got like a wannabe Bruce Lee in it, dressed in the Bruce Lee tracksuit from Game of Death. How am I doing? Well, I'm wearing my throat out. How are you, Red? Doing well, thanks. Doing well. Just grinding forward. Hope you're doing well as well. Message from space. I'll just tired. Just wish I have less work. I understand. I understand that. Feel your pain. Well, hopefully you can catch a break soon. Yeah, I hope you can catch a break from it. Okay, so message from space. As far as I know, this is only the English. This is from Shout Factory. It's out of print now, as you could tell. Your buddy Grok is locked behind premium Twitter subscription. Yes, I know that. Yeah, that's. So I'm gonna be honest. Boy, okay. Let's do the Twitter rant. So I did the blue check mark to improve my reach on Twitter, and honestly, the blue check mark didn't improve my reach. It maybe did slightly. I got a few people more, like when I would comment on their stuff, to notice, but it hasn't really done anything as far as, you know, it claims it boosts you. If it has boosted me, I haven't noticed. I haven't noticed any boosting with the algorithm. And I even told Grok that. And Grok's just like, oh, sorry, buddy. And I've also done a few paid promotions on Twitter, just like I have on YouTube. On YouTube, it wasn't as significant, no. And neither have the paid promotions been, so I don't do them anymore. I used to do a few paid promotions on Twitter, trying to boost some of my posts for subscriber. When I posted a few more memes and stuff, I don't think Twitter's subscription is worth that all. Yeah, and the truth is, Super Shops, I'm locked in for a year. Because I tried to save money and I did it for a year, thinking I'd want it for a year. I might drop it. I'm getting use out of Grok. I'm going to admit, I get use out of Grok. Grok has been useful on some things. I like the basic for the highlight and download, right? Now, see, I haven't done any downloading with it, so I haven't really. And that's why I'm in the bottom tier, I can tell you that, of the paid subscription. But yeah, it didn't boost in. Whenever I've done promoted posts, they have never translated into subscribers. The only new subscribers I usually get on Twitter are people, some of the people who I raid into here on YouTube. Then I will follow them on Twitter and they'll follow me back. And frickin' art scammers. That's all I get is the art bots. That's it. Meanwhile, on YouTube, I do a $10 promotion on one of my little ad videos here, and it translates into a few hundred new subs. Now, whether those are all legit or grassroots, whether they're grassroots or AstroTurf, I can't say. But yeah, Twitter. I like Twitter, but Twitter doesn't seem to like me. There, I'll put it that way. I like Twitter. I like using Twitter. Twitter isn't really working for me. Yeah. Message from space. You already said that. I like the basic for the highlight and download, right? Yeah. Yeah. What can you do? I mean, well, and honestly, Red, part of it's my own fault, and Grok there, because Grok and I talked about this too. It is a matter of Twitter. You do need to kind of, unless you just get lucky, you need to keep posting different meme things and different things all the time, trying to go viral. And I'm not good at that. I'm more of a person who I post a few things related to my channel, and I do a lot of replying to people. Now, whether or not those people, when I reply, when I follow them, follow me back, probably I'd say maybe 15% of them follow me back. So what can you do? But that's fine. That's not why I'm commenting. I don't comment on people's stuff. It sounds like I'm a clout chaser now. I don't comment on people on people's stuff because I'm looking for them to follow me back. I comment because I want to comment. Period. I'm just saying, in general, though, Twitter definitely seems to be a tougher nut to crack. Congrats on 4K, 5K soon. Yeah, thanks, Red. Appreciate it. That's interactions are fun. Yeah, that was one of the things too with the blue check mark, was at least I thought more of my interactions might get noticed. And in some cases they have, because there are some people who they'd rather respond to a person who's verified, because at least then they don't think you're a bot, or you're less likely to be a bot, even though I've seen some verified bots, which is interesting. What's interesting, though, you say on 5K soon, that's one of the interesting things, because I said about grassroots versus AstroTurf. I know we're on a tangent. Sorry, anyone who's watching the VOD, we're on a tangent. My numbers on YouTube, anytime I have a promotion running, they go up at a steady clip, and the moment the promotion ends, they just halt, and they start usually dropping a little bit gradually, not a lot, but gradually. Nah, your tangents are fun. Well, thank you. So it is interesting, and it does make me wonder if a lot of those subs aren't just, I hate to say not real, because everyone who's subbed, I appreciate it. I love that I've hit this number. It means a lot. I say it a lot that I'm truly humbled. I am truly humbled by it. I never thought I'd be at 4K within just a few months of starting. Never thought it. But manufactured, it sucks. Yeah. But unfortunately, that's what I think that's sort of with, well, I'm not even going to say manufactured, but I think the problem is when you run a promotion, people see the short, they click subscribe, but then they subscribe because, oh, that looks neat, but most of the time YouTuber VOD watcher, yeah, VOD watchers or, yeah, they're clicking because the one thing is interesting and then they never come back to the live channel. But hopefully they find their way back to the VODs. Which, of course, then I wonder, should I do a paid promotion on VOD? But I don't really want to. I don't think you can with live streams that have turned VOD. I think I'd have to upgrade it to a. I think I'd have to recut it as just a straight VOD, which I'm going to at some point. And to think that you only had 50 subs when I joined back in Glaylancer, and you're still here, and I appreciate it, Super Shops. You are real. You are legit. I became a live watcher 3 years ago. Trying to think when I did. I didn't start with VTubers, that was for sure. I became more of a live watcher. You know what? I'm thinking, I'm not going to say 3 years, but I'd say about, okay. I am going to say 3 years, but it wasn't consistent. It was like just 1 or 2 shows that I knew of. And a lot of it was more of, in some cases comedy, but more, but news and stuff like that. I'm still into news and following it, but you know, I try to not make, I didn't want that to become me. I didn't start doing the VTubers until, I didn't start watching VTubers probably until about, I don't know, probably about 6 months before you and I bumped into each other in a chat room, Red. So it was probably about 6 months before I started watching Sarah and Rhea and whatnot. Yeah. But as far as, I'm thinking as far as live shows, I watched some, originally it was news, then I was watching a bunch of live streams for entertainment and things like that. I'll drop the name. I used to watch a lot of Geeks and Gamers. I've only been into VTuber stuff for a year now and not that much. Yeah. See, I fell into it, Super Shops. I guess when I fell into it hard, and because I was wanting to watch something different than what I'd been watching, and so it just hit perfectly. My first live I watched of Matt was Costume Quest during how, were you lurking during that? Oh my gosh, that was my man, that stream was long. That stream was long, and I just kept talking the whole time. I will pat myself on the back for that stream, because no one in the chat except for Haunted Mari stopped by, I think, and Jay may have stopped by briefly that I saw, and yet I just kept I kept talking the whole time. Maybe just about the game, nothing important, but still, I'll pat myself on the back for managing to not go too quiet. At least I don't think I did. I'm afraid to rewatch that VOD. Wow, I didn't know that. I appreciate that, Red. Thank you. Costume Quest. Message from Space. What do I say about Message from Space real quick? Okay, so this was a Shout Factory release. It was the English-only version of this. Yeah, I was moderating and was checking you out. I appreciate it. Truly. Always appreciate that. Lurk, and like Omeg says, I've said, Lurk Gang, best gang. Anyone who's lurking, thank you for lurking. Greatly appreciate it. It does help. It does mean a lot. Not everyone needs to, you don't need to always try. I mean, I love it when people chime in chat and let me know you're here. It does, I mean, it makes things a bit more interesting maybe on my end, but I appreciate you. If you don't want to say anything and you just want to clam up, thank you. Woohoo, I'm the best. Yes, absolutely. I mean, seriously, anyone who watches, you're choosing to spend your time here with a guy who's sitting around talking about DVDs. How awesome is that? How awesome is that? You're giving me the chance to just sit here and run my mouth, and you're choosing to stay, even if you're in and out, even if you're just watching for 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. That means something. I appreciate it. Message from space. And VOD watchers too. If you're VOD watching, I don't know how you do it, because I'd turn on something like this and I probably would think, I mean, a gaming stream is one thing, but something like this, I'd probably would turn off on the VOD and just think, oh God, yeah, no, well, 5 minutes, see ya. DVD is interesting to learn some backstory. Is it? Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know why I know stuff like this. I can't remember half the time where I live, but, well, that's not true. I know where I live now. Message from space. I don't think it was Toho. It might have been Toei. 1978. Oh, yeah. Japan wanted to do Star Wars. Star Wars, everyone wanted to do Star Wars. Everyone in the US was trying to capitalize on Star Wars. Every country was starting to do Star Wars. It's an honor to chat and lurk through all your shenanigans and idiocy. Well, thank you, Super Shops. I do appreciate it. Everyone wanted to do Star Wars. Japan wanted to do Star Wars. Japan did Star Wars with Sonny Chiba in a like Darth Vader type position. I don't remember much about this thing. This is the English version. It doesn't have the original audio as far as I know. It is available on Blu-ray, but it's very out of print, just as out of print as this is. Maybe even more so. It was a limited edition to Shout Factory's website. Apparently, this didn't do that great, I don't think, in the US, but it did well enough in Japan where they did a TV series to follow it. And the TV series is on Blu-ray from Discotek. But not much to say here. It's an odd space opera that was trying to be Star Wars. They were everyone wanted to do Star Wars. Japan, no different. Toei, Dai, Toho. Toho did theirs also. They've got... yeah, when I lurk, I am in it for the entirety. I'm in it for the entirety for the watch hours. Oh, well, I appreciate that too. I lurk a lot there are a lot of streams I go into, and you see me. I mean, I'll say greetings, and you have an average watch time of 18 hours. Wow, that's impressive. That is very impressive. I try, especially for people, especially with some of the smaller ones, I try especially. Well, Red's more dedicated than me. Hey, that's fine. Anything. I mean, Red's more dedicated than me. A lot of times, I mean, I'll go into a chat, I'll do my greetings to the person and hey, I'll chat, and then I'll usually go quiet because I am working in the background. So I do have it on while I'm working, and then a lot of times if I hear something, I'll chime in again. And sometimes, I mean, I wish I could be more active. I share it later. Wow, I appreciate it. That's nice too. Man, you are very dedicated. That is great. I've never been good. I try to reshare a few things. I've never been really... you could check your watch time in the YouTube app. Really? Okay, I will do that on the app. See, usually I'm watching on PC. I don't know if it records it the same. I'll check that. I don't always show up, but it's because there are a lot of people who are live at once. Oh, I get that. It can be difficult. Super Shops, you're preaching to the choir on that. In fact, when I first started, when I was doing my times at 10 o'clock, it's because I was trying to avoid running against through a lot of people who I consider not as parasocial way, but just generally, the streams that I'm fans of, people who I'm fans of. I wanted to say friends, but I guess in some cases semi-mutuals. Very few who are actually mutuals. I will not chat if I'm working, so it can't be helped. Yeah. Well, I mean, usually when I'm working on VTuber stuff here at home, when I'm trying to work on shorts and failing miserably, when I'm trying to work on other stuff, or when I'm trying to work on some of my other unrelated job stuff, working from home, I'll try to chime in a little, but usually I can't. So I get that. And I definitely, when I work my side gig, I can't do it then, because if I brought my smartphone and was trying to listen to things while I was doing that, I'd probably cause an accident. Honestly, when there's too many people live at once, I pick no one and go do something else. Really? Oh, and now see, I won't do that, Super Shops. I usually what I do, I mean, I understand that though. If there's too many, I'll make a choice. Sometimes I'll turn on, I can handle having 2 on. Stormy Low Kicks, welcome in, welcome in. We are just doing, well, we were doing chatting about DVDs this time. Not Blu-rays anymore, but now we're off on a bit of a tangent. Although I do that because I'm a bit introverted and get overwhelmed. I understand that. I understand that. I guess I'm sort of a mix. I'm introverted on. I didn't used to be an introvert, but I became an introvert IRL to an extent. Okay, how do I make this make sense? Okay, when I'm online, I can be outgoing because I can fake it. Sometimes I'll listen to more than one live stream at once, but depending on the mood. Yeah, I try to do that. I can do 2 at the same time. When it gets to 3, sometimes there are some people I'll say hello and I'll turn them on, but then I have to mute them. Can you guess what I am, Matt? Not right off. I would guess at least online that you're extroverted. IRL, though, I don't know. Because, see, that's one thing. I'm more introverted IRL. But then I'm able to fake it. Which, I mean, it sounds like I'm a sociopath. But when it comes to, like, work and stuff, I can fake being extroverted just enough where people think I'm friendly and then will generally leave me the hell alone. That sounds so awful. Yeah, no, I can't guess what you are, Red, as far as introvert, extrovert, but I'd assume at least online extrovert. And if you're not, certainly can't tell that you're introverted online. I'm in between, I guess. Okay, so you two? Yeah, I'm selective. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I'm the other way around, introvert online, but extrovert in person usually. Gotcha. And that makes sense too. I can be both an introvert and extrovert. I'm ambivalent. Yeah. It depends. I have to really feel comfortable anymore to become extrovert IRL. Usually, I mean, I can be friendly enough where people don't think I'm an introvert. And that's one of the things I love about my side gig. I'm going to tell you, the side gig I do without doxing it, but as I've done in the past, gives me a lot of autonomy. It's the type of job where you deal with people briefly, and then most of it you're going solo, which sometimes I don't like, because I do like, I'm not good at management, so I do like someone to give me clear directions. I'm not good at self-management, which is probably one of the bigger flaws I run into, personal problems with even VTubing and online streaming is, you know, you got to do self-management. You can't expect to be led by the hand doing this. Which, yeah, like I said, that's something I do struggle with. And probably a bit of undiagnosed ADD, too, because I get distracted very easily, as evidenced by these tangents. Hydration break again. My throat is going, so we will probably just keep it up we'll finish this page for sure. And we might be able to finish the next one because of what's coming up that eats up a bunch. Oh, if you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate, etc., and so forth. Charles Bronson, Messenger of Death. This is one of the later... so this is an interesting one. So 1988. Okay, I love Charles Bronson movies. Not all equally, but I like Charles Bronson, if y'all couldn't tell. Messenger of Death is 1988. This is when Canon Films was just about dead. Messenger of Death must be just one of those last gasps that it didn't suck. It's not the best movie, but Messenger of Death doesn't suck. And I'm saying that because about the same time, maybe even a year earlier, they did Death Wish 4, which should have been the big moneymaker. Death Wish 4 is cheap and dumb. But Messenger of Death is decent. It's got a bit of a religious connotation. It has to do with and I don't know how much of it is accurate to realities within it, but it has to do with some Mormonism and two different brothers and their different sects of Mormonism, and them believing that one is trying to kill the other when that might not be the actual case. After like during the first 10 minutes, like one of their whole families gets wiped out, including all the kids. But it's when that, like I said, that's not necessarily the case, and there's more to it. And yeah, and this is the only other movie I can think of that I've ever seen actor Lawrence Luckinbill in. Lawrence Luckinbill was in Star Trek V. I'm a big defender of Star Trek V, yeah, as I've discussed many a time before. Midway, it's a World War II movie, 1976, Charlton Heston, Henry Fonda. Midway had a very different... So this DVD is interesting to me. First of all, is this censor round? I gotta check. Okay. Couple things with this one that make it interesting. Number one is... Now, this is one of those ones that I inherited. But this is one of the, because I've mentioned before, a lot of the DVDs are the ones that I inherited because parents decided they don't do physical media anymore. I'm the physical media buff, so they go to me instead of going to Goodwill, and I'm glad for that because I got some interesting stuff in here like this. Midway, what makes this interesting? There was an alternate television version that's probably about a half hour longer. That television version didn't actually use deleted scenes. They brought in Charlton Heston and they just shot a whole bunch of, like in a hotel room. They shot a bunch of additional scenes with him and some romantic interest, just to pad out the movie and turn it, because it's 2 hours now, but to turn it into like a 4-hour television event. Hollywood would do this sometimes. They would take movies with a bunch of deleted scenes and make them longer. Or there are a few times where they would actually shoot new stuff for their TV version to make it an event. And they did that with Midway. Now, this sadly does not include the television version. It does, with the special features, have a bunch of this. It does have scenes, or a bunch of the scenes, shot for the television version. So the scenes are there, so at least you get to see them. What makes this interesting to me is this little thing right there. 1.1 mono. 1.1 is not mono. 1.1 is censor round. Now, I talked about this on a previous stream when we were talking about Battlestar Galactica and the movie Earthquake came in. If you've never heard of censor round, chat, or anyone watching the VOD, censor round, I don't know, I was about to say it's a killer. It's not really a killer, but so when theaters were trying to come up with new gimmicks, Universal came up with this idea of censor round. Censor round was mono with a super heavy bass channel. It was designed to have bass, a subwoofer channel that would shake your teeth out. And I mean that quite literally. It was, as far as I understand, the early ones, it was just giant bass speakers with plyboard on them to make it extra loud. When they tested censor round in, I think it was the Man Chinese Theater, it broke the drywall. That when they showed, I think it was Earthquake in censor round, they put safety nets along the ceiling because they were afraid that debris was going to fall and kill members of the audience. And this lovely DVD has the Sense-Around track. Now, are you going to get Sense-Around at home that's going to shake your house? Not unless you do it right. It's just going to be mono with an extra thick bass channel during the action scenes. But, I mean, in theory, I mean, you could set it up. Haha, that's crazy. And yet it's true. In fact, we when we discussed it a couple weeks ago, because we were talking about, because Battlestar Galactica has a Sense-Around. If Matt existed in the past, he would make a great scribe. Oh, dear. That's probably true, and I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. We opened it up on Wikipedia, I think it was before, about Sense-Around. Yeah, I'm going to do it again. Okay. Sense-Around theater damage. All right, let's see if we can find it. Remembering Sense-Around. Yeah, was it on this flashback? Yeah, because Roller Coaster used it. Yeah, the downside occurred if viewers happened to be seating in a theater close by. Okay, it was called Sense-Around, get it? Reverberating through their body. It was more than a vibration. It was a rumble. That was the upside. The bad side, if viewers were seated in a different theater close by, sharing a wall, they'd get rattled by it. And additionally, across the decades, anecdotal reports of theater damage due to Sense-Around equipment. The first Sense-Around movie, this isn't the one I read before. There was one I had before, though, where they actually talked about the tiles falling from ceiling and putting the nets in because they didn't want the audience to get killed. And one of the reasons it was retired was that thing that just said about if you were sitting next to the wall of a theater with multiple screens, you'd be rattled by the movie next door. That's one of the reasons they did away with it, because it got to a point you could only show one movie in the theater. If you were showing a Sense-Around movie, you couldn't show anything else because no one could hear their movie. They were too busy being shaken to death. Geez, I get Sense-Around for free every time my neighbor comes home blasting his car stereo loud enough to rattle the floorboards. Yeah, that's pretty much what this was. An archiver. Well, thank you, Red. I don't know if I would have been good at it. I don't know if that would have been my calling. Maybe. I think I'm just a yapper. I'm a semi-introverted yapper. Yeah, I've always wanted to, because I remember I've tried using the Sense-Around tracks with my home sound system, and it didn't really do much. I've always wanted to replicate it, but I'm also afraid to Sense-Around at the neighbor's house at night. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. If you got a neighbor who you really like, just go home, hook up your sound system, watch. If you don't like your neighbor, just watch Battlestar Galactica. You'll tick them off. Watch Earthquake. So Midway. Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and do Power Rangers. We'll knock this out. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the complete series. Who cares about the neighbor? That reminds me, I still haven't watched my 4K copy of Battlestar Galactica, of the movie Battlestar Galactica. I picked it up just because I was a huge Battlestar Galactica fan as a little Madamus, and I can't let that go. But I haven't gotten around to watching my 4K. That's one of the few cases where I bought the 4K, and it wasn't because it was really a big upgrade. It was just because Battlestar Galactica. The original. This isn't the remake from the 2000s. This is the Star Wars era, 1978 Battlestar Galactica. Power Rangers. This has been repackaged and reissued a few times. Shout Factory has repackaged it a few times. Now, when it says the complete series, can't watch Power Rangers anymore after all the behind-the-scenes stuff ruined everything. Well, I don't know. I enjoy, I mean, I've read some of the different anecdotes, but I still love it. And I love, I think it's a testament to editing. The way they were able to take the Sentai shows and recraft them the way there is. If you break it down, it really is a testament to everything, to editing, excuse me. I try to ignore that behind the scenes stuff. I know sometimes it ruins things for me, so when I hear stuff like that, I really do try to, or I try to assume, you know, it was producer Robert Evans, who I think was one of the producers of The Godfather, because a bunch of stories had come out about him. One of the things that he was famous for saying was, there are 3 sides to every story: yours, theirs, and the truth. Anytime I hear those awful anecdotes, I assume that, or I hope that maybe reality is somewhere in the middle. Maybe it was bad, but not as bad, if that makes any sense. To try to watch it behind the scene does ruin the magic. Yeah, especially if it's about treatment and things like that. But you also learn how much effort was put into it. Well, in the case of Power Rangers, there's been a lot of things that came out from behind the scenes that were more about people treating people the wrong way, that sort of thing. Because I don't want to go into it. Like watching Aliens. Yeah, I love all the... now, that type of behind-the-scenes stuff I love. I love seeing how they did things. I love seeing how... It doesn't take me out of it. Aliens, seeing how they pulled it off, watching how Power Rangers, the editing wise, how they pulled it off, that doesn't take me out of it. I love it. Star Trek the Motion Picture never takes me out of it. Watched all the featurettes on that. But yeah, Power Rangers, so a complete series is relative because it's not actually all of Power Rangers in general. What this is because Power Rangers started going through name changes eventually. This set, which has been repackaged a few times, it's Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, and Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers, which Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers is like this 10-episode mini-series that was meant to bridge the gap. Name changes and also their outfits too. Yeah, that's sort of when it started, was after this. Yeah, you had the Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers was they were trying to use up some additional footage with these other costumes, and it was a bridging series between Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and the next series, which was Power Rangers Zeo. And that's the thing about Power Rangers too. They always used to connect. Even if it was just minorly, they always connected. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers connected to Power Rangers Zeo very directly. Zeo connected to Power Rangers Turbo very directly. Power Rangers in Space connected pretty directly. After Power Rangers in Space, they stopped connecting. They each just became sort of their own thing. Occasionally, they'd come back and like tie it in somehow, but usually it was, you know, each one was its own thing. But the original Power Rangers through Power Rangers in Space can all be seen as one, in my opinion, can all be seen as one series with an unfortunate finale, because the finale of Power Rangers in Space was just kind of like, well, so that's it. That's how you're wrapping it up. Okay, then. It's an okay set. It doesn't have as many special features as I would have liked. Or does it show anything on the back? No, it doesn't. The bad thing about the original set, unfortunately, is it shows it includes Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers. The original box set it just had the Alien Rangers disc as part of Season 3. Later sets, they broke it up, which I kind of like better. What can you do? But the original set had a nice chipboard box, whereas the new set had a flimsy box. At least Zed and Rita got a happy ending until they ruined it. Yeah. What can you do? Mirror Mask. I don't remember much about this. I'm opening the... Okay, Mirror Mask is largely CG. It was released by Jim Henson Studio. So it was from Neil Gaiman, I think, created. He might have directed it too. No, he wrote it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Well, I'm always honest with you, so why would I put it that way? I don't think Mirror Mask was that good. I loved their marriage. It was so adorable. Have you gotten the DVD box that have wrinkles on them, even brand new? Do you mean on the plastic cases or on like cardboard boxes? If you're talking about plastic cases, yeah, I can tell you what I can tell you a lot of times what causes that. In a lot of cases, not always, a lot of cases, it's rewrapping. It's not rewrapping necessarily from individuals, but it's factory rewrapping when they will rewrap a case and they consider it still new. Because a lot of times things will be sent back to them and they'll be unopened, and they will, maybe it's because of a digital code or whatever, they'll open it and then they'll rewrap it with shrink wrap instead of cellophane, and a lot of times that leads to them being all warped, all the little wrinkles in the plastic. It's just like you could get brand new ones, and these are the ones that annoy me. There are certain ones where the edges will be scraped. They'll have scrapes along like the top and the bottom and sometimes the spine. And that's from where they go back to the factory, to the manufacturer, and however they open them, where they will open them to then reseal them, which whatever, they use some sort of a tool to do it, and it will scrape the covers, and I just think it sucks. But yeah, that's usually why they're ripply or warpedy like that. It's because of that. Or sometimes if they're just sealed in shrink wrap to begin with instead of cellophane, sometimes that'll be the cause, because shrink wrap you apply the heat to. The cellophane, it just wraps around it. Yeah, I have some warp wrinkle plastic cover. Look kind of cool, like a lightning effect. Well, at least you got lucky when they look cool. Yeah, that's never bothered me. The only ones that have ever bothered me are these scrapes. Because sometimes when they scrape them doing that too, they cut or they scrape like the corners, the top and bottom of the spine. Which, wish they'd have more care, but what can you do? Mirror Mask, yeah, okay, that's something I don't know why I keep it. It's a fantasy movie, and I don't think it's very good. It's really weird, really CG heavy, and it's just not. I don't know. I need to watch it again, I guess. I did also sort of like that look the plastic has. Yeah, the warps in the clear plastic, I don't mind that. Modesty Blaze. This is a spy spoof. It's a spy spoof. Again, 60s, everyone was trying to spoof James Bond. James Bond was a hit, so everyone wanted to do things like James Bond, but they didn't want to do it serious. They were all tongue-in-cheek. In like Flint, the Dean Martin, Matt Helm movies, and then you'd have random ones like Modesty Blaze. This did have a Blu-ray. It was Twilight, or no, it wasn't. It wasn't Twilight Time. It was Kino, and I think it's out of print, and I wish I owned that out of print. Yes, it's very out of print. Wish I would have bought that when I had the chance. I like the cover art to that, though. Always did. I don't remember the movie being very good, though. I think it was one of those ones I just liked the title. Modesty Blaze. Hydration break real quick once again. Okay, so we're coming to the Monty Python movies. I've got Holy Grail on Blu-ray. I'm going to save this last one. I'm going to save the first one for last. Life of Brian. Great movie. The Catholic Church hated it. I think the Vatican issued a statement condemning it, which then the Pythons started putting on their poster art. That the movie had been excommunicated. Modesty Blaze, I'm starting to think of Mrs. Doubtfire. Definitely not like that. She's a sexy super spy. Life of Brian. Fun movie. And yeah, I do love the fact that they started using the Vatican's excommunicado or whatever of the movie as part of their marketing. If you've never seen it, it's supposed to be about the little boy Brian, who was born in the manger next to Jesus, but not by virgin birth, and hilarity ensues. Brought to you by Biggest Dickus. Yes, oops, I said that out loud, and I'm supposed to be say so. I'm still say so, chat, kind of, sort of. Monty Python's Meaning of Life. And the cover for this looks weird because it had a foil cover. Oops. Oh, of course, Kimmy's just been waiting for that. And Red. Holy Hannah. I made a mistake. I'm like Ron Burgundy. I see what's on the teleprompter and I just read it. It's just a name. Yes. Oh, thank you, Kimmy. Oh, dear. So, Meaning of Life. One of my friends' online name. Well, where that came from, if you didn't know, Red, that came from Life of Brian. He has a wife, you know, Incontinentia. Oh gosh, I shouldn't be repeating that. Yeah, so Life of Brian, yeah, that's where that name came from. Biggest, that came from Life of Brian. So there you go. She's called, yeah. The best part of that scene is you can see it in the best part of that scene too is you can just see the actors legitimately losing it. They are fighting so hard. Even Michael Palin, who's saying the lines, he is fighting to keep a straight face. I laugh at an old show called Not the 9 O'Clock News. They did a skit about a priest that made a movie that was a mockery about the life of John Cleese. Really? Okay, Not the 9 O'Clock News. I don't think I've ever heard of that, Luciano. Thank you for mentioning it. I'll look that up. Monty Python, the Holy Grail with the crazy killer rabbit. Yeah, that one, yeah. But the biggest, that was in Monty Python's Life of Brian. The biggest, yeah, the name I'm not going to repeat again was in Monty Python's Life of Brian, which is about the little boy born in the manger next to Jesus during the Roman occupation. Yeah, didn't they tell the extras they'd be fired if they laughed to get a more genuine reaction? I honestly don't know, Jonathan Prince, but that could be very, very true. That I wouldn't doubt that. Correct. Hugh. Not gonna read that name either, Red. Okay, so that's that Life of Brian. Then there was Monty Python's Meaning of Life. Meaning of Life, unlike the others, it's more of like, it's almost like a set of sketches. This cover looks weird because it was foil. Meaning of Life is a lot different, and it is a lot more sussy. If you've never, yeah, sorry, Red. I've done the D's enough to know. I already read one thing by accident. I'm staying frosty now. Meaning of Life. It's got a cool song about birth, like that goes for birthdays. It's got moments. But it's definitely the more sussy. It's basically a movie all about, I mean, The Meaning of Life, it's basically all about sex. Well, not all of it, but I'd say about a good 75% of the movie is just, you know, that type of jokes. It's fine. I think Harry would like your jokes. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not. Life of Brian was on Blu-ray from Sony. It's out of print. It was on DVD in several editions. So this is the Immaculate Edition that was from Sony, which was a good remaster. 2 DVD set. It was on Blu-ray with all the same special features. Before that, it was on DVD. There was a non-anamorphic letterbox version from Criterion. From Anchor Bay. Then there was a non-anamorphic Criterion edition. Then there was a Well, no, they were both the same. Okay. Then there was a Criterion edition. The Criterion edition was 16:9 enhanced. It was enhanced for widescreen TVs. It wasn't 4:3 letterbox, but it was not a great transfer. It wasn't a good master. They weren't given good sources at this time. It was sort of a beggars can't be choosers edition. What can you do? So it wasn't until Sony got around to it later that we got a better one. And Meaning of Life, I think, is still in print. So if you want that on Blu-ray, you can get Meaning of Life, and you can get it pretty cheap, I think. Which brings us to the oddball. There is a fourth Monty Python movie, which is actually the first Monty Python movie. Before Monty Python and the Holy Grail was, have you heard of the actor? No, I haven't heard of Mr. Myas. I haven't heard of him, Red. Thank you. Oh dear. Meaning of Life is to try and prank Matt and miss. We're a bunch of oddballs. So speaking of that, and now for something complete. Red pranked you partially. I didn't say the beginning at least. So at least I only half pranked. But that was a good one, Red. I had to think about it. So that was a good one. This one, okay. Does it have a Blu-ray? No, it does not have a Blu-ray. So before Monty Python and the Holy Grail came out, the first Monty Python movie, which gets overlooked all the time, oh, can't even get a good picture, is Monty Python's And Now for Something Completely Different. And all it is they took a bunch of their shorts that they had done for Monty Python's Flying Circus, the original TV show, and they redid them on film. They didn't take the original broadcast because it was shot on video, a lot of it, but they just reacted them. They re-performed, they did new performances of some of their more famous shorts. So it'd be like if you did a Saturday Night Live, the movie, and everyone from the 70s Saturday Night Live, where they just took their best bits and they did new performances for all of them on film. Not much of a movie. It exists. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's interesting. And it's out of print, too. It's out of print. I mean, you can get new for $17.76. That's not horribly oppressive. You could get it cheap also. In fact, I could tell you my copy that I've got, I probably paid $5 for. I probably got it at Big Lots, who, if you're not familiar with Big Lots, they're going to be closed soon, so there you go. Excuse me. It was also in at least one box set. Oh, I don't like that box set. I'm not going to point to that one. Can you say crack my finger? This is going to... I don't think I can anyway, so I'm not going to say crack my finger 5 times fast. Big Lots to replace the L and T with a C. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Man, this is Stump the Madamus Day, isn't it? Moonraker. Again, same with Man with the Golden Gun. I've said this 1,000 times before. Ellen Matt is just suspicious. I'm suspicious of everything now. I'm suspicious of everyone and everything. I got my guard up at this point. I need a little siren asset of some type. Moonraker, I'll just say real quick. James Bond Special Edition Collection. I say it once, I say it again, I'll say it 1,000 times. The special editions of the Bonds that were released by MGM before the Ultimate Editions. Amazing menus. Just get one and try it for the menu. I mean, the movies are great too, but the menus on these were outstanding. Mothra vs. Godzilla, aka Godzilla vs. Mothra. This is second verse, same as the first. It's the classic media releases. It's got the US theatrical version and the uncut Japanese version. Unfortunately, you're lucky I had a prank that means something in Spanish, but I'm not throwing it your way. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, Super Shops. This is kind of an odd one, and it's an unfortunate one. So the US theatrical cut, the print that they had is cropped a little bit from the full scope 235:1 down to like 185:1. He detected your shenanigans, Bernie. Indeed, shenanigan detectors activate. I can't even speak. Activate. Hydration break again. My brain is melting is the problem. But I got to finish this page at least. So yeah, the transfer of Mothra vs. Godzilla is cropped. There was an earlier Blu-ray of the US theatrical cut. It was letterboxed only. I wish I owned it. It was in the full aspect ratio, but it was 4:3 letterbox, and it was horribly compressed. I don't even remember the name of the company that released it. Matt would do anything for love, but he won't say that. There are no shenanigans. Bro used most of his brain juice, so he can't get got. Yeah, I don't have much brain juice left today. Crack my fingers very say so. He just don't understand it. Crack my... No, I don't understand it, so I'm going to hold myself back just in case. No, I don't get it. I'll have to look it up later and see if I dodged a bullet or not. Yeah, so there was a better version. I can't remember. Well, not a better edition, but wish I could find it. And I don't know what happened to that print, because like I said, apparently there is an English print that is in full scope, and Classic Media did not have access to it. Maybe it was privately owned. I don't know. Oh, you're gonna Google it? No fun. Oh dear, really? Well, I'll probably say it to myself later and just see if I can pick up on it before I Google it. We'll try speaking to... I don't know what that is, Mary. I'm just gonna withhold it. I'm just gonna hold myself back. I'm going to try to preserve some shred of dignity. Okay, another Charles Bronson movie. Yay! Ooh, and they're right next to each other. Mr. Majestic. This is an earlier Bronson, well, 70s. 74, Matt sussing everyone out. Yeah, I don't trust anyone at this point. No one has my best interests at heart. No one. All alone. Well, there's the Spanish joke, which sounds like the Spanish word for okay, I'll take your word on that. Gotcha. I don't know. I took 2 years of Spanish in high school, and all I can say at this point is mi madre es más grande que tu madre. My mother is bigger than your mother. And I know el gato es en la piscina. Oh no, the cat is in the pool. That's all I remember, and that's all I need. Don't worry. Oh, geez. I know, baby girl. Gotcha. I had to think of that one. Oh, dear. And the thing is, every time you put that, Matt the Cool. Very useful. Thank you. Thank you. You trust Kimmy, right? At one point, I trusted Kimmy. Now I don't know if I trust anyone. The problem is, every time you say baby girl, all I can think of is our good friend Rhea. I'm sorry, Kimmy. I still trust you. I still trust you, Kimmy. I didn't do anything yet. Exactly. That's the problem. The yet. All I can think of is Rhea doing the hey baby girl. Cool-o sounds like Spanish word for gotcha. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I'm the most worthy one here. Mr. Majestic. Okay, so Mr. Majestic, I know that this is one of Quentin Tarantino's favorite movies. Charles Bronson trying to protect, he's got a farm and the union workers are attacking his hired workers or something like that. Mr. Majestic was considered a big deal. I don't remember really liking Mr. Majestic. It's not my favorite Bronson. My favorite Bronsons, y'all know, it's Death Wish and it's The Mechanic, and to some point extent it's Violent City, just I don't like the versions we've got. If you remember it. Now, if you don't remember, you need to see Death Wish. Name courtesy of the ladies. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. When I originally heard of the name, when I heard the movie, I didn't know it was spelled YK. But yeah, I don't even remember much of it. I just remember I wasn't as impressed with it as a lot of people are. My favorites are Death Wish and The Mechanic. The Mechanic especially. Oh yeah. Seriously, if you've never seen Charles Bronson, his version of The Mechanic, oh my gosh. Directed by Michael Winner, which this one is not. Michael Winner's the guy we talked about before, Death Wish, who he put in the grapey scenes just because he was kind of a perv, and also because he wanted to tick off all of the film journalists. And not in this case. This one, Super Shofts, was Richard Fleischer directed this one. Richard Fleischer also directed Conan the Destroyer, not Conan the Barbarian. That's all I can remember. Yeah, and the whole deal before with Michael Winner where he left actress Marina Sirtis naked on top of a car in the freezing cold while he lit a scene and wouldn't let anyone cover her with a blanket just because he wanted to humiliate her. Dude was a creep. He made great movies, but he made some really good movies and a few great ones, but he was creep. Awful. You know, the type of stuff that now you'd be drummed out of the industry for. And more rightly so compared to some of the things that nowadays you do. Boy, this took a dark turn, didn't it, chat? Hollywood have a lot of creep. Yeah, and Michael Winner was right at the top. Okay. Disney, yes. Disney, okay, this was a Disney Club exclusive. I'm Chris Hands with Dayline NBC, yeah. So this was a Disney Club exclusive. Mr. Boogedy and Bride of Boogedy. I don't know what to say about these really, except expensive now. They were made for TV movies. Like during 1986 and 1987. They were made for TV movies in the 80s. The first one, and they were sort of Halloween, haunted house things. Haunted by Mr. Boogedy. The original one, from what I understand, was meant to be a pilot that didn't sell. But it did well enough that they made a follow-up movie. And the follow-up movie, I want to say, was put into theaters overseas. I don't know what countries, but I want to say I read somewhere it was given some theatrical distribution overseas. Not great, but fun. Harkening back to an earlier time and a time when Disney was taking chances on things that were interesting. This is the 1980s. This is when they were doing things, late 70s, early 80s, things like The Black Hole and Watcher in the Woods and Something Wicked This Way Comes and Mr. Boogedy. Mr. Magoo's Christmas Carol, excuse me. I don't know what to say about it. Not my favorite Christmas special. Okay, these Muppet ones. Have you seen Boondocks? I have never watched the show, The Boondocks, Red. I've seen some of the memes to come out of it, but I have never watched the show itself. Black Hole, Watcher in the Woods, Mr. Boogedy, the jokes are writing themselves. Yeah, well, yeah. Black Hole's good. Black Hole's interesting. The Black Hole was Disney's answer to Star Wars. And it's not great. And I've talked about it at length before. I'm not going to go into it again. Amazing soundtrack. Yeah, I know, Kimmy. I can say the same thing when people tell me they've never seen Star Trek the motion picture. That's the way I feel, Kimmy. I like you and I want you. Now we could do this the easy way or we could do this the hard way. The choice is yours. The easy way, the hard way. That sounds like that's out of Cool Hand Luke. What's that, Matt? Star Trek the motion picture. Bless Kimmy. Ouch. Did I see Spider-Man 2002? The 2002. Oh, yeah, the Tobey Maguire one. Yeah, in fact, we'll get to it when we get to it. I do have it on Blu-ray, and I have the Super Bit version on DVD. I said before, I hold on to the Super Bits. What's that, Matt? Well, Kimmy, the director's cut of Star Trek the Motion Picture is my personal favorite movie of all time, and it is very worth your time. If you've never seen Star Trek, you don't need to worry about watching a series. Ignore anyone who says you need to watch, you should watch the original series first. No. The original 6 movies were meant to be their own thing. They connect back, but they were meant to introduce Star Trek to people who had no idea what Star Trek was. Because it was meant to, Star Trek the Motion Picture was meant to capitalize on Star Wars. And you can't do that if you're just doing something to follow up a TV series. Very worth your time. Okay, and see, and now you got me where I gotta go back to the, now you got me wanting to pull up the big fancy cover. Where's the fancy cover? Yeah, Star Trek the Motion Picture. I'm one of the real nerds when it comes to Star Trek the Motion Picture. May I have a link to follow along? For the DVD, sure. Just a sec. Matt, do a Star Trek, what, force everyone to watch it? No, I would never do that. I'd get busted for copyright. Thank you. Sure, just a sec. Let me go back to DVD. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Copy. And, okay. I'm gonna have to get it on this end. Please still be logged in. Oh my gosh, and I gotta switch my keyboard now. Okay, just a moment. I gotta do it 2 different computers because this is one of the problems with doing a dual PC system. One of the problems with doing the dual PC system. Copy. Okay. Continue without supporting us. Yes. Okay. There we go. And paste. Boom. Anyone who wants to follow along, that's the current state of the back library DVD section. Disney's answer to Star Wars is to ruin it. We can't make a better Star Wars, so we'll destroy the original genius, sir. How much did it cost us? Everything. Yeah, that's the truth. But yeah, Star Trek the Motion Picture, I love the director's cut. The theatrical cut's good, but the director's cut fixes almost everything. Well, let me rephrase that. There are 2 director's cuts. Okay, I'm jumping ahead. There are 2 director's cuts of Star Trek the Motion Picture. There's the one that was released in 2000, and there's one that was released in 2023. The 2023 one, they were given more money to play with, and they were able to fix it right. And they had more of the original film elements. The one in 2000 was kind of a rush job. It was basically begging Paramount, and Paramount saying, okay, you could do it, but you can only do it in standard definition because we won't spring for anything to future-proof ourselves. All right, so we are on page 10 right now. Okay, Muppets. I do need to mention the Muppets because this is one of those, speaking of Disney, this is one of those mishandlings by Disney. The Muppet Christmas Carol. This is on Blu-ray, and if you watch it on Blu-ray, it's missing something. And if you watch it on DVD, it has that something, but doesn't have it in the best quality. So, how do I explain this? Well, right here. Original and extended versions. When Muppet Christmas Carol was first brought to home video, there was a song that was deleted from the movie theatrically because they thought it slowed down the pace. It was put back into the home video releases. I guess it's on all the Laserdisc and all of the VHS releases and whatnot. So this is where it comes to being cheap. When Disney was releasing the DVD, they did a brand new widescreen scan. Brand new widescreen scan. I gotta emphasize that. Emphasis on widescreen scan. The old home video releases were full screen. They were open matte, so they weren't cropped, but they were open matte full screen, 4:3, whatever you want to call it. When Disney did their new widescreen scan, they did so of the theatrical cut. So the widescreen this DVD has both the widescreen and the full screen versions. The widescreen version is the shorter theatrical cut. The full screen version is the extended cut. Now, that extended cut could have been on the widescreen version if Disney would have just taken the time to scan that scene and to re-edit it in. And we could have had the widescreen version have both versions. But instead, we got what Disney does best. You got one version in the picture you don't necessarily want to watch in the full screen, the 4:3, in lower quality, because it was based, that's the thing too, the 4:3 copy was based on an old scan. They were using, Disney liked to recycle their old scans, and they still do. And so it was just reusing the same scan, the same master that they had created for VHS and for Laserdisc. Yeah. So yeah, this version has both cuts. That's what's nice about it. And the Blu-ray, unfortunately, to my knowledge, it does not have both cuts. And I don't even know if it's got the deleted scene itself. I think the song might be missing all completely. Let's see. Yeah, they tout it as a special edition. It's not easy being Scrooge. Oh, and good, it's out of print. Let's see. Did the Blu-ray have it? No. The Blu-ray doesn't have the deleted scene, and it doesn't have the extended version. Crazy collection list. Oh, well, this isn't mine. I don't have this. Is it? Where do you store them? That's part of my problem. So most of them, I would say, of the DVDs, okay, of the Blu-rays, pretty much all of them are on bookcases. I have, for movies set aside, I've got basically one wall of one little room where I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He got a second house for that. No, it doesn't take up as much room as you'd think. I've got one wall with 6 shelf bookcases. They were 5 shelf bookcases, but I was able to add an extra shelf to all of them so I could get more on them. The rest of them, the overflow and the stuff I don't really care about, they're boxed up just in storage in a back space. I mean, it's still climate controlled, but yeah, they're just stored. I wish I had a second house. Barely can handle the one. Yeah, so unfortunately and the collector's edition I don't think has, is it still in print? No, it's not in print. Of course it's not in print. I'm sure it doesn't have the deleted scene either. No, in fact, they even did away with the extended cut on their DVD copy. So Disney did what they always does. The back library. Yes, the back library. Well, and that's sort of where the name came from. Okay, so the name, so things used to be dire. When I was in my apartment, yeah, I had this, I didn't have the Blu-rays, but I had DVDs, and I had more DVDs probably when I was in an apartment. And I had, in my apartment, I had 4 bookcases, 6 shelves apiece. that were just fully stacked and packed. And then the entryway to my apartment was loaded with all the boxes for the overflow. And the name Back Library came from someone who, a back library for the backdoor movies. No, not quite. Someone was asking me or someone was looking for something in my previous career, and I don't know, it just came out off the cuff referring to the stuff I had in my overflow. Oh, I think I have that in my back library, and I just like the sound of it. So I just kept it ever since to refer to my library as the back library. That's a stupid story, I know. Completely pointless. Useless, worthless lore. Nothing like my Miku lore. The horror lore, Matt, stuff you into his DVD boxes as a collection. Yes, we shave you, we cut you into tiny discs. Gosh, that would be something. Oh my gosh, that's actually that's pretty sick. As someone who doesn't like horror movies, that is kind of sick. No backdoor stuff, but Matt is still looking for love. Man. Yeah, so point being, Disney hasn't done the Muppet Christmas Carol right, and I still can't believe he never played Pokemon and has never seen Pokemon. I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Though, I've seen a few episodes, and I wish I would have seen more. I've never played the card game, and as far as the video games, I do have like 3 of the Game Boy Advance ones. I've never played them, though. I started playing this one called Destiny Board Traveler, which was like a board game one that looked interesting, but I've got like 2 or 3 of it must be 3 of the Game Boy ones. Maybe it's all the Game Boy Advance ones. I don't know, but I've never really played them. Should do that on stream. There you go. Something to look forward to. Someday I'll tap into the Game Boy Advance through the GameCube adapter, and we'll do some Yu-Gi-Oh! And I said that horribly with the emphasis on the O. Okay, Muppet Treasure Island. Nothing much to say there, unless that's Jonathan Brandis. No, it's not. Okay. Muppets from Space. Disney can't release this one. This is owned by Sony. Columbia Pictures, Columbia TriStar. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't recommend it. It's a hole. You throw money down, save yourself. And I'm gonna be honest. I love watching streams with people opening these Pokemon decks. One of my favorite streamer who's a friend of the channel I mentioned before, Rhea Samira. She's done some Pokemon deck package openings, but man, I think I could never do it. I just couldn't. I throw enough money down the holes as it is with my hobbies. As is, I throw so much money down holes. I couldn't enter the gotcha card game hole. That just sounds so odd. The way I'm saying this is bad. Those pack opening be fun. I love watching them. That's the thing. I like watching other people gamble. I just don't like doing it myself because I don't like to lose money. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink, etc. and so forth. Yeah, so Muppets from Space. Madamus is not getting into holes. Although I have thought about doing that Steam game that's the rage right now, that digging a hole game. Matt want them deals. Yeah, that's right. Well, that's something I want to point out. That is something to point out. At least you have a collection. Well, one of the things to point out about this, you take aside the heavy hitters, okay, the limited edition things like Manhunter. You take aside the heavy hitters like Man with the Golden Gun and things like the Bond DVDs. Most of these DVDs were bought for $5 or less. Because I've always been a bargain shopper. I used to just, I'd raid the bins. I used to go around to different shops in my area when I heard they had like $5 DVD selections, things like that. Even my Super Bits, most of my Super Bits were $5 or less. This right here, I could tell you that Mask of Zorro Super Bit and Super Bits were expensive originally. That was less than $5, but that was probably a $3, $3.88, something like that DVD. I used to also with Walmart on Black Friday, when DVDs were a big deal there on Black Fridays. I would be there, at midnight, because they'd go ahead and open up they'd start at midnight, and I'd be the guy digging through all the racks. Structure decks are probably the safest way to play. Contents are guaranteed, and you can usually just buy 3 decks, take out the filler, throw them together, and make a solid deck. Interesting. Okay. Well, if I ever do play, I'll keep that in mind. So the truth is, even though it's a lot in terms of quantity and it adds up, it's not like I'm going and dropping, $30 on DVD. Like I was even dropping $30 on DVD. I was always, want them deals. Kimmy nailed it. So Muppets in Space. Disney, unless something changes, can't touch it. Even though Disney owns the Muppets, Sony owns it. And I think there is a Blu-ray from Sony. I just want to see. Yeah, there is. And is it still available? Like, really available? I'm checking that later. If that's really available, I might pick that up myself. Did you fight any scalpers during Black Fridays? I always got lucky, Kimmy. I never had to fight any scalpers. That said, I would say, because I've got my eBay shop, which I don't use like I used to. I've kind of said this before went on one of Rhea's streams in chat, and I think she caught, because she related it to Pokemon, probably hated me. I was a half a scalper. I would pick up if there was a ton of something or it was something special, I'd pick up an extra copy or 2. I was never, though, someone who would, with maybe one exception, and it was something that no one else saw the value of, but I did. I was never the type who would go and just buy them all up for resale. I wouldn't do that. Now, I've done that a few times at the Dollar Tree. I would say the Dollar Tree DVDs and Blu-rays, I used to look for, thinking if I saw something that I knew, I would do, 1 or 2 is fine. The only times I would say I did more, I'll tell you 2. Okay, I will do 2 instances for you. And in both cases, I don't feel bad. And in one case, I kind of got what I deserved. Mostly a TCG card collector. What's a TCG? Red. But no, Dollar Tree, I would sometimes, when I knew they had Blu-rays, I would go there specifically looking for stuff that was valuable to resell. I got what I deserved because trading card game. Oh, okay, gotcha. I got what I deserved because some of those boxes I've mentioned of stuff that I don't consider parts of the back library, I have some boxes, probably small boxes, but probably like maybe 4 boxes, I would say total, maybe even 5 if I'm unlucky, that are filled with stuff I just bought to resell, and because of digital, the bottom has dropped out on a lot of it. And unless it's something really special, there's not a market for it. So there are things that I'm currently stuck with. I got what I deserve. That's okay. I don't get mad about it because I didn't spend a bunch. It was dollar store. The other time, which I don't feel bad about it, I'll say, I will mention the title right up. It was on DVD, and it was The World's Greatest Super Friends, which is Super Friends Season 4. And it was originally released on DVD as a Target exclusive. And one of my local Targets, what's that? Super Friends. Okay. In the Great Hall of the Justice League, there are assembled the world's 4 greatest superheroes, created from the cosmic legends of the universe. Super Friends was Hanna-Barbera's DC Comics show. So it was Superman. The original season, it was Justice League the cartoon, but it was Justice League the cartoon in the 70s and into the 80s. But they didn't call it Justice League; they called it Super Friends. Yeah, in fact, where's the Blu-ray? I'll go ahead and press the button, push the button, Frank, S, and it's probably on the last page. They are all available now on Blu-ray in a really, really big set. It's available on Blu-ray, the complete series, because it had a lot of seasons. So it's Saturday morning cartoon show. The Blu-ray set is 16 discs. Wow, yeah, 3,142. Batman, yep. Replace the R in Blu-ray with a J. Blue J? Okay. Got it. I miss getting DVDs at Dollar Tree. We used to get crap occasionally. We'd get anime. I picked up Batman Ninja. That movie is so good. It's getting a sequel soon, I think. I've only seen a couple of the modern animated DC movies. I haven't seen Batman Ninja. I'll have to watch it sometime. I've heard about it. Yeah, Batman. And this is your classic Batman and Robin blue bat when he was still dressed in blue. Let me get back to the page we were on. DVD collection. So Super Friends, getting movies for cheap in Dollar Tree was goated. Yeah. And I did buy a lot of them. I did scalp sometimes. Some of them I made money off of, and some of them I'm stuck with now because the market completely changed. Never paid attention to Dollar Tree DVDs. The ones at my locations were movies I never heard of. Yeah, no, I get that. The ones I know I mentioned Star Trek before. They started getting in some of the Star Trek movies, I remember, and I was thinking, ooh. Actually, those are something I started sending a couple of them to my niece and nephews, but they weren't interested. Yeah, I never sold anything I collected. I have some, and I'm going to say the things I've sold that I collected, Red, some I've regretted. There are a few DVDs of mine. I mentioned one of the ones I mentioned earlier in the stream. You might have been here with it. I don't remember. I think you were here at that point. Maybe was Dawn of the Dead. I regretted that. DVD wise, there aren't many movies that I've collected that I regret reselling. There's one Blu-ray I maybe regret. The one Blu-ray I can think of that I regret is something called Freaked, which is hard to describe. It was a comedy movie from Alex Winter, who was Bill in Bill and Ted. It's a really oddball movie. Dawn of the Dead is good. Yeah, I wish I would have kept it. I'll rehash this. So I used to have, and it is out of print now. And I sold my DVD because it was super expensive. Shaun of the Dead is great. Yes, Shaun of the Dead is funny. I love Shaun of the Dead. So the original Dawn of the Dead from 1978, it's a big deal. I assumed it was going to be getting a big fancy Blu-ray set at some point. It just stands to reason. So zombie movies are hard to ruin. Well, I don't know. I've seen some bad ones. They don't always. Zombie movies don't hit me the same now as they used to. But I still liked Dawn of the Dead. Like I said, I've gotten more squeamish about stuff like that as I've gotten older. But Dawn of the Dead, I assumed it'd be getting a good fancy Blu-ray set, so I sold my DVD. The DVD that I sold, which I sold for $100 at the time, was the Ultimate Edition from Anchor Bay. Now, what made it the quote-unquote Ultimate Edition was it was a 4-disc set. It had the U.S. theatrical cut, which is the director's cut, the European theatrical cut, which is the producer's cut, which is a very different vibe, much more of an action movie, the Cannes Film Festival extended version, and then another disc of special features. And like I said, I sold it because I thought, well, this is going to be getting high def treatment. It's stuck in rights hell. The original Dawn of the Dead is stuck in legal hell. I don't know when or if we're ever going to get in the US released again. It's a mess. Zombieland is funny. I have never seen Zombieland. I want to say I started watching it and had to shut it off for something. I mean, really started. It was like just a scene of a guy getting attacked in a toilet, and I wound up having to shut it off because something was going on, and I just never got a chance to go back. They're more like infected rabies. Yeah, the fast-running zombie. Yeah, I prefer it when they hobble. Zombieland is funny. I'll have to give it a try. I'll have to go back to it sometime. Like I said, I started watching it when I was in the Twinkies. Okay, I seem to remember seeing something like a meme about Twinkies not going back. Twinkie scene? Okay. I'll have to watch it. Now you got me where I'm just gonna have to watch it. That's all I remembered. Oh dear. Just a moment. Zombieland was good. They poked fun at zombie apocalypse cliches. Gotcha. Yeah, and Shaun of the Dead I love too. Shaun of the Dead was good. Oh yeah, so the thing with Target. Boy, tangents are fun. The Target thing with me scalping where I don't really feel bad. And this is going to be a hear me out thing. So hopefully I could get absolution. So Super Friends. World's Greatest Super Friends, which is Super Friends Season 4, released on DVD. It was, how many movies do I watch weekly? The truth is, and right now I've got a massive backlog. The truth is I used to go through, I used to be able to watch 4 Blu-rays a week. And then I discovered VTubers. And now, since I have discovered VTubers and I watch more and have started, ever since, first of all, when I started watching VTubers, I started watching less of my Blu-rays and the backlog kept building up. And now, since I've become one myself, I rarely get a chance. It's a fight for me to even watch 1 Blu-ray a week. So my backlog now is on Blu-rays is massive. And I need to do something about that. I really, in all seriousness, I need to get caught up with my backlog. Not meaning that as a joke at all. We listen and we judge. Okay, so Madamus of the backlog. Pretty much. That's pretty much what it is. I'll have to do a stream where I just go over my backlog. Here's all the stuff I still have to watch. Oh gosh, maybe. Gosh, that'd be boring. I should do it. Backlog, not the one that goes. No, definitely not. So, World's Greatest Super Friends. Super Friends Season 4 was released originally as a Target exclusive. It was a Target exclusive that was seemingly running out a lot of places. People were online. This thing was in stores for like $7.50 or $10, and people online, it had already jumped to $20 or more. Even though these other Targets did not have it, the place I was living at the time, which is not where I live now, apparently no one cared about Super Friends but me. So I went into the Target like a week or so after this thing had come out, and they still had like 10 copies. All of them at $7.50. Now, it had been, like I said, this had been there. Okay, so it's not like did it come with something cool like stickers? Nope. All it was at the time, you could not purchase it anywhere else. You couldn't purchase it on Amazon. You couldn't purchase it at Walmart. It was, Season 4 of Super Friends was only available at Target. And this is because Super Friends on DVD was released really weird. They released Season 3. Okay, so Season 3 of Super Friends is a weird situation. Season 3, each series it's like Power Rangers. Each series had a different title. You had Super Friends, then you had the all-new Super Friends Hour, then you had Season 3, and Season 3 was actually 2 different shows that they could sell separated. There was one just called Super Friends, and then there was the second half of the show, the other half hour, was Challenge of the Super Friends, which I'm going to tell you, Kimmy, being a Batman fan, the Super Friends show that you want to watch is that season, Challenge of the Super Friends. That's the good one. That's the actual Justice League versus the Legion of Doom. The rest of the seasons, a lot of them are kind of just silly. So when Warner Brothers would release Super Friends on DVD, they did it all out of order. First, they released Challenge of the Super Friends Season 1. even though there is only one season. They released as season 1. Then they released the, yes, Challenge of the Super Friends. That's the one worth looking for. Now, it's still going to be cheesy, okay? It's Saturday morning cartoon fare. You got to remember that. Saturday morning cartoon fare. But it's the one that got it right. And that's why they did away with it, because it's the one that got it right, and we couldn't let that happen. Super Friends, that would be me. Yes, Super Shops. So they released that as like season 1. Then they released Super Friends Volume 2. Then they went and released like the all new Super Friends Hour Volume 1. They kept releasing them out of order on DVD, and then they just stopped. So Warner Brothers released a bunch of seasons, and then they just stopped. And for some reason, seasons 4, 5, and 6 were just missing. And seasons 4, 5, and 6 were only like 8 episodes each. They weren't even really a full season. They were like meant to pad out the existing seasons. Because cartoons on Saturday morning, it was kind of weird. What they would do would, when they ordered another season, it would never be, or rarely be, like a full season. So season 1 would be 24 episodes, and then season 2 would maybe be 8 episodes or 6 episodes, because they just rerun the season 1 episodes and then tack the season 2 episodes onto it. Same thing happened with Scooby-Doo. If you look at the original Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Season 1's 22 or 24 episodes, and season 2's 8. But it's not a full season, but it's because they just would run it in rotation with the others, because kids are stupid, and we could just keep showing them the same cartoon over and over again, and it doesn't matter, because they're going to see the commercials for the toys and the candy, and that's all we're here for. I hate putting it that way, but in seriousness, that's sort of that's unfortunately the way it was. Except in syndication, but when it came to network-wise, yeah, I'm going off on way too much of a tangent. Okay. World's Greatest Super Friends, Season 4, Target exclusive. Finally got released. It's exclusive to Target. No other stores have it, and there is no announcement that it's even a limited thing. So people don't know if it's even going to be coming to Amazon or to Walmart or to anywhere else down the road. It's Target only. Targets are running out of it because the Super Friends fans are going to Target to buy it. And when there's only one candidate, there's only one choice. Well, where I lived, they weren't buying it. So a week after I bought, I think originally when it came out, I knew it was rare. So I think I originally at the price, I bought like 1 or 2 extra. And then I came back a week later and they were all still there. So Target is a great place to shop. Yeah. And then they used to have a good movie section. They used to have a lot more with DVDs before, that market is kind of the bottom fell out. What can you do? I don't like Walmart. No. I go to Walmart out of necessity. I've told my Walmart stories before. I have a hatred for Walmart because I cannot shop with them I can't do online orders from Walmart. My account with Walmart is closed for the rest of my natural life. And because it was closed at the time I was living with family, their Walmart account is closed for the rest of their natural lives. It was because they deemed that we were doing excessive returns and they counted it as fraud, even though it was things that were being returned because they were damaged. And unlike Amazon, no process for appeal. You're just out. Screw you, Walmart. So back to Target. Yeah, I hate that. That's one of those things. I mean, like if let's say I were in the position of a Doki bird or a giant or somewhere a Hololive, and Walmart wanted to sponsor me, my answer would be, get bent. You closed my account, or it would actually be, so you're gonna reopen my account now? Are you going to reopen it? Because I had a similar thing happen to me with I did have a similar thing happen to me with Amazon. It was because I had a bunch of computer components show up, and this was years ago. And they were all defective. I had a bunch of... no, this was before Walmart Plus, Red. This was just straight Walmart.com, no Walmart Plus. This was before the Plus when they did it to me. And Amazon, yeah, I had to deal with them where I had gotten a bunch of computer components. They closed my account. It was a fight, but I was able to get Amazon to reopen my account, and I've never had a problem since. In fact, with Amazon, the secret with Amazon used to be, if you get your account closed, there used to be an email sitting around the web for Jeff Bezos himself. So you would email Jeff Bezos, and now he wouldn't answer you, but it would get funneled down to one of his underlings who actually had power. And they would, look at it and say, okay, we'll give you one more chance, that sort of a thing. And like I said, my returning stuff to Amazon hasn't changed over the years, and I've been fine with them ever since. I spend too much on Amazon. So do I, Red. Evil website. Walmart plus website equals waste of time. Yeah, Super Shops. I used to shop with them. The truth is, Super Shops, they're, other than maybe some furniture, which is what got me in trouble to begin with, because it was some damaged furniture that caused them to close my account. It was damaged furniture, and it was some defective game consoles from Hyperkin. Secret to Amazon, get a friend to buy your stuff for you. Yeah, well, we'll give you another chance to give us money. Yeah, it's funny how that works. Yeah. Did you have Amazon Prime? No, I didn't even have Amazon Prime. I have never, now right now I've got an Amazon Prime, but it's a trial. I have never paid for Amazon Prime. I just do it whenever I get the free trial, I get the free trial. But I've never actually paid for it, no. Now, if I had been paying for Amazon Prime, they probably would have been less likely to close my account. I know with Amazon Prime, they treat you like a king. Yeah, that's the thing. I probably never would have gotten in trouble even back then if I had Amazon Prime. But what could you do? I say that, and yet even though they treat me like... You can say they treat me like a king, but lately, the way they've been shipping stuff, where they just put it in like a plastic Mylar unpadded mailer, and then it shows up all crushed. I just had a sound card I ordered showed up with the box all crushed. The card might have been fine, but no, I'm sorry. I didn't pay, X dollars for something with crushed up box. I returned so much, no issues. Yeah, I don't have problems now. But back then, yeah, it was more of an issue. Oh, Target. Okay, so the end. So for y'all to judge me, you can judge me if you think I'm evil as a scalper. I bought a couple of those Super Friends sets to one for me and a couple to resell, one or two to resell. But then I went back to my local Target like a week later, and the rest of them, except maybe one, were still there. And there was another Target in my town at that time, and they were still there also. So even though they were selling out around the country, my local Target, no one cared. I was just in one of those areas that there was no market, I guess, for old cartoons, things like that. I guess children were forbidden or something. I don't know. So yeah, since, enough time had passed where Ray, I hate Pokemon Scalper. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I don't see myself as being a scalper with it. And you can judge me on this. I don't consider myself a scalper because I didn't go in there when it was release day. I bought one for me and one to potentially either to sell or to return. Or maybe it was two. I honestly can't remember. But when I went back a week later and they were still there and no one else had bought them, at that point in my mind, I just felt, fair is fair. I mean, I wasn't taking the people. You've had a week. They've been sitting there. I hate Scalper for PS4. Yeah, I hate it too, Red. I hate scalpers. I've been through it. I've seen them take stuff that I've wanted. Couldn't get one for months later. Oh, I can imagine. And didn't PS5 have some issues scalping away your wallet? Yeah. So that was the thing. So once a week had passed and these things were still sitting in Target, I went ahead and bought them up, and I went ahead and resold them on Yeah, it was treasure for Matt. Yeah, so I bought them. I resold them on eBay and sold almost every one of them within a month. PS5, I got a reservation, so I was good. They sent me an email. Nice. I don't think I've never had a console where I've had that issue. Maybe it's because of because I got more into PC, so all my consoles were older. Because even my GameCube was bought in. I know when the GameCube was bought, it was after it'd been around, which is why it's the lesser model, the one that doesn't have component output, which is unfortunate because now that I'm streaming, I could use component output. PS5 was around or more, 1K or more during the shortage. Gotcha. Oh, yeah. I think I remember that, Red. I do think I remember that in the news. But yeah, I didn't feel like I was a scalper because these had been sitting around for a week. If people wanted them, they had a week to get to them. So I bought them up. I resold them for double. There. And I don't feel that was scalping because I gave it time. People were fighting and stealing. Yeah. Well. Yeah, people are crazy. I guess my thought is, maybe I'm nuts about it, but I just feel like unless the system is a limited edition and trading for 3080 for it with money, see, I don't get that. My attitude is unless the system's, unless it's some sort of a limited edition, if you can, unless you got, and you don't have a reservation, let's say, just wait. They'll be back sometime. Unless there's something specific to it that makes it time sensitive other than you just want it right now. But that's me. I mean, I'm one to talk anymore. There are some things like some of the Blu-rays where I just buy them outright, like that Captain Kronos set, which that's probably the most I've spent on a single Blu-ray. Every time it came back, instantly sold out. Yeah. And how much of that was with scalpers because they thought they could resell it. Shortage during COVID made it worse. Oh yeah, I remember the chip shortages because I was trying to get PC components, and that took semiconductor issue too. Yeah, the different chip shortages and everything else because that started affecting me with PC parts. It didn't affect me for the streaming, but the PC that I use for streaming, because I was building it first during COVID. And then, now a year later, I built my gaming PC with the exact same specs. Identical, except one's ATX and one's micro ATX and some differences in hard drives and brands, but that's it. I gotta finish this page. 1:20 a.m. Eastern Standard. Holy Hannah. Muppets Take Manhattan. This is another one Disney can't touch. It's owned by Sony. And Sony has already announced a 4K release of it, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's a Blu-ray and there's a 4K. I don't like the Muppets Take Manhattan. I thought the Muppets Take Manhattan was boring. The only good thing about it did introduce the concept of the Muppet Babies. So there you go. Murder at 1600, I don't remember much about it. It's a Wesley Snipes movie. Murder in the White House. And he's the cop to investigate. Ooh, okay, this is a fun one. Chat, this is out of print, but I'm sure you can find it streaming. Put this in your horror comedy. If you've never seen it, it's a lot of fun. My Name is Bruce. This was on Blu-ray. It's out of print. I've only got the DVD. The Blu-ray had some issues. I think the DVD probably looks slightly more pleasant. It was a cool foil cover, too, from what I remember. Looks silly. Yeah, well, it is. It is Bruce Campbell, the star of The Evil Dead, and Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness, etc. Bruce Almighty. Not that Bruce. No, this is Bruce Campbell, the star of The Evil Dead, Army of Darkness, etc. and so forth. Cult actor gets hired by a small town to fight the Chinese demon of bean curd named Guandi, who is like killing people at their mining operations. They hire him to defend their town because they think that he's actually a zombie hunter. I love Bruce Almighty. I know I enjoy watching Jim Carrey. I've never seen Bruce Almighty. I've never seen it. I have honestly never seen it. Have you watched Ash versus the Evil Dead? I need to finish it, Luciano. I can't talk. My mouth is getting gummy. I thought your name was Matt. It is. I watched the first 2 seasons of Ash versus the Evil Dead, and I think I was moving at the time the 3rd one was happening, and for some reason I think I just kept forgetting about it. That scene with Jim Carrey Rhino scene, I thought that was Ace Ventura, one of them. I never saw the well, there's another thing. So I'm out of the loop on a lot of Jim Carrey stuff. I saw the original Ace Ventura. I never saw When Nature Calls for some reason. I don't know why. And I know The Mask wasn't really my thing either. Now everyone's probably going to hate me for my lack of Bruce Campbell knowledge. But in any case, my name is Bruce. If you want a funny horror comedy, actor being mistaken for an actual zombie hunter, it's a Bruce Campbell parodying himself. A lot of fun. The scene with Jim Carrey, the Rhino scene, that was so funny. That's one of the few things I've seen from Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls, because I've seen that in so many memes and whatever when he's inside the Rhino costume. Excuse me. The Mysterians. Okay, this is... Whoop! We got someone. Who'd we get? Purple Wolf Lady just subscribed. Thank you for subscribing, Purple Wolf. Purple Wolf, not Purple Wolf. If I can speak. Thank you for subscribing, Purple Wolf Lady. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Back Library. I'm Madamus. Usually we do gaming streams and whatnot, but this is just we're just doing a Yappamus stream tonight. Yapping about DVDs and other tangents. So welcome in, welcome in. Unless you're subscribing because you were watching one of the shorts, in which case welcome in anyway, but you're not here to hear me say welcome, but I appreciate it, so thank you. Hydration break. The Mysterians. Mysterians is a Toho movie. I need to watch Ash vs. Evil Dead. Yeah, I need to finish it. I love the original. I mean, they're so different from each other, but I love the original Evil Dead movies and Army of Darkness. The only bad thing about Ash vs. Evil Dead, I remember, they couldn't directly reference Army of Darkness, and they had to work around it because I guess the Dino De Laurentiis or the I think it was Universal, because of Universal holding the rights to Army of Darkness, they weren't allowed to touch it. After all these hydration breaks, no need for a bathroom break. Man, I used to go like 8 hours at work without going to the bathroom. No, actually no. Surprisingly, no. There's probably something medically wrong with me, chat. So there you go. Once again, if I drop dead on stream, yep, you can blame he didn't go to the bathroom. Matt's scared of Skibidi. There we go. Add that one to the list. I have never watched a single Skibidi toilet short. Unless I've seen some VTuber or someone on stream do it, I've never watched it. Fair enough, I never had to use bathroom in school. I might have same thing as you. I might have when I was in school. Except for college. Because college, the classes were broken up so much for me. Matt, don't drop or else we'll sell your collection. Thank you for reminding me. I do need to make a will out sometime, even though I'm not a boomer. The Mysterians. Oh yeah, Ash vs. the Evil Dead. Yeah, unfortunately I had to work around Army of Darkness. Mysterians is a Toho movie. It was Tokyo Shock. It's not horribly expensive, even though it's out of print. Will out to Megs and Kimmy. Actually, the truth. So I'm going to let you all out in on a little secret. Well, it's not really a secret. I don't know who at this point I would leave a will to. Because obviously, I mean, if you couldn't guess, obviously I'm not. Yeah, I know. So I got to make a note of this time too. 1:30, 10:30. Oh my gosh. So obviously, not married, don't have kids. Okay, we've established that. Not a boomer. Not married, don't have kids. But outside of my parents, I don't really have any family who I'd want to will anything to. We make a kid, Matt. No, Max. Thank you, you Invincible. Yes, that's why I keep trying to convince myself, Red. Thank you. You ain't dying. No, I certainly hope not. Although I have lost a lot of weight, and I don't know why. Why am I talking about this? Too much medical stuff. Point being, so I have extended family. I have no, Megs. I said no, I'll say it again. No. Nope. So I'm going IRL. I gotta eat more. Yeah, probably. I'll eat some more tonight, maybe. I'll probably have a late snack if I finish this page. So, and I'm not meaning to go, I'm only going into this IRL stuff because I don't consider it personal. I've got extended family, but there is no way in hell I'm going to leave them any of my stuff. There just isn't. And it's because and some of them I mean, like, I call them nieces and nephews. They're from they're actually my cousin's kids, but I've sent them DVDs and stuff before, and it was basically there no interest there. And is it going to be pizza? No, but I do have some TV. I've got I got a cabinet full of instant noodles, different like chow mein things, and I do have some frozen like TV dinners. Some little ones, like almost like mini entree sizes. That fine can't get along with everyone. It's not really so much not getting along with them, Red, but it's more a matter of I know they wouldn't appreciate the stuff and it wouldn't be going to a good home. If I am going to leave my stuff, if I'm going to leave like the DVDs, the movies and the games to anyone, I want them to be left to either to be left to someone who will appreciate them, or to be left to a charity that would be able to profit off of them and use the money really for something near and dear to my heart. I don't want to leave it to someone who really doesn't care and then they're just going to enrich themselves. Does that make sense? I hope it does. I want it to go somewhere where it's loved. There. That's the best way to put it. I know it's just stuff. At the end of the day, it's just stuff. It doesn't really matter. I don't trust most charities. Yeah, and see, that's the truth too, Red. I don't trust many. And so that's why I don't... It's almost like I would have to be giving it to a cause myself, which would mean I'd have to will it to myself and have myself deal with it after I die. And I can't do that, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I want the stuff to go where it's loved. Not just where it's going to be sold off. Even though it's just stuff. Oh, Meg's looking for love. Red being the funny sidekick. Kimmy making jokes. That rope in Matt. Yeah, and me trying to be successor to Robin Williams. Hey, it works. That's a chat. Donate to a library or community center. Yeah, that's an idea. That's an idea, especially with the movies. The games, I don't know how I'd handle, because some of this stuff, again, I don't even know. I mean, let's face it, a library isn't going to care about the Ouya. They're going to look at the Ouya and say, what the hell is this thing? You want someone to appreciate your collection? Yeah, I mean, maybe not the whole thing, but just at least to At least to know that's going to be loved and to know it's going to be enjoyed. I don't want it going to one of these people too who just lets things collect dust. I mean, there's so many game collectors who, yeah, I spend $1,000 for a sealed copy of Super Mario Brothers. So you're never going to play Super Mario Brothers? Omegs appreciates you. Yeah, well, yeah. So the Mysterians, we got bury his favorites with him. No, I wouldn't want to do that either, Kimmy, because I recognize it's just stuff. At the end of the day, it's just stuff. Everything's entropy. I didn't mean that to be down, but it is just stuff. My brothers keep telling me to sell my collection. They say I could buy a house with it. You know, honestly, I've had family members trying to get me to sell a lot of mine, and I have sold some of it. I've talked about some of the individual titles I've sold off where, and game-wise, where it's just, it was too good to pass up. What if you come back? What if you come back and Hans? Oh my gosh. I hope that doesn't happen. The only game thing I sold that the one I always mention, I've always mentioned this because it's the real outlier game wise. The one thing I sold, which it was an amazing game, but I can't regret it because of what it fetched. Game called Power Blade 2 on NES. Oh, Megs would love it. Oh god, yeah, he'd love me coming back to haunt the collection. Oh dear, no. Busted Ghost and Night. Oh god, no. Oh, not again. The one I sold on NES was Power Blade 2. One of the ones I sold, and it's one thing I don't regret. It's a great game, but I was able to sell a loose copy of it for $800. And you know, to the person who was willing to pay me $800 for a loose NES cartridge with no manual, just a perfect label, whatever. To me, no game's worth $800. Can't help it. It's okay. Shall I get back to the jokes? No, it's all right. Super Shops. Megs wants you to haunt him, or no, it's okay. Oh, but that does remind me. Okay, after the Mysterians, I do need to point something out for Kimmy. Actually, I just remembered something for Kimmy. Matt needs to giggle. I giggle enough. It's killing my throat. The Mysterians. Okay, it's a Toho movie. It was the first movie with Megara, which is a robot cyborg monster, was brought back later by Toho in Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. The original appearance was as an alien robot monster. Aliens wanted to steal the human women because they had no women and they needed to breed. So there you go, Madamus and a super ship. Oh, jeez. So yeah, that's the Mysterians. Now, the bad thing about the DVD of the Mysterians has to do with rights, and it probably has to do with people checking out your DVD collection. Banana Organ. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Get some super shots. Enjoy the stream. So the thing about them... Oh, I need another drink. I'm sorry. Just a moment, chat. The thing about the Mysterians, well, yeah, Banana Phone. Song I did during karaoke. I want that to become one of my standards. The Mysterians. Okay, the only thing to point out about this, the dub track is a new dub track. Well, new in that it was made for the release in 2005. This was originally released in the US, an alternate version by RKO Pictures. I think 10 p.m. or late night is for you. I don't get it. What do you mean? Oh, do you mean the changing my schedule or something? Well, I was at 10 p.m. I probably should have. I don't know. I don't know if 10 p.m. is a good slot. Don't know. Sing us a song. You're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Nice. Got more live viewers? Yeah, I do. I do right now, especially with all of you here. We're all in the mood for a melody. Yeah. So RKU, You've got us feeling right. Well, thank you. The chocolate soluble your theme song. Oh, I knew that was gonna happen. I knew it the moment I pulled that song out of the hat. I knew it. I knew that was one, and I can't say I regret it. I don't with that one. The Mysterians. Well, and maybe I will switch back to a 10 p.m. slot eventually, or maybe split it. Because originally at one point I was trying to, originally I was splitting it between like the 8 p.m. and the 10 p.m. Maybe I should go back to that. That's the thing. Grok's advice doesn't make sense because Grok will tell me with my previous schedule, well, Grok was like, oh, you're all over the place. And then Grok was like, well, you should do 7 p.m. Monday and 8 p.m. the rest and then do 4 p.m. on Saturday. What? That's split up even more. It was good. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Kimmy. Well, I'm upper class society, God's gift to ballroom notoriety. Mysterians. So the original version in the US was, I think it was cut differently. It was RKO Pictures and it had a different English dub. I don't know if that version is lost. It might be lost media. But if it isn't, it's a shame it wasn't included here. I always fill my ballroom. The event is never small. The social pages say I've got the okie dokie then. Oh, I do want to go back on the list. I know we're on this page, but I've got to go back a couple pages for something I meant to mention to Kimmy. Because why do I think, maybe I'm completely wrong, but I just keep thinking this would have been up Kimmy's alley. Yeah. That ball have own orbit. Nope. So this is something, and so we can put this into scalper territory because I picked these up at a Dollar Tree and I've got like 10 of them and I've never done anything with them because they're not worth much. You could buy them brand new for $5.50. This is the set-top Harry Potter DVD game. Hogwarts Challenge. It is a DVD video game you play with your DVD remote. Takes place during the first 3 Harry Potter movies, I think. Games such as Wandering Wand. Okie dokie. Yeah. Yeah, remote control is like a magic wand. Sure it is. And DVD based on the first 3 Harry Potter movies, including bonus clips from Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire and The Order of the Phoenix. Life of a... Yeah. DVD. Yeah. DVDs. Indeed. You know, I picked this up because I like set-top DVD games, and yet I've never played the thing. I need to try it. You know what? Oh, darn it, but I'd get bonked for copyright. I'm telling you right now, if it weren't for the movie clips in this, I would play this on stream. I would make this as a stream. Bonus. I would make that. I would love to do that on stream, but this stream turned into a comedy club. Yeah. What page was I on? 10? Was it 10? Yeah, it's okay. 10. Okay. I know I can finish this page, and then I could probably get through the next one still before 2, because I think the next one's going to be short. Mysterious Island. I do want to mention this one real quick. I shouldn't keep mentioning everything. This is a Ray Harryhausen based on the H.G. Wells novel. Mysterious Island, if you're unfamiliar with it, is basically, it's the pseudo-sequel or the spin-off to 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It's stop-motion animated effects. It's 1961. Older film. I really like this movie. There's something really cozy. Mysterious Island. Oh, it's Jules Verne, not H.G. Wells. Jules Verne's Mysterious Island. It is a really cozy, fun movie. I love this movie. There was a Blu-ray, but it was exclusive to... Well, there were 2 Blu-rays. They were both exclusive to Twilight Time. Twilight Time I've never bought anything from. So, I don't know. Great movie, though. If you could stream it. I think it streams for free, too. If you could stream it, I recommend it. Okay. We're into Mystery Science Theater territory now. Excuse me. Mystery Science Theater I'll go through really quick. I'm going to slam these out. I don't have everything. I've got most of the important stuff. That's been released. First, there was a solo special edition release of Manos, The Hands of Fate. If you are unfamiliar with Manos, the Hands of... Spoiler, next page is all... Is it the whole thing? Good, then it'll be quick to go through. Manos, the Hands of Fate. If you've never seen Mystery Science Theater, this is a great episode to watch. Manos was the episode that really got them off the ground. I want to say it was like the 3rd or 4th season, but it was oh geez, Manos, I remember that. Yeah, it might be the worst movie ever made. And it's got a lot of history behind it. But it became the signature Mystery Science Theater episode. It's a lot of fun. And the DVD set was nifty because it had both the Mystery Science Theater episode and it with a bunch of special features. And then it also had the original movie without the Mystery Science Theater commentary and a bunch of other special features. Unfortunately, the version of the movie is a low-grade public domain transfer. There is a much better looking copy of Manos available now on Blu-ray that's restored from the only known film print. Don't tell Disney, they'll take it as a challenge. Yeah. Manos is actually kind of unsettling because it drifts into a little bit of the PEDO category with the ending. It's an odd movie, but a lot of fun. Okay, Mystery Science Theater. Manos. Nope, not gonna read it. Manos, the Hands of Fate. It was supposed to be a horror movie. It's just a horrible movie. Mystery Science Theater. So I've got all of the Shout Factory volumes. I did have a bunch of the Rhino volumes. I sold those off years ago when Shout Factory started putting them out. The only Shout ones that I'm missing are in the library are a few of the individual episodes that were exclusive to their website. I've got one of their episodes that's exclusive to their website. It is The Mystery of Batwoman, or not The Mystery, it's The Wild Wild World of Batwoman, which has nothing to do with DC really. It's just it's a bad movie. It's Mystery Science Theater. What do you expect? But yeah, random volumes, 25th anniversary collection. I think that one is. Lost and Found was a bunch of the episodes where they didn't have the rights and then they got the rights back, so they released them. The Singles collection is a bunch of the episodes that were released individually that now they put just into a collection. All the volumes that are packaged like this with the banner where it says Volume 9, as opposed to like this with the big numbers across. These were reissues of the Rhino versions. And these were the ones that were exclusive to Shout. The only ones that are really, really worth mentioning, the 25th anniversary is interesting to mention because it includes a bonus disc that has 2 episodes on it. It's got Mitchell, which is my favorite episode of all time. I thought, Manos, the Bolas of Fate. I completely missed that. All I saw was Red's comment. Manos, the Bolas of Fate. Oh, jeez. It had a bonus disc. It had Mitchell and what was the other one? The Brain That Wouldn't Die. So it had the last episode with the first host, Joel Hodgson, as Joel Robinson. And the first episode with Mike Nelson, The Brain That Wouldn't Die. And the last episode there, Mitchell is fantastic. Yes, with the bull. I think I know. I think I know Super Shops. What comment? The one I'm not going to repeat, but you almost roped me into. Although, here, let me scroll up and read it, Red. Any others that I want to mention specifically? I know a bunch of these are out of print now because they lost the licensing. This was the first Shout Factory set, the 20th anniversary set. It's got Werewolf, which has my favorite episode, has one of my favorite jokes. Werewolf, I don't know, you had him last. It's just as stupid when I say it, and yet I love it. The Turkey Day collection, which is a bunch of their Thanksgiving episodes. Mystery Science Theater, if you're not familiar with it, when it used to be run on Comedy Central and later on Sci-Fi Channel, they used to run marathons on Thanksgiving. So Thanksgiving Day was Mystery Science Theater Day because bad movie is Turkey Day. Jeez. Any other sets on here specifically worth mentioning? Yeah. First, Volume 21 is Mystery Science Theater versus Gamera. This was a set, Mystery Science Theater did parodies of that a lot. Yeah, and this isn't, the thing is, this isn't even the complete series. This isn't even the complete series, Red. There's a lot of them that can't be released for legal reasons. In fact, when they got to their last volume, which I think is volume 29, or no, volume 39 right here, they had to put just like a bonus disc of shorts, and they basically said, hey, this is it, we can't get any more. They tried. But yeah, this is probably my favorite singular set, and the one where if I was going to get rid of them all, I'd definitely keep this Mystery MST3K versus Gamera, because this is all the Gamera movies that they made fun of. And the one that's worth mentioning also, Wild World of Batwoman, I said before, is one of the episodes that was released independently, which I picked. Is that a planet on the is that a planet the title's written? It's supposed to be the moon. It's supposed to be the moon because when the series started up, no, it didn't start in orbit of the moon. But it started out with the ship where they're trapped watching these movies, the satellite of love being in orbit of the Earth. I think it's just supposed to be the moon. Well, you see what shape the moon? Gotcha. Okie dokie. There's one volume I do need to mention, and it must be back on the other page. Oh, there it is. Volume 10.2. This happened with Rhino also, and I wish that I would have had the original Rhino set. So the original, this set, Volume 10.2 includes the giant Gila monster, or the giant Gila monster, however you want to pronounce it. Originally, Volume 10, when it was first released from Rhino, and, you know, hindsight's 2020, had Godzilla vs. Megalon. Now, Godzilla vs. Megalon is one of the signature Mystery Science Theater episodes. It's the first one I ever saw. And Toho bonked Rhino. It used to be public domain, Godzilla vs. Megalon, but at some point, Toho was able to get the rights issue cleared up and restore full ownership. And of course, Toho's not gonna let Mystery Science Theater make fun of Godzilla. Even if the movie is one of the lesser ones and it made for funny content. As the special feature on, because there's a special feature on the giant Gila monster to explain the replacement, where they say, Toho, different Toho. This is Toho, not the other Toho, which I need to learn more about the other Toho. Also read, but as they said on the special feature on giant Gila monster explaining the replacement, Toho said no ho, and we had to call the whole thing off. I thought it was funny at the time. But yeah, so that's most of the Mystery Science Theater that's been released to DVD, not all of it. And I think that's going to be a good place to stop. So we're stopping right there. Volume 5 of MST, no beat, nope, not in that, nope, it's no beaches, absolutely no beaches. No sunning on the beaches. Okay, so next time we do one of these, we'll do the Phantasm. I'm looking forward to talking about why I still hold on to my DVDs of the Phantasms, because I spent God knows how much time talking about Phantasm on Blu-ray. Yeah. Here, let me go ahead and take us back into the library, and we'll wrap things up. If I can find the button. Oh my gosh, where's the button? Push the button, Frank. Okay, so I rolled on that for how long? Let's see. I stopped on Toho Boy. I guess the comedy club is wrapping up now. Thank you for sharing your collection. Oh, thank you. Good Yap stream. Yeah, how long did I go? I started at 8. And so, oh my gosh, I almost did 6 hours again. Thanks for. Hey, thank you. Don't head off just yet. Next week, I don't know if we'll do yapping. I don't know if I'll do karaoke. I don't know if I'll do something else entirely. We'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I might do another karaoke. I keep debating on doing another karaoke or saving the karaoke until, well, gonna wrap up one more joke before going to bed. Another joke. All right. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. Welcome back, Elite. Well, yeah, you were here earlier. I'm sure you were here earlier. I mean, it has been 6 hours technically for me, so I don't know. I'm losing track. You got 21 peeps watching you. Nervous? Do I really? Do I really? Holy Hannah! Holy Hannah! Do I really? Hey, don't head out. Don't head out. Don't head out. Now, we will. I was falling asleep and coming back, didn't say anything. That's fine. Best time zone. Holy Hannah. Yeah, I guess we will have to maybe rework that. Grok is wrong. Ray is live. Is she live? All right, let me take a look at everything. Let me see who all is live, because if we've got that many people, I'd love to raid into... Wait a second. That's not the right page. I'm in the wrong browser. Man, I'm so slow. I was there before, Red. You want hard live? Yeah, live girls. Just a moment. Let me take a look. Let's see all who's on. Redirect. Holy Hannah. Yeah, Ray is on. Lulabelle, Mischief, Perry Winkleton, Mercy is on. Icho is on. Tomoe Carmine is not on. Okay. Chat, this is difficult. I was here before Red said you want the hard way. Yap powers are too great. Well, thank you everyone for watching. Don't go away just yet. Let's see if we can raid into someone. Just a moment. Or do you got... if I've got really this many watchers, this is amazing. Unless y'all have like 15 alt accounts. In that case, you know, thanks too. I wonder, okay, should we raid into Rhea or should we raid into... I was following, okay, just a sec, it's out of... Madamus knows a lot, not just my phone. Okay, up to you. You know what? I want to show someone else some love, but I don't know. I wish there was another small streamer to go into tonight, and I don't see anyone who's really small. I see some larger ones. Even Ray is large. Noriboshi is live right now. Naomi? Let me look up Naomi. I don't know if Jellyfish. Yeah, let me look that up. Let's see. Supermarket. Naomi Piu. You know what? I've never raided into her before. I got adopted by Aussies. Let's go ahead. We're going to raid into Naomi. Your gaming channel too. All right. Judd 3300. Welcome in. Welcome in. We were just about to raid out. We're going to raid into Naomi, who I've never raided before, which makes it excellent. Excellent. Thank you everyone for watching. Just a reminder, collab with Sai. Oh, is she in a collab with Sai? I've never raided Sai either. Oh, before. Okay. I probably have seen her then in a collab. I'm losing track. Just a reminder, Friday night, on Friday, we will be playing Undertale for the very first time, so I hope everyone will show up for Undertale. I think it's going to be fun. I like how the live watchers keeps going up. Is it still going up? Holy Hannah. That's pretty awesome. Thank you everyone who's watched tonight. It is truly, I'm truly humbled by how many people have been watching tonight. Legitimately love you all. Thank you to all the lurkers. We are going to raid into Naomi, who I've never raided before, so please show up there. We are going to raid in with the message, back library raid. It's so simple, even I can get it right. So that being said, as I say that being said for the 1000th time, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.